classic retail brick-and-mortar casino company doing table games, roulette, and blackjacks in restaurants and such like that, having a corner of the regulated gaming market. Mm. And then, end 90s, this company first acquires Net Entertainment, but which we know today as NetEnt.
Yeah. And
then Betsson.
Yeah.
And you were working, as many of us at that time, at Kinnevik, and part of founding NetEnt. Yeah. And how did this happen? I mean, I have this view that you on a Christmas dinner, a bit tipsy, was telling the older generation that, come on, guys, you have to kind of move into the millennia with some digital assets. Or what happened here? Tell us. Because in hindsight, it's a brilliant strategic move.
Yeah, it turned out to be. I was studying at the Technical University. I understood the internet and its potential quite early, and after examen, I decided to do something within internet. And as I had grown up within gambling, after looking at several industries, I still decided to do gambling, disregarding what I had promised myself earlier. But I did that outside of Sherry, of the regulated company. But I had Sherry as an investor, and I had Kinnevik, as you mentioned, as an investor. And Sherry at the time, part of their board didn't like this at all, because they were profit-making, but I was loss-making in the same pace. So whatever krona they earned, they had to put it into my business, which they called the kindergarten, because I was playing around with computers and losing money. But I had one supporter in the board who thought that, digital gaming is going to happen. So that helped me a lot.
Okay, so basically we have to thank this guy on the board. I don't know who it is, but we have to thank him.
It's Per Hamberg.
It's Per Hamberg. Okay, nice. So Per, a big thank you to you, because that created NetEnt, and it basically also created a part of this industry, because Betsson was one of the first ones to really enter the iGaming market with some power in Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have been the CEO since that, basically, and at some point you and I met.
Yeah.
We were combatants. We were enemies.
We were enemies, not on a personal level, I would say, but on an idealistic level.
Yes. I was a defender of the monopoly, and
not only a defender. You were the CEO of the monopoly.
I was the CEO of the monopoly, and you, together with Douglas Rose and
Unibet guys.
And Unibet guys, exactly. They were kind of pissing in my tent all the time. It was 3 against 1.
That we did, because we were, not very appreciated in the market by the monopoly company, and we wanted to fight back because we thought that we have a place in this market as well. I started to send letters to the Department of Finance, Department of Justice, and of course they had a little bit of a tough time to handle that. When I asked them, where is Viking Lotto arranged? I mean, they sell it here in Sweden. As far as I know, the draw is in Norway.
It is.
And it became complicated. Yes. So we were a little bit, a pain.
You were a pain in the ass, definitely. And you started a betting shop.
Yes.
Totally illegal, in my point of view, at that point, at that time.
We opened a betting shop in the center of Stockholm,
exactly.
And we said, this is not a betting shop, it's an internet cafe, but there was some branding in there, of course. And the gaming authority of Sweden came there the first day. It went on TV, everything, and they said this is not legal. And I was actually detained to the police house, and questioned.
And I was doing this. Yes.
Yeah.
No, and then Peter Nylander was arrested by the French police.
Yeah.
What did you think at that time?
Actually, it scared me a bit because he was out traveling and he was detained in, I think, in
a couple of days.
In Netherlands and brought to France.
Yes, exactly. And they booked him, put him in a prison.
Yeah. Yeah, that scared me.
Yeah, I can totally understand that.
Yeah.
I was laughing. No, cool. Now this is interesting. And then you were chairman for the company while Ulrik was the CEO. And then when Ulrik left, you back as CEO again?
Yes, I worked as a chairman for a while. I thought that was a natural step to take, you know, a little bit stepping down in activity. I can't say it was the right move for me to make.
It's quite boring.
It's boring.
Yes. Sorry to say, for all chairmen, it's boring.
It was more boring than being the CEO, because being the CEO, I was in the activity and the action every day, and I kind of liked that. But still, I was the chairman for a few years.
And then back as CEO, and then suddenly we read in Dagens Industri that you're fired one morning. Like, what happened here? And that's a special session. I need to kind of speak with Patrick about what went through his brain there. But you're fired, and then back again 2 weeks later with the help of your mother.
Yeah, that's a little bit of simplification, that it was my mother that brought me back. But, you know...
I think it's quite cute.
Story is, I came back as CEO 2017. Company was not doing really well. No. I think we put a good team in place, and I started to get the company back on track. We did a big program actually named Back on Track, and we were performing well. So that was 2017. 2021, we had just published our best report ever. Everything was going really nice, and the chairman steps into my room, and we had a meeting to discuss an upcoming strategy meeting. And I went, yeah, this is what I'm going to present, this is what it looks like. And he was, hold on, I have something else to tell you. Okay, you're fired. And I was like, what?
Can you imagine?
He said it again, you're fired. And I was like, why is that? We have just put the best quarter in there, and I have all these projects going. I have the best team in the world, you know. We're on a good ride here. Yeah, but, you know, I think it's better to change the CEO when the company is doing well, and we need some fresh blood, and, you know. So I asked him, did you talk to the shareholders about this? Because the major shareholders has been with the company since its inception. It's a family-run business. And he was like, no, you know, the board is independent, and we don't need to talk to the shareholders.
Ooh,
and and I was like, but then I'm going to talk to the shareholders, which I did.
Happens to be your mother.
Which happens to be my mother, one of them.
Yes.
But then there are these families which has been very loyal to the company. And, you know, fact is like this. I don't have a problem to leave my job. If I thought that I was not good in that position, I would have done that. So we had, you know, a different opinion on the situation. But I respect his, you know, decision, but I don't want to...
But not the consequences of it.
Exactly, and I didn't want to contribute to that, because I thought that we were doing well and that we are on a good track. So, you know, I said, okay, we have different opinions. I'm going to stand up for my opinion.
Good.
And then I had a lot of support from the industry, outside the company, of course, from the company. And there was a little bit of a struggle. And I think he felt that maybe the outcome of his decision was a little bit not what he expected, and he left. Yeah. And then there was an extra shareholders meeting, and some of the board members also left.
Turmoil, but it came out well, and I totally understand what you did, and that's also part of why you are likable as an industry person. When you stand up for your things, and as you said, if that would have been the right move, you would have accepted it.
I would, and I can't say it wasn't the right move he did. Only thing is, I didn't think it was the right move.
Absolutely.
So we never know which was
true.
the right move. But you have to stand up for what you believe in, and that's what I did.
Cool, good. So back a bit to strategy and looking into the future. If the family business back in the 90s saw this as a challenge to be bricks and mortar for the rest of their life and wanted to go into the digital, what's Betsson's strategic challenges today?
The challenges for the industry, I think, which has been mentioned in this conference many times, the kind of over-regulation that we see in parts of Europe, and Europe being the home territory for this industry, actually, and where we see that established companies like ourselves and many others with very high ambitions are getting pushed out of the market, and there are other companies working from other territories that takes a bigger part of the market. That's, of course, a big challenge. So the strategy for Betsson is to being a commercial company, to put the money where we see fruitful business. We have made a move a couple of years ago towards more Latin America and some eastern parts of Europe, where we put more of our efforts, and we have taken a step back in the more in the bigger Western European countries, which we find as over-regulated. Challenges for the future, I think we see big shifts coming up. I think a big part of this conference has been around what's going on in Web 3.3 and metaverse and crypto and things like that. How that is going to impact the industry, that's something that we will have to follow closely in the next coming years.
Yes. So basically, the two disrupting factors here, and one is a negative disruption, and that is the overregulation. It's per definition disrupting an entire industry. And the other disruption might come from the technology that we don't really grasp today, like when we kind of went online in the early millennia.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I see.
Sorry.
Yeah. I see what's happening now in that area is that some people, they say like, yeah, you know, the crypto world, it's like a totally different world. There are no rules, there are no boundaries, there are no nations. Okay, that reminds me about internet in the late 90s. Yeah, that was exactly the same.
You had the same argument.
This happens again, but 20, 25 years later. Yeah. But then you know that regulators will catch up, and the society will have to catch up. So it's only for a short while.
My guess is it's not crypto that will be the disruptor. It will be an iteration of we will use crypto and blockchain as a technology, but it will not disrupt in itself. It will be something else. Yeah. We are a bit tight on time, and Pontus will rush from here in 5 minutes to catch a flight back to Sweden. So we're going to keep that one. So I have some more. I would like to have your view on the skewed ecosystem we have, where and I say this sitting on the provider side, so my provider colleagues might not like me, but a really good game provider could have an EBITDA margin of 50% today, while you're fighting for 15%.
Yeah.
And you take the risk with the regulators, you take the risk with the market.
Yeah, we're on the front line.
You're on the front line. Yeah. So, and on top of that, we have an amazing company in Evolution, and perhaps about to be too amazing. They stand for like 40, 50, soon 60% of your revenue. Is Betsson becoming a marketeer for Evolution? Will this be sustainable?
For everybody to know, I have been on several shares in many years, and that has worked out fine, because I was the CEO of Betsson. I was on the board of NetEnt, which I founded. Yeah. And, you know, so I know these both.
I'm not criticizing Evolution here, because what they're doing is amazing, but it creates a skewed ecosystem.
Yeah, and they acquired NetEnt, so I'm a shareholder of Evolution, not a big one, but still. What they have done, the Evolution guys, they have built an amazing product.
Yes.
Not only an amazing product, but an amazing organization, which has taken them to this strong market position that they have. If you ask me as an operator, it's not good to have a single supplier market, which we don't have, because from Betsson we have Playtech, we also have Playtech games, and we have other providers as well. But your question is this a sound situation, and is it sustainable? I think they are, Evolution, in a very good position in the market. They have managed so far to invest and, you know, kind of strengthen their position. Yes. There are many others who want to get into that very lucrative market. Over time, I think they will not be alone in that market. There will come others.
And I see a small shift there. I also see that more and more operators are kind of building their own game studios and to kind of get a bit larger part of the... I mean, if you take the Danish operator, Sego, they are producing all their 80% of the revenue comes from the in-house made games. Their EBITDA margin is 50%. 50. They an operator. They have 50% EBITDA margin. So is this a trend we see here? More and more operators also investing in their own game studios because they have the players.
It's definitely a trend that we see. Yes. I have been convinced all my life that, you know, the operators will not have the capacity to produce high-quality games in the same way as Evolution and NetEnt and Red Tiger and these guys. But maybe I will have to revisit that opinion, because what we see happening now is that some operators, they produce good content, and it's, of course, that can be an important part of a strategy.
Yeah. Exactly. Good. So we have 2.5 minutes remaining here, and then you have to leave. And I have one final question. I mean, there's been an acquisition spree here from big US-based casinos buying European iGaming companies. I mean, Mr. Green was acquired by William Hill, and William Hill was acquired by Caesars. Yeah. We saw MGM acquiring Leo Vegas, etc., etc. Why has no one acquired the likes of Betsson and Kindred? Are you too big? Are you too difficult to work with? Are you too bad?
We are not difficult to work with.
No, I know you're not.
You should know that.
I know that.
I think there has been interest in those companies. Of course, some of the US companies that has looked into this industry, they want to have fully locally regulated revenues. It's not a secret that Betsson and Kindred, and also actually Leo Vegas, had revenues from Norway, which is not locally regulated, but regulated under Maltese regulatory framework. So that
and disputed, heavily disputed.
And disputed, yes, by Norway.
By Norway.
Then, in the case of Betsson, I think everybody knows that we have quite a strong foundation of founding families that has shares that have strong voting power. Yes. So if we should sell,
the price has to be really good.
The price has to be really good.
Yeah. And as always, when you are listed, you are undervalued.
Yeah, you are, but that's actually the case. No, that's a joke. But as always, when you are listed, you're for sale. If you're not for sale, you shouldn't put out your company on the stock market. So that's true. Yeah,
good. And I am happy to say that I give you 35 seconds more to get to your cab. And I could have sit here the full day to talk to Pontus. You're such a nice guy, and you are a true legend in this industry. So we could talk about a lot of things, but I want you to be on that flight as well. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jesper.
Pleasure.
Nice one.
And thanks for listening.
Everybody. Thank you.
Amazing. Tack så mycket. Good luck with the taxi. Great to see you. Tusen tack. Wow, Jesper and Pontus, what a pair of absolute iGaming legends. I seriously could listen to them talk all day. I want them to make a film, write a book, whatever it is. That was just perfect. Okay, folks, I wanted to let you know, you do not want to leave your seats. If you have friends in the building, tell them to come here. We have something very fun and very special coming up from Playtech. We got Ido Heighton in the house, and he's going to try a really fun experiment, and you are all invited. So tell your friends, gather here. We're going to kick off at 11 exactly, and it's going to be fun. Okay, see you soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Great to see you all here. Great to see so many more people in there. I hope you enjoyed that opening session. Okay, folks, do remember, connect with iGaming Next on all of the social media platforms. Share your takeaways, photographs, lots of filters, please. Thank you very much. And anything else that you have fun, any of the exhibitor stands, anything you want to share, please do put it on social media. We need to build the buzz and let the world know about iGaming Next here in beautiful Valletta, Malta. Okay, I promised you a fun session now, and this is exactly what we're going to have. The session is called Live and Kicking. 5 hot takes on what makes a kicking live casino. And we are absolutely thrilled to welcome back to the stage a great friend of iGaming Next, a fabulous speaker from one of the most famous and impactful companies in the sector. Ladies and gents, please give a very loud, warm round of applause to the Managing Director for Live Casino at the mighty Playtech. Please welcome Ido Heighton. Thank you. Welcome, man.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good to be here. iGaming Next Valletta. Thank you for putting the videos on. I was here last year. I had a great time. Thank you for having me again this year. Not a lot of things these days are happening 2 years in a row. So I'm happy that I made it here again. I'm also really happy to congratulate the iGaming Next team, Pierre, and everyone for pulling the event again. Really well done. Last year, my video of the session went a long way, also into my family. I sent it to them, and I called my sister to tell her, hey, what do you think about my speech? She said, yeah, you were great, but you know Todd. And that's what came out of that. So I hope this year she will notice me more rather than my competitors, who I really love and I really appreciate, and thank you for the shout-out yesterday. Also from last year, before I started my speech, we were in pandemic era, and it was all affecting our industry, and especially live casino. I thanked our dealers, shufflers, and all the operational teams here from this stage, and we all gave a round of applause. Pandemic is still with us. They are still operating the tables, but we already have something else to mention here from that stage. We at Playtech are obviously, like a lot of other companies in the iGaming vertical, really impacted from the war in Ukraine. I want to send my big love to all the 750 employees that Playtech has in Ukraine, and to anyone else who is working in iGaming over there in Ukraine. And we're with you. We will remember, we are here, and we love you all over there. So a big shout out. Today, I'm going to speak about 5 points that we can say, because we cannot say everything that we see from our vantage point in the live casino vertical. Obviously, as a leader in the space, we see a lot of things that are coming, a lot of things that are working well, a lot of things that don't work well. We mainly know the challenges, because live casino is still a guessing game, right? What's happening next? We heard prediction, we heard guesses, we are seeing things happening around us. We are taking advantage of opportunities that occur, whether it's people staying more at home, playing more, whether it's other impacts of world events. World Cup is upcoming. I'm sure that we're going to see a lot of live casino activity around that. But without going to the stuff that obviously we cannot say, we will mention here 5 takes on what makes a live casino a kicking one. Because just to offer a place to put your bets and for players to gamble doesn't cut the chase anymore. And we see a lot of new companies trying to challenge us, to challenge other leaders in the market, and to take market share. Some of them more successfully, some of them less. And we definitely understand that what was last year the mid-game, it's becoming closer and closer to the end game of live, and we're really going to realize, all of us, where this vertical is going. So on that, we might be speaking next year after we reveal a few more things of what we work on these days. But for today, we're going to start with our, let's say, more visible 5 takes. Number 1, take your players on a journey and give them a reason to stick around. Did I mention that we have a live Who Wants to Be a Millionaire session happening here in this hall in 10 minutes from now? And you're all going to participate. Whether you're now going to run away or stick around, that's up to you. But I give you a reason. At least I tried. And sometimes the games can give you that reason. But in live, we have an advantage. We have our teams. We have talented, motivated, ready for action teams. That's the countdown behind me. Teams. That's the countdown behind me. And you will get some cards here for the participation. We will start in 10 minutes, guys. This has never been attempted before, and I'm happy you are here with me to try that, playing live and bringing live action to the hall here. So back to our teams, and we'll go back to that later, how they can help us to stick around. That's a good example. Our live slots game. Very flat game, right? Running every 10 seconds. The wins, they bet, they play fast. What can give them a reason to stick around? The team excitement. That was not asked for. I was not even aware that happened until they sent me that video from probably 2 years ago. And these guys are now on a dealer change, maybe liking each other a bit too much, maybe not, but they are having fun. And that's contagious. The player that just won is even happier because he feels that they feel him and they feel his excitement, they feel his moment, and we are taking him on a ride. We are not just paying back more money. We are giving him a reason to be happy, a reason to be satisfied he's playing. I'm not just playing some shady game. I'm not just playing, with myself. There's somebody happy for me. Somebody understands I had a big moment now. That's fun. Let's continue playing them. But what happens if they're not that happy, right? That happens as well. What happens if, start to chat around some issues that the game is having, or the dealer is not happy enough, or they are not winning enough. God bless. They want to win. And the chat is becoming a bit poisonous. What happens then? There is a rebellion in the chat. You guys can also rebel now, and you decide, hey, we don't want to play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. We will all get up and walk out. And they could do that using the chat. And you just feel that the ground is shaking beneath your feet. And what to do? There is now a problem in the game in live. The camera is rolling, and the dealer is confused. The pit boss is afraid to go on camera. What do? You stay cool. This dealer literally, from 2-3 years ago, had the ground shaking beneath her feet. She's staying cool. That was an earthquake in Romania that affected a bit our studios there. We had more radical videos, by the way. I was just a bit reluctant to show them, but stick around, see that your friends are okay, see that the operation is okay, and carry on. Do not get stressed. Do not start hiding things from your players. Be truthful about your issues. Be truthful with your players. Do not make them suspect that you are trying to hide something that went wrong, because maybe it affects them. We are in recession times. Be fair to your players. Even if the ground is shaking beneath your feet, it will benefit you tomorrow. They will come back tomorrow. They will complain today. They will say it's rigged. They will say it's awful. They will say a lot of things, but they will come back tomorrow because you know you were true with them. Do not cave into the ground shaking beneath your feet. Anything can happen on the tables. Sounds simple, right? Anything can happen. But literally anything can happen. Dealer can fall asleep. Big win can happen. You need to be ready in real time to cope with any remote probability, big win, triggered event, or any other thing that can happen in live. And we had some weird things happening. There is an aquarium next to this table. He was ready. Just to be sure. Rock and roll, guys. Just to be sure, there is an aquarium there, just to set the picture. We didn't throw the fish on the table, but hey, wouldn't that fish jumping would be the greatest trigger of a jackpot ever? By the way, we did give bonus to the players that sat on that table when that happened. We couldn't ignore that. That's from also 3-4 years ago already. That's a lucky koi fish, obviously. We all know them. We all use them in our games. And apparently they do jump. You saw the IT that is running there. He was ready. He was around. He came. He took the fish, brought him back to the aquarium, no harm done, bonus the players that were there on the table. They will never forget it. Number 4, go in depth, above and beyond, and sometimes even in the bottom. What does it mean? Know what you are providing to your players. Play the games. Go in depth. Lose. Spend time on your tables. Play blackjack, play baccarat, play game shows, play your roulette, play anything that you have, the games that you hate, the ones that you would never play. Go, force yourself, sit down and play. By the way, I don't think it's only for the live providers. Anyone should play its games. But I think beyond playing the games, you need to go in depth in what you do. And in live casino, it's like a construction business. It starts from building something. This is Amit, our global head of projects. Amit is a father of 4 and has no idea what is he doing there now in this hall in Holland Casino before we build the studio over there in Scheveningen. And I'm taking this video and I'm asking him, Amit, you have no business going there. You don't even know what to do. He says, yeah, but I need to see for myself that I don't know what's going on there. And he went under the floor, and this green square that you see here is exactly that. 2 years later, with the Holland Casino Scheveningen studio already built and functioning. And it started with Amit going in depth. He literally didn't know what he was looking for there. Number 5, be creative. Capitalize on IP. We are all creating IP. Let's not forget those 2 letters, or intellectual property, if you want to call it like that. That's what we do. When we make a game, we have a property. Use it. Capitalize on it. The game is not working, fix it. The game is working, make a spin-off. Use the character. Do more things with your IP. Do not run after the next title only. So many games are not being played. Should we make so many games? Or should we make meaningful IP that is serving us, whether to give players more places to bet or more places to have fun? Because fun is the most important thing in what we provide. We saw that during pandemic. In pandemic, you couldn't say, hey, come bet here, spend the money that you're now out of job and playing my games. No. The mantra and the slogan was, we are giving escapism, we are giving entertainment, come, enjoy, be social, you're stuck at home, talk to other people. We all spoke that language. Fun is still here. We all want to have fun. You all came here to learn, but also to have fun. And all the people that came late, you had fun last night, right? Let's maybe have some fun here together. We're going to try something with you now, as we said in the beginning. I'm not seeing from here, but I assume that you are starting to get now, or you already got some cards with a barcode on it. For the last few years, we are running live trivia. And we used it as a marketing tool to give our operators a way to bring players into the lobby. The last year or so, we upgraded that experience with the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire brand, with an IP that we license, with a game that we had, we connected the dots and we created Who Wants to Be a Millionaire trivia. We are using it to give experience like exactly we are giving to you now, and to have fun. This is a non-wagering product. We only give, but players come. Players enjoy, players come back, players trust the Playtech brand. They know that we know also how to give and how to make sure that they have fun. If anyone has a technical problem with the barcode, please be quiet about it and do not share your problem. Or you can start a rebellion in the chat now and start, it's not working, as the players do sometimes. I don't have a video. Where is my video? Today I have a video because I have an amazing team here with me. And before we start, I want to mention Sasha, Willem, thank you so much for arranging this. This was not easy. This took a lot of courage from us to go and do it today with you guys. And I do hope it will work. So in 17 minutes, we can put up the volume, in 17 seconds, sorry, and we will try. We have 3 questions for you today. They are all about iGaming Next, because that's what we came here to celebrate. And let's go. Let's play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, everyone.
Welcome to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire live trivia show. My name is Genevieve and I'm thrilled to have you here today. And happy to see you here at Valletta iGaming 2022, ladies and gents. So tonight you're just 3 questions away of equally sharing our grand prize of 1 million golden chips. So ladies and gentlemen, let's dive into the rules. The rules are very simple. You can have 3 questions with 4 possible options to choose from, with only one of them being the right one. So if you manage to answer correctly in a given time, you're going to be able to take a step closer to equally shared 1 million golden chips. So if you're not sure the correct answer, you can use one of the 2 lifelines, 50-50 or ask the audience. So if you choose 50-50, we can be moving to the incorrect answers. If you choose ask the audience, you can be able to see what other players are choosing for their answer. So you know the rules, you know the lifelines. Let's play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Good luck, everyone.
All right, I hope you're ready. Excited, guys. Let's do this. So the first question. What is the name of the famous CEO panel in iGaming Next? A. CEO Wonderland, B. CEO Blackjack, C. CEO Roulette, or D. CEO Crazy Time? So ladies and gents, final seconds to get it right. All right, hope you're ready to find the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen. The right one is... it's C, CEO Roulette. So congratulations, 40 players managed to answer that correctly. And
40 people answered correctly.
Next question.
Well done, guys.
Here we go. Who won last year's iGaming Casino Dealer Idol of the Year award? A. Kevin Kilmister, B. El Chapo, C. Jeremy Clarkson, or D. Esther Buibele?
Which is her, by the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you know the correct answer, or maybe the lifelines managed to help you to get there. So ladies and gents, the correct answer is D. It's me, Esther Buibele, and definitely want to say big thank you for all those who supported me along the way. All right, let's go. Pierre Lind and the managing director of iGaming Next has a brother, Hendrik Lind. What is his profession? A. Footballer, B. Bodybuilder, C. Swimmer, or D. Ping pong player? All final seconds to get that right. Is that your final answer? The time is here. Final question. It's B, bodybuilder. So here we have 17 lucky winners of 1 million golden chips. So congratulations to every single one of you who took a part in this amazing show. And hopefully guys, you are ready to connect, experience, and explore one of the, yet most exciting iGaming shows this year. So thank you so much. I hope you had a great time.
Thank you very much. I cannot believe this passed without any hiccups, and God bless. I can pass out now from the stress that we were. What we wanted to show you here is not that we have Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, that already you knew, but that we can connect live anywhere. And live is a tool to bring us experiences to any format. And what we are going to see from live in the upcoming years is definitely not what we've been seeing so far. I hope that I will be invited next year to come and speak to you again and present a little bit of what we are working on and show you a little bit more of the future from Playtech. I really appreciate, again, the warm hospitality that I had here from all the iGaming Next team, you guys in the crowd. Thank you. Have a great show. Forward on. Rock and roll, everyone.
Hey, hey, wasn't that fun? Who wants to be a millionaire? I think everybody pretty much. That was great. Thank you so much, Ido. A brilliant, brilliant session. Okay, now that you're all fired up with your QR codes ready, I would like to invite you to get involved in the day. We have a QR code here that enables you to ask questions directly to the folks on stage. We are going to have a fantastic session now, which is all about disruption, death by disruption. Facebook, Amazon, Disney, could evolution become a small fish? Disney are confirming their interest in sports betting. Fanatics desperately looking for a perfect match to enter the iGaming industry. And Jeff Bezos' eyes could be on a giant gambling company as well. So this is a very topical session. If you scan that QR code, it's going to connect with this Slido thing on this iPad, and you will be able to ask questions. Oops, I've just been logged out. Okay, we'll work on that. Anyway, get your questions in via Slido. So ladies and gents, we got 4 fantastic speakers who are going to join me to talk about this area of disruption. There's an old saying, disrupt or be disrupted. I can't think of an industry that's moving as fast along that trajectory right now than iGaming. So this is the perfect time to discuss it. So I'm going to invite them on stage one by one. I would like you to give them a very, very warm welcome. So first, please welcome the EVP of New Revenues at Dazen, the mighty John Turnbull. Welcome, John, on stage. Thank you. Ian Turnbull, I beg your pardon. Ian Turnbull, how are you? Welcome, Ian. How you doing? Thanks, dude. Great to see you. Ian Turnbull, folks. Wonderful. We're now going to welcome the CEO of Incentive Games, John Gordon. Big round of applause. Thank you, John. Great to see you.
Cheers, man.
Owner of a very fine NFT as well. We're now going to welcome the founder and CEO of Kiro Sports, Tomasz Devenishik. Welcome, Tomasz. Great to see you, Tomasz. And rounding up our fantastic quartet, we got the Director of Gaming at Trustly, John Malia. Welcome, John. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Cheers, Rory. Okay, in time-honored fashion, I'm sure that your fine work is very familiar with most of the people here, many of the hundreds of people joining us via the live stream, but it'd be great if you could introduce yourselves and what you do to the audience. We're going to start with your good self, Ian.
So I'm the EVP of New Revenues at DAZN, so I look after the non-broadcast, non-advertising revenues, so that's betting, e-commerce, NFTs, and anything else we can think of.
Fantastic. Passing seamlessly over to your good self, John.
Yeah, I'm John Gordon. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Incentive Games, and we're the world's leading free-to-play games provider in the industry.
Fantastic. And how about your good self, Tomasz?
Tomasz Devenishik, CEO and founder of Kiro Sports. We're a micro-betting, white-label B2B provider trying to reimagine the sportsbook experience through the lens of modern day technologies and consumer behavior.
Excellent, fantastic intro, and your good self, John Malia.
So, John Alea, Director of Gaming at Trustly. Trustly effectively is bank payments for the future, really. But yeah, my role is effectively working with our current merchants and taking business forward.
Fantastic. Okay, I'd like to just open it up with a big question. How do we all think the gaming market is going to merge with mainstream verticals? We've heard this in our fantastic keynote session yesterday. We've been hearing people talk about it all over the whole kind of program. Do we think it's happening? Do we think it's going to happen? How do we think it's going to happen? Who'd like to jump in and make some predictions? Ian, you're smiling there. Well volunteered, sir.
So I think it is happening. I mean, I think you kind of mentioned a couple of examples in your intro. It was interesting that Bob Chapek, the CEO of Walt Disney, came out and made quite a firm statement about getting into betting, and then 5 days later said, we don't want to be a book, because Walt Disney doesn't want to get into that space. So, so I think some of the big companies, they're already making a huge amount of money from betting and gaming as advertisers, or in the case of Amazon, via AWS as a technology supplier. And I think they'll continue to do that. Whether we see them actually go in with both feet into the betting and gaming space, I have some doubts, because I think there are moral conflicts for them. There's jeopardizing existing revenue streams and so on. But I think that conversion is happening, and it's happening because it's an obvious thing to happen, right? If I'm a sports fan, I like to watch sports. I probably like to bet on sports. I probably buy football jerseys. I probably play fantasy sports. Wouldn't it be a wonderful world if all of those things can be done in one place in a very convenient way and simultaneously, like while I'm watching my favorite sports? So I think there's a very compelling logic to convergence happening, but I think some companies will find it easier to move into that space because of their existing businesses or not. So I think obviously DAZN is moving into that space. Fanatics, we know, is going to move into that space. I do have question marks as to whether the ESPNs and the Googles and the Metas of this world will do anything that would jeopardize their existing kind of revenue streams by becoming an operator in that space. They're already making significant sums of money from supplying services. So.
Yeah, indeed. There's that old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, particularly when you have a kind of marquee household family brand like Disney. They're going to be a bit careful around this stuff. But John, coming over to yourself, I mean, what do you think the outlook is on a global scale? It's obviously not just about the big brands from the States. There's a whole global consideration as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen it many times where media companies try to step into it. So they say, okay, well, we're good at being an affiliate, let's try to be our own book. So you see LiveScore, who are a phenomenal affiliate. They bring out LiveScore Bet, one of our clients, and we've helped them, that word converge. It's not as easy as some may think. You might have 50 million users on your app, but it's not a straight convergence there. It's often very difficult to get them across, but there's some good examples there for LiveScore to LiveScore Bet or LiveScore to Virgin Bet, for example, but there's been more examples where it's not gone well. So Sunbets, where they've got the perfect demographic of the users on the paper, would just create a betting company. It's not really that simple. I think, and we've seen this score as well, spend quite a bit of money, try to converge. I think it needs to be well thought out. So wherever these companies see themselves, whether it's a massive affiliate or their own book, the consumers aren't stupid. It needs to be done in a well thought out, stepwise process, or it will not work.
Yeah, they can kind of, they can sense when something's kind of trying to fit into the wrong shape, as it were.
Yeah.
But coming over to yourself, Tomasz, I mean, this opens up the whole area. The can of worms is a customer experience, user experience design. Obviously, companies like Netflix, they spend, so much of their development budget on just delivering a seamless UX. They're bringing together content from all these different places, but the end user experience is just second to none. I mean, how do you think that overlays with this area of disruption and kind of the big brands joining with the kind of iGaming sector?
Yeah, I think you can step aside from the gaming space for a second and just see what Google did or YouTube did from a media standpoint, right, to disrupt that industry, or what Instagram did from kind of connecting people through images. And there are so many examples where big tech has come in and reinvented the experience from a consumer standpoint and then completely started to dominate that particular industry. So the question for the audience is really, there's two options for the industry. Either consumer trends in terms of digital behavior are going to disrupt the industry, or the industry is going to disrupt consumer trends, right? And so it's probably the former, not the latter.
Yeah.
And how we think about it is TikTok today is the #1 destination on the web, right? That wasn't true a year ago, but it is now. So what makes that product so habitual and so entertaining to the point where it becomes the #1 destination on the web? And there are certain commonalities like algorithmic curation, ease of use, mindless consumer experience, right, which are really not present in the sports betting realm today. So that's how we think the outside tech companies are going to come in and disrupt the industry by providing consumers with something they're habitually conditioned to elsewhere.
Right, that's super interesting. And coming over to yourself, John M. I'll use John M. and John G. from this stage. John M., do we think that because markets are getting more and more regulated and there's this kind of overall trend towards better regulation, is this going to open up the opportunities for these marquee brands to work more with the iGaming sector, would you say?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, one of the major roadblocks, right, for any of the, let's say, big names to go into the gambling industry was always the fact that it was a taboo industry. And the more the industry becomes regulated, you know, the operators, the service providers, and so on, is just moving towards being so compliant and all of these things, which then make it not that much of an issue for, a household brand, kind of like, Disney, D-Zone, and so on. You've got brands that aren't necessarily going to be seen as doing something bad, that they're going into the gambling industry. So the more the industry moves towards, the regulated side of things, yes, it brings with it its challenges, but it's also moving towards just being accepted as another form of entertainment now.
Yeah.
And the more it moves, and that's, different markets, whether it's in Europe or in North America and so on, the more it moves towards that way, the more it's going to mean that, companies that might not have looked at gaming, for several reasons now say, well, there's a good opportunity there to make, money, really. And they also bring with them, let's say, the polished product, right? Which is also good for the industry because it means it's constantly stepping up its game.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. We will be coming back to those points. Thank you, John. And coming back over to yourself, Ian. Now, what's your take on whether big companies can actually do this? Can they be this disruptive? Because, iGaming, a very fast-moving, disruptive space, always ahead of the curve. What happens when a big, a tech giant or a, consumer giant gets involved in the market? How do they do disruption?
I mean, I think particularly the tech giants have been very good at reinventing themselves and disrupting constantly, right?
Sure,
I mean, I think Amazon has kind of set up various different businesses within their own kind of global business and made a success many times over. First selling books, then a store, then AWS, then Prime. They've kind of replicated their model many times over. So there's no reason why they couldn't successfully launch a business, and they have the firepower, the technology, the money to do so. Same Google, same Facebook. I just don't know that there's necessarily the appetite to do it, or whether it fits into their overall strategy. But I think they've got the building blocks and the capability. I think to John's point, often the people that have been less successful that haven't necessarily been the tech giants. They've perhaps been media companies that have perhaps been a little more kind of set in their ways and don't have that kind of technology prowess to actually innovate and develop apps and so on. But I think that the tech guys could do it. But I mean, it's interesting to John's point just how much things have changed. So, prior to 2018, AWS didn't take any gambling workloads on their platform. Google opened up their store for apps, over a number of different territories over a number of years. So actually, that has moved. But effectively, it's moved in the direction of accepting more money as suppliers, not necessarily getting in to run their own books.
Right, indeed. I mean, John, coming over to yourself, do you think Amazon would actually step forward? Because, exactly as Ian mentioned, Amazon, Google, they're making a fortune from the iGaming sector already. Do you think they would step over that line?
Yeah, I don't think there's a need to. Like you say, like Ian's saying, optically, the person in the street doesn't think Amazon or Google have anything to do with gambling at all. So why would they step into it? They're making enough money out of it. And it is an art form. So the ones that I see as being a success in the future in America, like Bet365, FanDuel, Fanatics, they're either going to have a deep history of betting, sports betting, or they're going to buy it in like Fanatics have done.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just don't think it's optically the right thing for the Googles or the Facebooks to do. And the reason I believe that maybe a company like Fanatics would be a big success is the fact that I like the way they're doing things. They're not just saying, okay, we need to be alive for the NFL season. They're actually saying, no, the product needs to be right. Right, so even if we miss a certain key date of a sporting event, another one's coming round.
Yeah.
And that key focus on product, talk about disruption, is probably the focus on product. That people can, whichever, if you're a media company with 50 million active users, yes, you might be able to get them to sign up to a betting product, but that product has to be best in class.
Yes.
And that's the key thing that companies have missed in the past as well, is, you know, just get it out. We need to be live for the Super Bowl. We need to be live for this or that. No, you need your product to be good enough. Otherwise, the money you're spending to acquire those customers will not be retained. And that are the key, that's the heart of everything.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't fake it. You know, the audience will, you know, run a mile. And, you know, speaking of which, Tomasz, we're talking about the product design, the user experience, but we're also talking about how big tech has been very innovative in terms of using new technology, maybe like machine learning, artificial intelligence. Now, I believe you're collaborating with Ian. Can you talk about this? Talk to us a bit about, you know, the kind of the CX, you know, passion under the hood, and where the tech is overlapping with a great customer experience.
Yeah, so, I mean, think about it in terms of just general progression of products in the industry, right? It's been incremental improvements on, like, this works, let's go deeper down that rabbit hole. And consumer behavior in the meantime, over the last 20 years, has changed fundamentally. So I think the better way to think about products, and probably how an Amazon or a Google would think about it if they were to enter the space, is let's start with the actual user need, right? What does the mass audience need to do? And I think that's entertainment. I don't think it's the trading experience that is predominant today in a sportsbook environment. And so I think where interesting technologies come into play is algorithmic curation, for example. What does that mean? Well, when you open up TikTok or Instagram, the only effort you as a user have to exert is slide your thumb up. Right? Mentally, you're not thinking, you're not calculating probabilities, you're not squinting your eyes because you're looking at 50 different bets. And so that has to happen, but it's sort of conflicting with today's priorities, so it's a bit of a challenging endeavor for somebody on the product side at a big gaming provider to say, no, listen, we're going to scrap what we have today and go towards this thing. But if you're starting from scratch, almost like the iPhone, right? Everybody was improving the keyboards and whatever, and then Steve Jobs said, I don't think we need keyboards. And they had the technology like, you know, multi-finger touch available at that point, and so they just reinvented the behavior from scratch. And I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And things like ML, AI, personalization, but most importantly, curation is going to be important because people will not want to think en masse. Yes. Traders will want to think.
Yeah,
but
I agree, but I also agree that I also believe that these bigger companies, like the Bet365s of the world, are actually adopting that. You know, if you come to that, they've got the bet builder there with the 3 or 4 and bets that are popular, plus, you know, you've got your odds boost. So it is becoming more of a, don't use your cognitive part of your brain, just press this button. And that will become more and more customized. So I think some of the big ones are getting there, they're understanding it, whereas others are sort of lame.
And if I may add, the industry already know this through casino products, right? The best monetizable user experience is slots. Why? Because the person just has to click one thing, and so, but for some reason that never really translated into the sportsbook experience. But it's possible now. You have technology that can enable a slots-like sportsbook experience, and so clearly, at the very least, that's something worth trying. And to John's point, some are already trying Bet365. I think Jake Paul and what they're doing with Better is a great example.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming over to John, now talk to us a bit about, we're hearing, you know, from everybody, it's very much about entertainment, about the demands of the new demographics. They want to have the seamless experience. Is there a place for gamifying the experience even further? I mean, what would you say about that whole area?
I think there is space for it for sure, and the industry has already tried that in the past, right? There have been brands that have tried to gamify further. So obviously, you know, slots are pretty traditional in how they work. Same for sports betting and so on. You have mini games within them now when it comes to slots, but there have been companies that have tried, you know, to go one step further, add an additional layer to that, try to make it more sociable and so on. I think the one thing that so far we've seen in the industry over the last few years is, traditionally speaking, users will go back to the base concept of what the product is. But it doesn't mean that the other products were bad. I think it's a case of, you know, the right product at the right time with the right packaging. Just to what Tomasz was mentioning as a totally separate example from gaming, right? The iPhone, it wasn't the first digital screen phone in there. It was just well packaged, well presented, right? And that's the same thing when we're talking about gamifying, you know, having a more polished user experience and so on. So going back to the, you know, let's say original point that was being discussed, when these larger brands, you know, the big tech and so on are coming into play, previously you had one set of people working on trying to gamify an experience. Now you're getting companies from industries whose job and product literally is to entertain people. And how will that now pass over to what is, you know, a gambling experience? Will that make sports betting much more fun? Can there be different ways? You know, same with casino and so on. So I think it is an area which hasn't been explored enough yet. I think there clearly can be a lot of things put into play there. You know, kind of, I think Tomasz also mentioned, like, you know, user behavior and so on. These sort of things come into play the more you delve, the more you kind of build a customized product.
Sure.
And I don't think gambling really has scratched the surface with that yet. I think there's so much more that can be done, which is, I think, also why these big companies are looking at the industry and saying, okay, you know, we can do better than that, and we will try to, you know.
Can I just expand on that? I think what's actually happened is we've seen many failures in the industry where they've tried to add leaderboards, collectibles, points, prizes, share, social, this and that, and it's failed massively. I mean, there's a company in America that I don't want to mention, but their reward loyalty scheme they've got is so complex, it's too confusing for anyone, and it's quite you should do the opposite. It's just make it simple, make it feel rewarding. No one wants to feel like they're in a part of a loyalty scheme with the bookmaker and casino. Yeah. Just make it a daily, free-to-play, press a button, and they'll come back every day and reward them. And having all these bells and whistles, but to what end? And that's why someone would read a gamification book, one of my clients, and then they'd say, oh, we want this and that. And it's like, no, just keep it simple and make it rewarding. And I think, although we think we've not seen it, we have seen it. It's just failed lots and lots of times.
Yeah, if you kind of have a solution in search of a problem, it's not really going to work. You do have to stand in the user's shoes, use that kind of user-centric design to actually give them something exactly as you say, that's going to be rewarding, that they're going to value and enjoy the experience. Yeah. But Ian, coming over to yourself now, we've heard about the need for simplicity, great UX and CX, entertainment, innovation, but all of this in this industry sits on a bedrock of regulation and compliance. I mean, how do you think like some of these overlapped areas are going to handle compliance, you know, the specific jurisdictions, etc.? What do you think is going to happen in this space?
For sure, it's going to be very complex for people in this territory. It's complex for us. You know, we kind of launched our first betting service with a partner last month, and it's challenging, right? Getting regulated in a market, going live in multiple markets is challenging. And then when you think about convergence, what that means from a product perspective, if you're talking about converging registration paths or having single accounts, that's actually quite a complex area because part of it's governed by individual regulators in individual markets, and then part of it won't be because it might be the other side of your business. So I think just the complexity of piecing it together is a challenge, but it's a challenge that's overcomable, I think, right? I think the regulators are, in my experience anyway, very open to having conversations about how these things work, and provided you're very kind of transparent and methodical about how you're presenting things to regulators. I think that they want to see people succeed as well, right? I mean, I don't think they want to put up unnecessary barriers. So I just think it adds to the complexity. But I think, to the point of sociability and gambling, I just wanted to pick up on that point. There are some quite good examples as well, quite big verticals, things like bingo and poker, where you've had peer-to-peer, very gamified experiences with chat and games and so on. I think some of the promotional tools that people have implemented have been very successful in the gambling space. But I agree, sometimes, if that's your goal, just to create that rather than understanding the consumer need, you probably won't get the best outcome. And I think simplicity as well. I do think there are different strands, though. Final point on that is that there will be players that want to bet very casually and frequently, but not very much money. There will also be people that want to bet on a horse and do it solitary using their phone every Saturday, right? And that's their thing, right? And that's still maybe 30% of the market in the UK, right? So it's not an insignificant market. So I think the casual will exist in parallel to the slightly different betting behaviors that we see as well. Absolutely.
Great point, Ian. I'd like to hand that over to yourself, John. Do we think that this is actually going to open up new markets for the industry? We've heard about there's going to be casual gamers there. What's the overlap of kind of well-known brands and more casual gamers? Do we think this is like a new opportunity for the market?
Yeah, I think it all depends again on who is actually going to make kind of that step forward. But one thing which is great about this industry is, even on this panel, right, you're hearing kind of the same tone. There are opportunities, but you're hearing different points of view. And I think that's where the gambling industry is, so great, because it literally will push the boundaries every time that it can. And it will eventually find a way of improving what there is. So yes, I think there has to be some spillover between the social side, between what is hardcore gaming, which will always exist. As Ian mentioned, whoever likes betting on a single horse won't necessarily like playing bingo, right? It's different people. But at the end of the day, there's billions of people in this world, and you were catering to one set. Gambling is moving towards catering to different types. This is the same like with, simple form of PC gaming. Sure. Right? If you're playing a sports game, it doesn't mean that you like playing a puzzle game or something. But this industry will end up catering for the masses the more time passes.
Fantastic. Well, it does sound, as we reach less than a minute on the clock, it sounds like we're in a very pivotal time. The message, as always, is disrupt or be disrupted. Where do you stand on the continuum? I would recommend that you speak to these gentlemen and reach out. Are you all here for the rest of the day? Fantastic. Find them over networking drinks on the roof after the event. Find them on LinkedIn, and let's keep the disruption going in the right way. Ladies and gents, please join me in thanking Ian Turnbull, John Gordon, Tomasz Devenishik, and John Malia. Thank you so much. Outstanding. Okay, I'll be back here in a few minutes to introduce our next fabulous session. Thank you. Okay, folks, we are back and we have a fantastic session now. So I'm sure one of many people's favorite suppliers is going to join us on the stage. You are about to learn the secret of Play and Go. Their relentless rise to the top of game suppliers has left quite a few people wondering, what's the secret? So, in this rare opportunity and a unique panel format, Play and Go are going to draw back the curtains and let all of you here in person in Valletta, all of you on the live stream, all of you on demand, find out how the Swedish giants really work behind the scenes. So I'm going to welcome on our quartet of power players from Play and Go. Ladies and gents, please give a huge round of applause for the head of sales Western Europe at Play and Go, Stuart Trigwell, for the games ambassador at Play and Go, George Oleksky, for the product owner of Play and Go, Neville Agius, and the regional director, Southern Europe and LATAM at Play and Go, Emily Zamponi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, everybody.
This is Hammerfall from Play and Go Live on their channel.
Just wait for the video to stop.
Reactors, friend or menace?
It's almost midday. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to see so many of you in attendance with us. I'm Stuart from the Play and Go commercial team. Big kudos to our marketing department on this wonderfully catchy agenda title they've put together. It clearly worked with so many people coming to watch this today and online. We're going to do something slightly different now. Instead of give a keynote speech, we thought we'd give you, the audience, a behind-the-scenes insight into Play and Go, why we do things the way we do, and touch upon some of the challenges as a global supplier we all face and have to embrace in order to grow in our ever more regulated and evolving industry. Now, we know there's a few assumptions about Play and Go, as there are about many other suppliers and operators, of which I can actually see a few of you in the room right now. And just to lighten the mood, I thought I'd share a few of these with you now. Now, of course, most assumptions are positive and some slightly more topical. So I've pulled a few off social media and other feedback over the last few weeks. With that many games Play and Go, you must skin every single one of them. Always one of the first suppliers to restrict traffic in certain markets. And my personal favourite, and I'm not sure if anyone can guess this one, you've only got one game. Interesting insight into an organisation that today alone delivers over 250 slot titles to thousands of websites globally, including in over 20 regulated jurisdictions. Now, of course, to deliver this level of service on a global level and on a consistent basis, there needs to be a clear long-term strategic objective across all areas of the organisation. And to talk to you about these today, we have Neville, cornerstone of Play and Go's platform development. We have Emily, spearheading Play and Go's growth in Italy, Spain, and the LATAM markets. And we have George, head of player retention and key to all the decision-making that goes into the Play and Go roadmap. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hi, guys.
So, Neville, this really does feel like a behind-the-scenes look at Play and Go. Often the platform and operations sometimes get overlooked. And from your experience, what is it about this area of the business that has really laid the foundation for Play and Go and its operators?
Yeah, good afternoon, Stuart, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, as you said, platform at times is overlooked, but we all agree you need a solid platform to be the best gaming entertainment provider out there. I think within Play and Go, one very important strategic decision that we took at a very early stage was to adopt a cloud-first approach to whatever we do within platform. This gives us a lot of advantages, like being more productive, able to scale our environments easier, and also a higher degree of automation, even at infrastructure level. So all in all, a more efficient platform with a highly improved cost effectiveness. This, I think, definitely is a winning strategy, which underpins our long-term success in this rapidly changing industry.
And Neville, when we talk about these technical developments and the involvement of the platform, this has clearly come with some challenges. And is there anything in particular that Play and Go have had to overcome and face in order to be able to deliver a premium service to our operators on a global level?
Yeah, definitely. We had a lot of initiatives, but if I had to go some years back, I'd mention when we took the decision to rebuild our remote game server.
And sorry, for the benefit of the audience, that's essentially, in layman's terms, a platform upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the core of the platform, where we decided to rebuild it with scalability and performance in mind from the ground up. This, amongst other things, allows us to do updates without the need of downtime, thus no disruption to the end player. We had challenges, definitely. If I had to mention a few, the recertification aspect, and also the rollout aspect of this initiative.
But long term, this has clearly had a benefit for operators when wanting to enter more regulated markets.
Sure, the benefits were great, because when we say that we rebuilt our core of the platform with scalability and performance in mind, this means that our platform is able to handle high volumes of players and gameplay across all markets at the same time, without limitations. So definitely this allows our clients, that is the operators, to gain a good market share in the markets they are operating in.
And Neville, player fun and entertainment is at the centre of everything Play and Go do, but this has got to be done in a safe and responsible manner. And from a platform perspective, how has the platform evolved to ensure that player safety is at the core of everything that we do?
Yeah, correct. Thankfully, we work on a daily basis very close with our tech compliance teams. And thanks to this, our platform out of the box provides controls and functionality that can be configured on the fly without even the need for operators to do any changes from their side. And this puts their mind at rest that players playing our games are doing so in a safe manner. If I had to mention some controls we have player protection mechanisms, revenue reporting, reality checks, and max stake limits, and a lot more.
And Emily, a relatively new face at Play and Go, and in your previous time in the gaming industry, you've been a competitor of Play and Go, and you've also been a customer. And is there anything in either of them positions that particularly struck you about the way the organisation operated in either one of them?
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me Play and Go. I literally started a month ago today, so yeah, very new. I have been mostly on the B2B side of the business for the past 10 years. I've also been, as you said, a customer and a player, of course. And it goes without saying that I've always loved the games of Play and Go. And I remember when going to see my clients back in the commercial teams when I was working on the competitor side, I always tried to know what we needed to do to reach the position they had on the website, to be on top rows. But what I think I appreciate the most is the way they do business and the way they treat people internally and externally. And to be honest, it's also something that I've noticed now I'm working with them, and I really appreciate that. And in the recent years, I've been looking a lot at the way they do business in the regulated market, and they're taking the same approach, when entering there and backing up their operators. I appreciate that a lot, actually.
And now you've been at Play and Go, well, admittedly only a month. Right? Is there anything in that time that has that took you and thought, yeah, this is something that you want to discuss more?
So yeah, basically, like what strikes me the most is what I just said as well, in the sense, like the integrity they have when they do business, right? They have to make difficult decisions sometimes, but they stick to their guts, and they're like, they kind of no matter what, make these decisions for the long-term success of the business, and to, again, back up the customers that are going for the long run. And even if it means leaving money on the table in certain markets, or not taking, like, not allowing Curaçao traffic in Germany, for example, or even not making bonus buy games. It's not decisions that are easy to make, but they are taking them. So I admire that.
And George, talking about games, and yeah, we've been here almost half of the time already. We've not even touched upon the games themselves. The slots industry has evolved massively since Play and Go brought their first game out in 2012, the player behavior, the availability of content. And how has Play and Go been able to ensure that customers keep coming back to the Play and Go titles when there are literally hundreds of games available on pretty much a weekly basis?
It's a great question, Stuart. I think the answer to that is actually in the question itself, is the sheer volume of game suppliers is the biggest challenge that we're facing, and many other game suppliers are facing. How we've managed to address that challenge is by upscaling not only the volume of our games, but the quality of them too. So if you look at the industry 10 years ago, you would see a handful of game suppliers probably doing one game a month. And as you say, there are now hundreds of game suppliers, many doing one game a week, so it's fiercely competitive. And some of the other challenges that we're facing are keeping up with all the newly regulated markets and the challenges that they bring too.
Yeah, and obviously we've touched upon regulation and we'll continue to touch upon it. And obviously moving into more regulated markets is where Play and Go are going. But that does bring its own challenges on a kind of game delivery and production level as well.
Absolutely, it does. So a couple of the big challenges. Firstly, I think from a logistical standpoint, we have many partners who operate a multi-market, multi-brand strategy, and we work really hard to ensure that we're all able to give that game to all of those different markets and brands on the same day or as close to as possible. So that's a challenge in itself. And then I think one of the other challenges that we face are when we do go into new markets, for example, we don't have the same experience and the same data to rely on that we do with markets that we already exist in.
And yeah, just to kind of elaborate on that point, there's certain markets where you do have suppliers that are fantastic and specialised in that one market or maybe two markets. And I think when you define global success, I think you have to kind of look at it in many different ways. And one of them is consistency in every market that you enter and you operate. And George, how do Play and Go compete in certain markets where perhaps you do have localised suppliers that are just building content for that specific market?
Localised content is very important, and it's something that we do and we will continue to do. But I think it's also very important how we use that localised content. So for me, I believe that we should be using localised content as a way to introduce Play and Go into new markets. But I believe the end goal should always be to get people playing the classic Play and Go titles that they've known and loved for many years now.
And I made an assumption at the beginning about perhaps an over-reliance on one or a few titles. But if you look at the breakdown in performance over the last few years, the split is much widely divided now over a much larger element of the portfolio of games.
It's very true. So if you look at even the last few years, there's a far less reliance on the top 5 or top 10 games, and that revenue is much more thinly spread across the top 20, top 50 games. And that's a testament to the quality of the games that we've been producing over the last few years. And it just simply wouldn't be possible if it was the same game over and over again. So unfortunately, the joke isn't true in that case.
And one thing Emily mentioned earlier was perhaps Play and Go do avoid short-term gains on the basis of looking at the kind of long-term regulated market strategy. And I think we can also bring that down onto a product level as well. And again, touching on the bonus buy games, it's not something that Play and Go have ever really considered.
It's not, and it's something that we get asked all the time. It's probably one of the most frequent questions that comes up. There's a few really good reasons why we don't. So I think the first reason is we just simply don't believe that they have a future, a long-term future in regulated markets, and we don't see the value in building features and mechanics that aren't going to be around for the long term, or at least in our opinion. And I think secondly, from a product point of view, we put a lot of effort into the base game features, into the story of the game, and as you mentioned earlier, it's all about fun and entertainment for us, and we believe that these type of mechanics, players will burn out very quickly, and it kind of the opposite of what we're aiming to achieve with our games.
And coming back onto the title of this session, the secret of Play & Go, and changing tack slightly now, I don't think it would be unfair to say the way Play & Go now use data to drive all areas of the business, from game data through to automating key processes, is essentially setting us and our operators up for this long-term success. And Neville, can you touch upon this more from an operational perspective?
Yes, sure. I am happy you touched this topic of data. In fact, during this last year or so, we also embarked on another initiative, an interesting one, to elevate our data platform to make it more domain-driven and decentralized. Today, departments can start reaping the benefits of this initiative. I'd say we are still at an early stage, but we have interesting times ahead of us.
And just to, again, elaborate on this, what's being developed now will essentially benefit other areas of the organisation, including the commercial team. So can you kind of expand on how it's going to benefit Emily when she goes into her discussions with operators?
Sure. I mean, although we, as a provider, we don't have the luxury like operators to have a 360-degree view of the players. However, unlocking data, like data on game stickiness, games popularity and performance, promotional tools and the level of engagement of players with those, all this, when you unlock it and make it available, teams like the commercial department, when combine this casino data domain with other domains they might have, will definitely assist them, so they in turn assist our clients to really focus on what matters. And
this obviously is great news for you, Emily.
Definitely. It's a very good topic, actually, data. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, numbers speak for themselves. And to be honest, what I appreciate as well is the fact that it's not just internal research when it comes to data. It's not just about game analysis or like promotional tools. It's the strong BI team of Play & Go is working a lot on external analysis too, like market research when it comes to regulations, when it comes to what games works where, and give these like reports to the account managers, the sales managers, for them to be able to have proper talks with the operators, you know, so we know where we're going. And it's very much about the offer and the demand, right? We're studying like at a much higher scale the business, and this is very good for the long-term success as well.
And George, on a game perspective, long gone are the days where we're just kind of assessing the performance of a game on number of game rounds, for example.
The data side of things has changed a lot since when I first entered the industry. I think we used to take a very black and white approach to data. We'd look at very few metrics. We'd look at player numbers, total rounds, turnover, GGR. But now we have so much more of a granular view on it, and we will look at the average session times. We'll look at what point in the game we're seeing players start to drop off. And then what we're doing with that is we're using that information and that data to build future great games.
And I'm going to put you all on the spot right now. What's next at Play & Go? What's next for our operators in the future months ahead?
Yeah, if I had to say from a platform perspective, 3 main things. I think we need to continue on our long-term vision of a planet-scale platform, more promotional tools for better player experience, and definitely a more customized experience to our clients by being more data-informed.
So I would say continue listening to the market, using the data. We actually have also a game info API that we created and that some customers are starting to using. And I think it's a great tool, so like please reach out if you want to hear about it. And I'd say continue hiring great people and definitely like looking at adapting to the market fast changes.
And George, finally.
I think you will see Play & Go continue to make great games that support our partners' growth in regulated markets.
Well, thank you, and some fantastic insight there. And I think what I've taken from this and what I expect you've taken from this is all the decisions Play & Go are making today are to set our operators up for long-term success in an ever more regulated marketplace. And I'd just like to leave you with this one question. Is this the exact peace of mind you want from your global suppliers? Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, welcome back. Welcome to everybody who's joined us here in person, everybody on the live stream. Great to see you all. How wonderful. Okay, I just wanted to give you a little reminder before we welcome our next rockstar trio to the stage that we are having the Big Six. Now, this was such, the Hot Six. This was such a huge hit at iGaming Next New York. We're going to bring it back to iGaming Next Valletta. It's going to be happening this afternoon at 4:15. Speaking of iGaming iGaming Next New York. You can get your tickets today. Just speak to the lovely people from iGaming Next in the expo hall or grab any member of staff while you're here. It's going to be sensational. 4:15 Hot 6 right here. Okay, we're now going to move on to a power trio who are going to explore diversity and inclusion and ask, is it time to think outside the tick box? And it is a great pleasure to welcome to the stage a wonderful lady. She is Maria Lumpardi, who is the head of talent development at the mighty Betson. She's actually been promoted. Ladies and gents, give a huge round of applause to Maria Lumpardi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Maria. I'm the head of talent development at Betson Group, and I'm also a doctoral researcher at the University of Glasgow. And today I will moderate this panel, Diversity and Inclusion, It's Time to Think Outside the Tick Box. So today I'm joined by Kelly, the co-founder of the All-In Diversity Project. So please welcome her onto the stage.
Thanks, Maria.
And the next panelist is Ricky. She is the lead HR consultant and the chair of the Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Board at Better Collective. So please welcome her onto the stage.
Thank you.
So before we start, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yes, I can start. Yes, so my name is Vicky, and I am lead HR consultant at Better Collective and also the chair of the DEI board. I was also one of the founders of the board, so started the whole work with the DEI, so I'm very happy to be here today and talk about this topic.
Kelly?
My name is Kelly Keane. I'm the co-founder of All-In Diversity Project. I don't have the accolades that both of you have, but you know, I've been in this industry a long time, so I'm happy to talk about its people and where it's going.
Perfect. So over the past couple of weeks, we had the opportunity to meet virtually and discuss the topic of diversity and inclusion in more depth. So we decided that we would like to approach the topic from a slightly different perspective today, in the sense that we will not talk about the benefits of diversity and inclusion, because we agreed that in this day and age, and given all the studies that have been conducted by major organizations out there, such as the World Economic Forum, McKinsey, the United Nations, the benefits and the necessity of diversity and inclusion is undeniable for any organization. So today we would like to talk about the how of diversity and inclusion. How can we ensure that diversity and inclusion does not become a box-ticking exercise exclusively focused on ticking diversity boxes in hiring, internal promotions, and so on. So with that being said, let's dive right into it. And my first question is, when we talk about diversity and inclusion, we often hear the term equality of opportunity. And what I see is that equality of opportunity is often being misused to justify inequality of outcome. So my question is, what does equality of opportunity mean to you? And what do you think might be getting in the way of achieving it? Ricky?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and you see in many, for example, job posts, every employer now use the we are an equal opportunity employer. So it's very well known and used out there. To me, in essence, equal opportunity is giving a fair chance to everyone. That is what it means. However, unfortunately, it's not necessarily linked to justice, because I think in many situations, giving everyone an equal chance is not always identifying the diversities and the differences that we also need to approach and accommodate when we want to give a fair chance to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Kelly, what are your views?
Before I answer, I'll say that there's no right answer. I don't think there's a right answer. And we need to continue to share what's happening internally, what's happening across our industry if we want to know what those best practices are. Equal opportunity, I mean, I've seen a lot of companies put their equal opportunity statement on, they say we welcome all, and then the next batch of CVs comes in and those people aren't a fit. And that's just, it's not equal opportunity, right? Because we're talking a lot about they wouldn't fit our organization for one reason or another. And if you find yourself looking through CVs and you shortlist people and then they come in and you say they're not a fit, I would suggest that's a you problem, not a them problem, because you should be looking for what's adding. You've already thought about what you want in terms of skills. And if they don't look right or act right or whatever that is and they have the skills, then you'd probably need to take a few more steps back, right? And that's where we go wrong with equality of opportunity. Because we say we have it, but we don't.
Yeah, I exactly agree, and I think also you mentioned also what is the challenges and what is preventing equal opportunity, and I think it's exactly what you say, that we have our own idea of what we're looking for already, so just stating it, it's not fixing the problem. So I can name drop a lot of different areas that we also are great topics within the D&I field, so unconscious biases and leadership. I think leadership plays a huge role here. So if we want to accommodate and actually give people equal opportunity, that process of exactly is selecting, we need to look into. And I think talking about unconscious bias, it's a huge topic. It's not something that we can just be aware of and fix the problem. We just need to be more people involved and challenge all these assumptions of what we're looking for. And that will create better equal opportunity for the talent pool.
It's strange because if we look at children in schools, and those that come from privileged backgrounds or underprivileged backgrounds, oftentimes the underprivileged don't do as well in school. That's statistically proven. And we throw money and we throw resources so that they get that equal opportunity, right? And then somehow, as adults, that goes away. We don't recognize those unequal situations and work towards making sure that that equality of outcome happens.
So with the aim to achieve equality of opportunity, many companies are now discussing the possibility of introducing quotas. And for those of you who are not familiar with the term quota, it means that certain positions, a certain percentage of or number of positions is allocated for certain minority groups. So when we talk about equality of opportunity, many companies are actually thinking of introducing quotas. And usually the discussions are centered around gender quotas. So my question is, do you believe that the introduction of gender quotas could address the issue of women's underrepresentation within certain sectors of the iGaming industry, and particularly in leadership positions? Kelly?
I'll let you start.
I do. I think we don't. When we talk about quotas, there's also a term that goes with that, and that's positive discrimination, which sounds like a dirty word that we would never want to discriminate, but every decision we make in our life is a discrimination, right? We can't know all the data, all the facts. We make choices based on those discriminations that we have, right? And oftentimes, those stereotypes feed a lot of our choices and things like that, right? So if your company has made a intentional decision that you need more females within the business, for whatever reason that is. Maybe your customer base is 50-50 female, or maybe no one's really challenging one another and you need new outside perspectives. If you've been intentional about that, then go and get it. You do it with everything else. Every strategic decision, you put targets and you go and get it. Now, where it goes wrong is that they don't think about that, right? You're not thinking about why you might need more females or more people from any underrepresented group, right? And what that means for your business. Again, back to my point about culture add versus culture fit, right? Like if you're not thinking about it, then yeah, it becomes a huge problem.
And from our previous discussions, Ricky, I get my understanding is that you're skeptical about the effectiveness of gender quotas. Why is that? What could be the challenges or the risks?
Yeah, so I completely support this purpose. We're working towards the same goal. What I tend to focus more is the risk of using the quotas. Yeah, I'm in the seat where I'm also working with recruitments, and I'm very close with the organization. And
what I'm hearing is that people want to also be acknowledged for, of course, what they do. And I think one of the main arguments, you must have heard this 1,000 times, is that people don't want to be put in a seat only because there was a seat reserved for them. They want to be hired and promoted based on their skills. And what I'm focusing on a lot, and I think also is one of the most important parts about D&I, is to make it, make the workplace, the industry, the societies, a nice place to be for everyone. So I want to create an organization where minority groups want to come, so make it attractive for them. And quotas, unfortunately, I don't think is the tool to get to that goal. I think the focus must be elsewhere. And I completely support having targets and saying we want to move towards this. But quotas, to me, is sending also some signals that could also scare away the minority groups, unfortunately. That's my opinion.
I think all of us don't like the idea, or it doesn't sit well with us in some way, shape, or form, but they work. They work. And if we're talking about the how, and we still haven't decided on the how, it's an option, right? It is, if you want to get there in a framed amount of time, it works, right? And we don't like it because we might not benefit from it, right? Or we might already be in a position where, oh, they might bring in someone who's not the right skills that I need or something like that because they have to meet their target. But they work, and you know, there's loads of examples. Probably the most famous one, Dr. Brenda Murphy talks about it all the time, is South Africa. And when Nelson Mandela came into power, they got those same arguments. They don't have the skills, they don't want to work in our industry. That sounds super familiar, doesn't it? Like, we don't have the talent. So instead of saying, okay, let's go, let's make it friendly for people from other countries to come in, he said, let's give them the skills and the talent. None of you went to school for iGaming, I promise. We all come in as a blank slate, right? And we had the privilege of being sponsored and mentored and you know, into our job and in a place where we love what we do. And that's not unique. You know, we can bring in any people and build the skills, and that actually makes us stronger as an industry overall.
Very interesting. Now, for instance, at Betson, as you know, we are very much focused on the topic of diversity and inclusion. We have been hosting conferences. We had 3 conferences over the past couple of months. And we do have some targets. We are very diverse. We have over 65 nationalities. We have over 40% of women. We still have targets. And if you want to have a look at that, it's part of our sustainability report, which is public. But today we said we are going to approach the topic from a slightly different perspective. So I would like to talk about the challenges. Let's imagine that we do actually set quotas. We do actually set gender quotas. What could be the challenges or the risks? For instance, if we set gender quotas, should we also set quotas based on other diversity dimensions like age, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, and so on? And if we do that, what could be the potential challenges? Ricky?
Yeah, so I think the task you mentioned is very complex and very difficult because, of course, we all also run businesses, and that's also why we have our jobs. So of course, the purpose of why, or the answer to why is key here. So the big risk is, of course, to exclude some minority groups because, yeah, we can say gender, that is, I think, an obvious one and a very important one. Yesterday, I also listened to a very interesting speech about neurodiversity. There are so many minority groups that we not necessarily identify we will need, that putting these boxes up, I think, will only take our focus away. Which I see is one of the biggest risks of having them, and would be a very big challenge if you set these quotas to still think inclusive.
Okay, Kelly?
I think it starts well before we've made any decision to do quotas, right? So every company is very much individual in the culture they're building, in the markets they're going into, and the products that they offer. So you have to start with values, internal values. If inclusion is one of those values, and making sure people do feel that they have a voice, they're contributing, and you look around and everyone looks like you, then yes, like if you're going to be intentional about saying we're inclusive to people that look like us is not the case, right? So if it's counter to your values are saying one thing, and internally your culture is different, you have a lot more work to do before you decide a quota is the right place to be. Now there's loads of companies that have said, we're in leads, for example. Sky, I run an annual report and sort of measure demographics of our industry, and Sky Bet scored the highest this particular year. They're in Leeds, which is a very, very diverse city in the UK, both socioeconomically, racially, and they've got universities that are putting out as many women as there are men, right? So they're very, very diverse. They want to be in Leeds, right? They want to be a member of the community in Leeds, and that's a core value for them, right? And so they do everything they can to reflect that community. That's a conscious decision. That's intentional, right? So they will have targets based on what they know, where the community they operate in. Others think it's good to purpose wash, or it's a nice bit of PR that we support diversity and inclusion, and look at us, we're going to be 50-50 by 2025, without sort of digging into those core values and sort of what you want to, what kind of organization you want to be. So like I said, I think it starts well before hearing that, oh, McKinsey says it's good or whatever, and deciding that you should do it too.
So what I understand from this discussion is that we have different approaches. Some people are in favor of gender quotas or any other form of quota, and some people are against. Our goal is the same. We want to have equal and fair opportunities for all. The question is, how do we get there? And when it comes to actually using it as a PR, thank you for mentioning this, Kelly, because it leads me to my next question, which is, what I see nowadays is that there is a lot of focus on diversity and inclusion, and I'm personally very happy about that. As I said before, we are organizing all these conferences, and we get other industry leaders to join us, because this is an industry discussion we need to have, not a company one. So one of my concerns is that we often, if we focus exclusively on showcasing our diverse employees on social media, we are risking using these individuals as tokens and reproducing the very stereotypes that we are meant to illuminate. So what do you think is the role of social media in this? Kelly?
Social media is huge. Media in general sort of paints the face for who we are as an industry. It's a much better face in Malta than it is in the UK. The UK media is not so friendly to our industry. But yeah, it is oftentimes, my co-founder Tina has a great slide about this sort of white family with an Asian kid photoshopped into it, right? And it just looks, I mean, we're trying to attract the next generation of Gen Z, or younger millennials, and they see right through that. Like, it's very transparent the minute they walk in to an interview, right? It is very transparent that those people that they saw in your ad do not exist, or they might, but they're not coming to the interview because they're only for the PR.
Ricky?
Yeah, I completely agree there. I think from a media perspective, I think, again, with so much, you have to be authentic. And I think that's if you go via that route, I think you would not do so much harm. If you want to showcase a person from a minority group, do it because this person has done something. It's not because the person is from the minority group. I think it's okay to choose a person from a minority group and make an example in the media and use this, but as long as the purpose is because the person has done something. And of course, we are all performing in jobs, so I'm sure that that's possible as well. I also believe that the media have a huge role. We know that role models also work as a very nice tool. Also one of the reasons why quotas can be good, because obviously, yeah, you need females there, and then more organically it reproduces itself. So the media is a huge important factor that plays as well in making sure that we also attract more diverse talents as well.
We had another panelist, Jake from iGaming Next, who was going to join us, but unfortunately he couldn't. But media is a really important piece of this. Not just trade media, but all the media. I mean, and I will say, in the 6 years we've been talking about D&I from All-In's perspective, they are the one sector that has made an intentional, conscious decision to be better, to get different perspectives, to have more people on the main stage. This is the first main stage I've ever been on talking about D&I, so that's amazing. But judging awards and making sure that the visible presence is there, right? And I haven't seen it to the extent media has actually put that effort in, which, you know, I think is super important. We're seeing it in sports. There's all representations now in sports commentators, you know, especially in American sports betting, right? When you look on TV, there's always a woman, there's always a person of color. It's not just a ex-coach that's white, right, on screen anymore. So it's happening. That's what people want to see, because those are who the customers are. They want more. We all want more customers, you know. So make sure that your representation is authentic and that they are relatable to who you want to have as customers or who you want to build the trust with.
Yeah, and then I also believe that yeah, you can do so much wrong, but you can do even more wrong by not doing anything. So I think it's fair to go about and say, yeah, okay, maybe our I keep coming back to the gender. It's not focusing on this because it's an easy example to take up. If you have a lower representation of female, I think it's okay to represent that also, but still they are there, and that does something, and you can even also include some kind of, yeah, we want to be more. Could it be you or something like this? Just be, again, authentic, honest about what we are communicating. I think that that would also do something. And just choosing the stock images would, I think that's a no-go for especially...
Please don't. No more stock images. Take them down. No more hands with different colors on the table either.
I think we could go on forever on this topic, but I would also like to give the opportunity to our audience to ask any questions they might have on the topic. We only have a couple of minutes, but there will be a QR code, I believe. You can scan it, and you can submit your questions on the topic. Yep, it's on the screen.
While people are frantically typing their questions, because it's so interesting, I also wanted to say that it is really important to involve your PR and marketing teams. Don't leave D&I to HR. It's for everyone. And if you are going to be authentic, it's much like, you know, we're experiencing with responsible gambling. It's everyone's job. You know, and we see a lot in the data that we're collecting that it's switching from, okay, we have a policy of equal opportunity to we're teaching people how to challenge behavior, how to know that this is a safe space, how to ask curious questions, how to elevate their employees and build their profile. So I think that's a really positive step. But it's everyone's job. You know, invite your C team, invite your marketing, invite your customer service, because they are on the ground and they understand what your customers want and need and who they will trust.
And would it be fair to say that our conclusion, regardless of the ways that we think are best to get there, is that we are not focused on the numbers. We are focused on the representation, making sure that everyone is given the same equal and fair opportunities, that they feel that they are treated fairly and that they belong to something. It's not about the numbers.
Yeah, it's hard enough to get people in this industry anyways. Like, keep them, like, make it a nice environment. That they want to stay and contribute. Or, you know, like I said, no one studies this. We're not bringing in, you know, academic experts who know, you know, how to build better products, right? We're all learning ourselves. If you don't have a voice, then you're going to miss out on a lot of great ideas.
Yeah, and I think also focusing on the numbers, I think this is such a long-term project, and it's actually never stopping. So if you're focusing on the numbers, you're going to get disappointed because they're not going to...
Yeah, I think it's an endless project. It's always going to be evolving, and that we will always be looking to and celebrating and wanting new perspectives. So it will always be there that we have to work towards.
Now, we have received a question from the audience. I'll just read it out and see. So is there a link between authentic and your commercial growth? I think this is more linked to what Kelly was discussing about D&I being actually a driver of commercial growth.
If you're not applying the same practices, if you say you value D&I and we're going to put money on it and we're going to make it a strategic topic at our board, if you're not applying the same practices that you do to product development or human resources or whatever that may be, there won't be a link in any way. It is directly correlated. And the same, if you're not thinking, being intentional, putting, targets behind it, it just becomes a social conversation. And there's, that doesn't work if the company is not making money.
Thank you. Now, we are running out of time, so we have to wrap this up. Drawing on what Ricky said, I would like to finish with this. My personal belief in this is that if we want something different, we have to do something different. Because if we keep on doing what we have been doing, we will keep on getting what we're getting. So that's the message today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you do. It's so important to the industry. Absolutely brilliant. And congratulations on the iGaming Idol Award there. Yes, wonderful. They make some very good points there. Diversity and inclusion is so important. If you look around the boardroom and everyone's called Brad or Chad and they look like you and your name is Brad Chadlerson III, you're screwed. In terms of risk mitigation, if you don't have a diversity of viewpoints, your goose is cooked. You need this to see what's coming. And if you don't have diversity on your board, things may surprise you that you just will not see unless you've got a diverse 360 range of human experience. It's that central to everything that everyone is doing. Okay, so ladies and gents, we are now going to move on to a great session, and it's all about driving player loyalty in a responsible way with open banking. It was great to chat to John Alea from Trustly earlier on that fantastic session about disruption, and we're now going to welcome a colleague of his, but we, I believe, have a video to play first. So if we could play the Trustly video, and then I'm going to invite our next speaker on stage. Okay, and while our amazing AV team are lining up the video, nicely done. Love that video. Nice catchy music as well. Ladies and gents, please welcome to the stage. We're honored to have him here. He's the VP of Product at the mighty Trustly. Please give a huge round of applause for Josef Darmark. Thank you. Welcome, Josef.
Thank you. 13 years ago, Steve Jobs was on a stage similar like this. I think you've all probably seen one of his presentations, and this was no different. He was here to present the latest innovation from Apple back then in 2008. This was the second version of the iPhone, called iPhone 3G. And I'm not sure if you saw Todd yesterday. He was on stage and from Evolution, and he was speaking about how hard it is to predict the future. Steve Jobs was never afraid of predicting the future, and he was on stage bragging about a feature called location services, and he said that this is going to explode. 6 months later that year, two guys were out in a cold Paris night, and they had a challenge. They were struggling to find a cab to take them back to their hotel. They had their iPhone in their hand, and they were questioning to themselves, why can't I just order a cab through the use of my phone? Said and done, these two guys flew back to the US, where they were based. They started building an application that later on became the Uber app. And back in 2010, they had the first person driving or booking a cab through their app. Nowadays, the valuation of Uber is over $50 billion US. And I think Travis and Garrett are both still around. And why am I telling you this story? Well, I think it's an interesting one because what they did was essentially only improve the experience of something that was already around. People have been taking cabs going from one place to another for ages. That's nothing new. But what they did is, only by improving the experience in how you book your cab, how you pay for your cab, and how you handle your receipts, they were able to build a global company now accessible across the world. And my name is Joseph Darmark. I'm VP of Product at Trustly. I started my career back in 2004 when Pontus Lindvall, I'm not sure if you saw him on stage earlier today, but the Betsson CEO, suggested I move to London to set up the Betsson office in London. I did, and I stayed with Pontus and Betsson for 5 years, out of 3, which was on this lovely sunny island, Malta. But in 2010, I moved over to instead serve the gaming industry by helping operators give their players the best experiences in the cashier. And since 2015, for 7 years now, I've been with Trustly. And if you don't know Trustly, we are kind of market leaders and experts in open banking payments. In the context of gaming, that means that we do what we can to give the players the best experiences in making deposits, as well as performing payouts back to their bank account. And this has been proven to be very successful in a number of markets across Europe. And now we are available across the globe. We have a business in the US and Canada, and we do payouts and pay-ins across all of the markets in Europe. One thing we found, though, as we establish ourselves in new markets, is always that speed matters. No matter where we go, people don't seem to enjoy standing in queues waiting for their withdrawal to be accepted or going through lengthy deposit process to make a deposit onto a gambling site. And an interesting fact is that we've been able to put the value on this in the context of gaming. So with open banking, which for those of you who don't know is the banks opening up APIs to allow third-party providers, such as Trustly, to access their services through an API. And on the back of these APIs, which has been rolled out over the last 4 years, we've been able to improve the flow for our players depositing money into different operator sites. And we took, a year ago, we did an exercise and reviewed all of the data we had for our top 10 most popular banks. And with some of these banks, we had been able to cut the deposit journey from previously being 60 seconds down to now only being 30 seconds. And what we saw is quite amazing. We could see that if we were able to cut down the processing time to 30 seconds, we increased the deposit volumes coming through those banks by 40%. That's a huge number. And if you dig further into that data, you can see that it's not because people deposit higher amounts or because the conversion of those orders are better. It's because people come back more often. And they're more frequently making deposits into the operator site using those banks. And that's how I would define loyalty. And that's how we can use open banking to drive loyalty. You can measure loyalty in different ways. I know operators use net promoter scores, essentially asking the consumer how likely it is that they would refer or tell their friend about their experiences with this site. But you can also use more kind of hard fact-based measurements where you measure the activity time, or you measure the number of interactions you have with your players, or what type of products they use with you. I would define loyalty in this way. Essentially, it's an emotion that sits between the operator and the player. And what I think, if you accept that loyalty is about an emotion you have towards someone, or a specific brand in this case, you can connect the fact that we're able to drive loyalty through an improved player or deposit experience. Another part which is interesting on open banking is that it also allows for us to improve the merchant experience when it comes to the regulatory environment. I know regulatory perspectives were up yesterday, and I listened into Pierre on his opening speech, and he was speaking about how politicians are taking decisions for media points and essentially describing it as a threat to the industry. And even Robin Reed and Tim Heath spoke about it would be better to have one single license for the whole of Europe. If I can make a prediction here, I don't think we will have a single European license model anytime soon. Local regulation is here to stay, and I think also the remaining markets which are yet to kind of come up with a functioning regime will have that happen over the coming years. What we see, though, on the back of these local regulations is that, A, they're still moving. Even markets such as UK, which have had a functioning local regime for the last 5-6 years, are still making adjustments to the regulation, and they're still interpreting the law. Unfortunately for the operators, it's being directed on the back of fines handed out to the operators. But it's a moving target still, and with, for example, Netherlands only becoming regulated last year and Germany earlier this year, we will probably see an environment where these laws and regulations will change over the coming years. Secondly, there is much more focus on social responsibility and affordability for your players. And in some markets, this also comes with very specific requirements. So in the UK, you cannot use credit cards to deposit funds, or in Germany, you might not be able to play your slot machines with a higher amount than €1. Or in Sweden, you need to wait 3 seconds until the next spin. But there are also now, in the UK, for example, explicit discussions around how operators will or should confirm if a person can afford to play with you. And then finally, there is a lot of focus on compliance and AML measures. I will now walk you through 3 solutions that we have built at Trustly, which address both the regulatory side of the gaming industry, as well as how you're able to drive loyalty on the back of these solutions. And the first one, which you perhaps have heard about, and it's a cornerstone in our product portfolio, is our Pay and Play solution. We launched this back in 2015, and it's been a huge success in Sweden. We've also seen the uptake both in Finland and Estonia, and we just now finished the development to adjust our product to the Netherlands regime, so we're ready to launch there as well. And what we have seen on the back of the Pay and Play product is that when people come to a site, no one goes there to register. You don't even go there to log in. You come there to play. And the whole idea behind our Pay and Play product is to allow consumers to get what they're after. So what we do in our Pay and Play product is that we combine the identity of the payer with a payment from the player. So that means that operators could very much simplify the registration form, as we are able to give name, address, date of birth, and already verified data when they come back to your site. You can simplify the registration process, and you can also, if there are a returning user, simply log them in when they are making a deposit. It's a huge benefit, and we've seen a huge uptake among end consumers. And we see in these markets that people pick sites to play on based on if they offer Pay and Play or not. Secondly, if you add on the fact that we can do instant payouts, we're able to instantly credit players' accounts, and you are able to instantly pay money out back to the same bank account where the money come from. That in turn means that people are more likely to make additional deposits because they know they can have instant access to their winnings afterwards. The second product which we have just finished is our affordability product. As I mentioned, this is an area of focus for many regulators, and in the UK specifically, but also lately in Sweden, there has been hefty fines handed out to operators because they don't fulfill the regulatory requirement in how to determine if a player can afford to lose money they're losing. And how do you actually determine if someone can afford to lose £50 or £500 or £500? It's a hard one. And when I speak to operators, I hear that the typical answer is that you speak to the player, you ask them to send in documents where they prove that they have a salary, or that they have sold a house, or that they have any other type of relevant income, which means they can afford to lose the money. And I've heard horror stories about operators saying that they're losing out on 90% of the consumers or players that they contact asking about these documents. People just don't want to send in these documents, perhaps because they're sensitive, but also because the process of sending these documents in is very inconvenient. So what we have built, originally now in the UK, but also looking to expand this into more markets, is a solution where we're able to connect, again, on the back of Open Banking API, to the player's bank account, fetch all the transaction history, which can be used to show the operator the income and any other type of activity relevant to determine someone's affordability. And on the back of these APIs, the end user or player can typically give us this access through a simple Face ID on their mobile phone in their bank app. So the process is much more smooth for the player's perspective. There's no sensitive documents being passed around, and you can make the assessment of someone's ability to actually lose a certain amount in seconds without any type of manual intervention. And then finally, we have our Trustly Express product. We launched it earlier this year. And this is all about, again, improving the user journey, specifically for returning customers. The standard flow, if you do a bank payment, is that you come to our checkout, you select the bank, you log into the bank, which is typically a two-factor authentication, a Face ID or a code. You select which account you pay from, and then you sign the payment. And as you remember in the beginning of the speech, I said that typically takes 60 seconds. We've been able to reduce the time down to 30 seconds. But what we're able to do with Trustly Express is that we can allow returning users to already in the cashier of the merchant present them with the bank logo and the account details, and they can select that as a payment method next to their stored card details or PayPal or what other payment methods you offer. This means that in our flow, you simply go to signing the payment. And we've had customers that now process a deposit in less than 15 seconds. We had, I think, 11 seconds as our record for a specific player. And I'm not sure that will drive a 40% increase in deposit volume, but what I'm certain of is that that will drive loyalty in the sense of the consumer coming back more often and making more deposits, as the journey to go through there is super simple. So with that, I'd like to challenge you to see if you're able to find any other payment method that allows players to make a deposit in 10 or so seconds. If you find any of those methods, you need to come out and see me by the Trustly stand just outside and let me know. And of course, if you're interested to hear more about any of the products I just mentioned, we are just outside. So with that, thank you for listening.
Wonderful. Tack så mycket, Josef. Absolutely brilliant.
Tack så mycket.
A good challenge for all of you there. Do go and speak to Josef and the team from Trustly outside. Okay, I got a few more announcements for you. Remember, we have our side tracks. They're absolutely brilliant, and they're very packed and very interesting. We've got Invest Next, we've got Marketing in Focus, and we have HR Connect. To get to any of those, up on level 1, back up and to the left. Don't forget, we've got our Hot 6 at 4:15. Massive hit from iGaming Next UK UK. We're going to revisit it here. It's going to be even hotter. And we've also got some cool sessions. I'm going to have one at 2 o'clock all about aggregators. We've got a session called Nostradamus. It's all about doomsday scenarios that could crash the industry. You don't want to miss that. And just again to remind you, it is thirsty work. Please do remember, join me and everyone from iGaming Next on the roof at 5:30. We're very grateful to our drink sponsors, Evolution, Fujitsu, and Sporting Tech. Right, it's time for lunch. Go Network, ABC, always be connecting. Go and say hi to our headline sponsor, Bombay, and say hello to all of our keynote partners. Have fun. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock for how aggregators became prevalent in today's iGaming landscape. I'll see you all then. Thank you. Cool. Hey, hey, welcome back. Great to see you all. Oh, you all look like you've had some nice lunch, a bit of caffeine, maybe a bit of blackjack with the nice people over at Bombay. You've been doing some connecting, some linking in, some making friends, some building this whole iGaming Next ecosystem. It's so important. All of you are the lifeblood of the industry. It is great to see some of the activity, some of the connections being made outside. Now, speaking of which, we are very grateful to our drink sponsors for making sure we are nicely hydrated at the end of the day, because this is thirsty work, all of this conference stuff. So I do hope you'll be joining me and all of the team from iGaming Next on the roof at 5:30. It's very easy to find. You just kind of walk up and keep going to the left, and there will be a lovely collection of bar staff there ready to cater to your every liquid beverage needs. Okay, I got a few more things to mention aside from the drinks. It's not all about the networking. We are here to learn, we're here to celebrate the industry and to look into some very well-informed crystal balls. I want to mention a few sessions. At 2:55, we've got Alex Yarlung. He's going to give you the opportunity to upskill and really crush your presentation skills. He's a brilliant teacher, and you're going to learn how to absolutely smash it the next time you're giving a presentation. At 3:15, we've got a session which is all about Nostradamus scenarios, kind of looking into some dark places, but also with a lot of fun, and Carolina Pelk is going to moderate that. That's going to be so cool. At 4:15, we have the return of the Hot Six. It's going to be even hotter. This was one of the big hits at iGaming Next in New York, and you're going to love it if you haven't seen it. If you have seen it already, you're going to love it even more. We've made it even more spicy. Okay, we are now going to move on with our program. We have a fantastic panel lined up to talk about all things aggregator. How did aggregators really become prevalent in today's industry? What does it all mean? Where is it all going? And I have a power trio of experts to welcome to the stage. I'm going to introduce them one by one so you can give them all a big, rousing post-lunch round of applause with me. Ladies and gents, please welcome our first rockstar guest, Alexandre de Great. Please welcome Alexandre Tomic, the founder and CEO of Alea. Welcome, Alexandre. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Hey, dude. Awesome. And please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Beyond Play, Carolina Pelk. Big round of applause for Carolina. Thank you. Great to see you, Carolina. And joining these two awesome people is the Chief Business Development Officer at Blue Guru Games. Big round of applause for Liam Mulvaney. Welcome, Liam. Hey, great to see you, Liam. Okay, make yourselves comfortable, folks. We're all good here. So, I'm sure a lot of people in the audience, many of the hundreds, if not thousands of people joining by the live stream or on demand, they know who you are, they know what you do, but in time-honored tradition, please share with the audience a bit about who you are and what you do, and also where you sit in the ecosystem with aggregation. How does that matter to your world? Starting with your good self, Alex.
All right, so I'm Alexandre Tomic. I'm the founder and CEO of Alea. Alea was founded 12 years ago. We started as a B2C operation. And as a B2C operation, we had to integrate a lot of software providers. So we did that work at the beginning. We just had to integrate 2 or 3 because in 2010, 2012, you wouldn't need a lot of software providers. You could go on the market with like basically NetEnt and Betsoft. And the situation has evolved during the past years. And today, you need at least 50 software providers. And we shifted our business model, and today we are a game aggregator. So basically, we are a game aggregation platform. We don't have a PAM. We don't have a player account management. We just deal with games, specifically with games. So we integrate around, I don't know, 100 software providers with 5,000–10,000 games. We do this 100 integration, and we output just one API for an operator to integrate all these software providers.
Fantastic, I love it. Yeah, it's so perfect for this panel, like all of you. And coming over to your good self, Carolina, tell the good people here a bit about what you do over at Beyond Play.
Hi everyone, I'm a founder and CEO of Beyond Play, which is a startup venture building multiplayer technology for online slots. I think I'm here also because of my previous capacity. I worked many years on the operator side, most recently for Leo Vegas Group, where I was a casino director. So I've also seen the evolution of working with the various aggregators and how the value provided by them changed. And my perspective from Beyond Play, I think, is also quite interesting to the conversation because we do work with game studios. We look into the benefits of aggregation, both as route to market, but also wider reach for the studios that we want to collaborate with.
Fantastic. Thank you, Carolina. Wonderful. And with a fine Irish name, Liam Mulvaney, tell us, the good people, a bit about what you do at Blue Guru Games.
So I'm one of the founders of Blue Guru Games, handle the business development side of things. We're on the spectrum of building content. So we are the slot providers who then work with aggregators to get our content out in front of the operators or in front of the players, so be it. So we are on that end of the spectrum where, we build onto that middle ground, which is the aggregator, and of course, all the different options which exist out there to get our games in front of players.
Fantastic. Liam, I'm going to stay with yourself for the first huge question, and this is content really king in 2022?
That's a tough one, and yes. I think we all want to think it is. I think we all want it to be. I think that it has become harder and harder for content to be king nowadays. The amount of games coming out, the amount of slots coming out has become quite hard to deal with, not just from the operator side itself, from the aggregator side as well, I think. Because aggregators, of course, take the content, but how do they differentiate content going to which operators and how they can actually use these games? So as much as I'd love content to become king again, I think right now we're at a stage where the quantity of content is outweighing the quality side of things.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I mean, as in the world of music, there's just so much stuff being released. I make a lot of music analogies, bear with me. In the world of music, there's so much music being released, it's sort of almost impossible to measure. So you need, algorithmic-based aggregators, you need DJs, selectors to actually put the music that you'll appreciate in front of you. Carolina, do you think there's a similar role in terms of aggregators bringing the best stuff to the market? How does it all fit together?
I do think that they play a very important role, and as I said, the perspective I'm bringing here is similarly to Alex. I used to work for a brand which didn't really see the value of aggregation that much, 6-7 years ago, and we had the capacity internally to integrate studios one by one, and we didn't feel the need to sort of pay for the middleman. But it was very different times back then. It was just, a handful of providers. The game performance was quite consistent, and there was not that many games coming out. These days, I think it's super important to have a mechanism as a casino, owner that you can pick and choose the content from the providers almost like on demand, So the aggregation is super important to that, because it's not to say that if one provider performs amazingly well for you last month, it's going to perform equally well next month, and you want to have that flexibility without the headache of, okay, we've committed towards this integration, our resources roadmap, now we're stuck and we have to keep pushing that. The aggregation gives you that freedom to sort of open the book and just say, I like that, and go as you please.
Nice. I mean, that leads very nicely onto your good self, Alex. Now, talk to us a bit about the role of quality, because it's not just about opening the hose and just firing games and solutions. It's about the aggregation, the selection. How do you kind of apply a lens of quality over what you do at Alea, and how is this a competitive advantage?
To be honest, we can look at aggregators as boring companies. We do the boring stuff. We had this discussion with Carolina back in time. We wanted to build a product that was very similar in its spirit as what Carolina is doing with Beyond Play. Gamification, more social, battles, player playing against each other, player playing together, and we were having this discussion together, and actually I wanted to invest in Beyond Play, and I didn't because I thought it would be a conflict of interest. And finally we didn't do it. And why? Because we're doing the boring stuff, and the boring stuff is basically all the APIs. You have these 100 APIs that you have to integrate properly. You have to have purity of data. You need to have a robust API. You need to be sure that everything's done properly, because otherwise it can be exploited, and it is. Some new sorts of providers, they come, they do beautiful games, but they're not very savvy about APIs. They don't familiar with API governance, so what are the good practice of APIs, and it can be exploited by players. And then it's exploited on one game, they take the money, push it on other sort of providers, etc., etc. So the base of our work is the boring aspect of being very sure that when we integrate a software provider, it is done properly. It doesn't mean that we integrate properly their API. It means that if we have to tell them that their API is not properly coded, we need to tell them, and we need actually to tell them to use our API and establish our API as a model, as an open API. So that's the first thing, because without that, there's no recommendation engine, there's no BI, there's no data, there's no quality choice, there's no story. if we don't do that boring part as a foundation. That's the most important thing. And then after that, there's one aspect that's very important to an aggregator. We have data. So we see who plays what on which market. And it's not just per market. It's not just to say, okay, this software provider works in this market. It's also what type of segment of your database is playing what type of games. There's not one type of game that are appealing to every player. The players are very different. They have different risk appetites. Some players are very volatile, some are not volatile. Some they want a win that be at least 1,000 times the bet, and other they can't stand to have 4 spins without a win. So you need to be able to analyze that data and be able to recommend type of slots to type of players. And I believe that today, because of the spread of data we have, the quantity of data we have, we are in a very good position to be games specialists.
Yeah. Fantastic. You know, as I say, it's a truism, but because it's very true, data is the new oil. If you're aggregating all of that content, getting amazing visibility of what's happening on the other side, that's a huge amount of value on top of the individual supplies. And I like what you were saying there about it's not just the quality of the games, it's the quality of the tech, the quality of the integration, the single API that really kind of cuts through. And coming over to yourself, Liam, talk to us a bit about the role of aggregators in regulated markets, because it's not only the tech, it's also the compliance that's the bedrock of a great experience.
So that's one thing which, from a slot provider, right, we rely heavily on aggregators from. As slot providers, of course, we certify games in the regulated markets, but we avoid needing to spend too much time looking at how the game needs to perform within those markets.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you look at if it's seconds rules, a game needs to perform or function in a particular way, we can build in one way, and it's the aggregator which then handles the changes on their end. So for us, we are able to then work purely on game development. We can actually focus purely on the game development side of things without needing to worry with the tech. So as Alex is saying, that part, although it's the boring part, it's what allows us and other studios to get into these markets much quicker, right? So we are able to, without doing much on our end, able to rely heavily on aggregators and RGSs that we work with to be able to access markets. And that in turn is also a bit kind of bringing back what we said before about, quantity side, is one of the reasons why, quantity has increased. It is easier to hit these markets, where before there was a price cost or a price barrier for slots to get into these markets. That has reduced significantly because of aggregators and operators. So before an RGS would need, or a game supplier needed to integrate everywhere, took time, there was a cost involved in all of that. And nowadays, I can build once and have that game in front of multiple operators, millions of players ideally, or hopefully. And that, of course, has caused the repercussion of the ripple effect, rather than the repercussion of having much more quantity into the market from slot providers and, of course, aggregators.
Win-win-win. It sounds like that's great. I mean, you really kind of touched upon one of the great unlocks possibly around the aggregator market, which I'll come to yourself now, Carolina. Liam was talking about the kind of additional advantages that he's experiencing in terms of time to market, in terms of reaching millions of players. Do you think that people look at this enough? I mean, it sounds like quite a big part of the whole aggregator kind of ecosystem.
Absolutely. I think aggregators are critical to the innovation side of the industry, right? Because that, as you said, there's such big barriers of entry. Unfortunately, as Beyond Play, I'm not really able to benefit from those that value that much, because we're not a game provider. You have a partner in an aggregator. And I think that brings a lot of innovation and a lot of fresh ideas to the market, which wouldn't be there otherwise. For us, particularly, we see the aggregation benefit from a little bit different side, because not so much on a market access, because unfortunately, the way the product is designed, it's a completely different vertical. It's a multiplayer API, which the aggregators don't necessarily extend easily towards operators. Now, we collaborate with game studios to enable our technology on particular game studios, and that's what aggregator really become important to us, because rather than having to deal with each partner separately and do the game client integration, we're hoping at some point we're going to be able to just plug in to one of the lovely aggregators out there who we're talking to and support all the studios that they support, which would make it much easier for us to offer operators great portfolio of games enabled with multiplayer.
Nice, nice. And, you know, folks, if there are any lovely aggregators here in Valletta or watching us on the live stream, please do drop Carolina a line. You saw it there. I love it. That's brilliant. And Alexander, talk to us a bit about, you know, what would the world look like without aggregators? You know, it sounds like it wouldn't be that much fun.
No, I mean, we were living very well without aggregators back in time. I didn't like myself aggregators because they were adding latency. They were hosted on their own servers. If their servers will crash, your entire operation will crash because let's say that you have 50 game providers, they go through one aggregator crashes, 50 game providers that crash. Wow. Things have changed because you've got the cloud now. Mm-hmm. So we're completely on the cloud. We have what we call game delivery network. We can deploy virtual servers on Amazon Web AWS in any part of the world and accelerate the spins, have a lower latency. We have 20 milliseconds latency. So a lot of things changed with technology, which made aggregator yesterday almost a necessary evil to a technology that allows to
Don't worry. Listen, your English is better than mine.
To allocate your resources to the product, to development, you want your developers to work on the product. You want your developers to work on the kind of things that Carolina's developers are working. Yeah. You don't want your developers to work on APIs, integrating APIs. Okay?
Totally, totally. Yeah. I mean,
the word was real.
Fantastic.
Reallocate.
Reallocate.
We made it.
Boom. Okay, if we could just, get that trending on social, that'd be great. Do please take photographs of our amazing rockstar speakers. Share them on the iGaming Next socials. We really need you. Let's spread the word. Anyway, speaking of which, coming over to yourself, Liam. Now, talk to us a bit about aggregators and their own content. You know, a lot of it is about removing barriers, 20 milliseconds latency, freeing up development resources, reaching new markets quicker. Is there a role for aggregators to do their own content, or how does that fit in the ecosystem from your point of view?
I think we already see it nowadays. There already are aggregators in one way or another, shape or form, who have either their own studios, building their own content. So this was always kind of, we've had, talks with people who tell us we are, real aggregators because maybe they don't have their own content. So what they're doing is taking all studios, all other games, and putting them in one specific place for a multiple of operators to be able to actually get hold of this content in one end or another. And nowadays, of course, there are also aggregators who are looking at that distribution network themselves and hooking onto their own games and making their own games to actually get in front of everyone. So I think it's just a matter of, there is a number of games out there. Aggregators are performing that function which we need. I think Alex said necessary, but I don't think necessarily the word evil is kind of needed there, because I think it's a necessary thing nowadays. You can't have a game studio access the number of operators you need nowadays on your day one of release without having games onto aggregators hooked in one way or another to those aggregators to get your games out there. It has become a reality. Add regulated markets to that, where I could potentially have a game in a regulated market without actually seeing an operator. That's how easy it would be nowadays to get. I say easy. We all know the pains, if there's any game developers out there and aggregators, how hard it actually is. But you can get content out there years ahead than you used to before.
Fantastic. So aggregators are kind of making the hard stuff easy. They're doing the boring stuff, so you don't have to. It does sound fantastic. And obviously, we live in a world that's increasingly moving online. Everything's in the cloud, like you were saying. Where do we think this is going to go in the future? We've got like 2.5 minutes on the clock. Has anybody got any predictions? Is there anything you'd like to see in the market? Who'd like to jump in? Liam, oh no, Carolina.
I mean, what I'm seeing in the industry is definitely a big competition between aggregators, right? Some couple of years ago, there was talks about limited sources of differentiation between different platforms. I think that's changing. I mean, as you said, I would disagree, because I do think content is still king. That's why we're seeing so many different purchases of studios, and everybody wants to have first-party content over third-party content and second-party content. There is, I wouldn't say that just do the boring stuff, because there's a lot of stuff like Relax is building their own jackpots, there's gamification on other platforms. So they're trying to innovate in their own way to widen their distribution and widen their reach on the market. So I think what we'll see in future more of is exclusive distribution of games on particular platforms. And I think the ones that have the strongest negotiating power and the widest sort of tentacles into different operators are going to be the winners in the space.
Outstanding, wonderful. Who wants to jump in next? Alex, Liam? Alex.
No, I just say that we need to first to do the boring thing to be able to do the fun thing behind. And the fun thing is puts tools on top of it, and typically like Beyond Play integrated.
I love the plugins, by the way. Thank you, Alex.
Right? Integrate. No, but that's serious. That's how I see it. The first thing I want to do is integrate Beyond Play into Alea, because I think it will bring value. And I don't develop it myself because I'm busy doing other stuff, and you do that much better than me, And that's what aggregation is going to do to tomorrow. They're going to aggregate software as a service. It can be CRM, as far as we look at, not at player data, because we don't have player data, but we look at game data, okay? And what I've said before, BI, data, that's what aggregator have to become. They have to become the game specialist of the industry. We know games. We have data more than anyone else on very, very different market. There's no one operator that's addressing every market that an aggregator has inside, because he's working with a lot of operators, and a lot of different brands that have a lot of different player segmentation. So we have access to data more than anyone else.
Outstanding. And we've only got 3 seconds on the clock. Quick question. Are you all joining us for drinks later? So if people want to speak. Okay, that was the right answer. Brilliant. Ladies and gents, please join me in thanking Alexander Tomic, Karolina Pelk, and Liam Mulvaney. Thank you so much. Absolutely brilliant. So folks, we will be back very shortly. Come back here or just stay here until 3:15. Karolina's going to have a great session about the Nostradamus scenarios. And please do get involved on social media and share your thoughts about these awesome speakers. And we're now going to do a selfie. So please all wave. You getting a selfie? Great. That's it. We're going to all get on LinkedIn. Yay. That's it. Fantastic. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey folks, thank you so much for joining us now. And as I promised earlier, we have some amazing sessions. Our next session is all about back to a volatile future or global opportunistic outlook. It's going to be so interesting, and we have some of the most interesting speakers joining us. But first, we are going to see a quick video, and then I'm going to beckon our moderator on stage. So AV legends at the front. Wonderful. Thanks to Zimpler for that cool video. Liking the music, nice and groovy. Okay, ladies and gents, it is a real pleasure to introduce a gentleman who is very much a friend of the entire iGaming industry, a brilliant and outspoken commentator, always insightful, always brilliant. We're so happy he can join us here to moderate this next session. I'm going to introduce him first. He's going to bring on his guests afterwards, but please give them all a big round of applause. But first, please welcome to the stage, Bill Pascrell III. Thank you. Great to see you, Bill. What's up, man?
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're well. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, you'll stretch a bit. We have a very short panel. Hello, David. Good to see you. You know I like to do shout-outs. My name is Bill Pascrell III, affectionately known as BP3 in the industry. And although I'm not the smartest or brightest ship in a port, I like this panel because, like me, they bring passion to the table. So join with me in welcoming a very, very exclusive panel with massive experience and knowledge that we need to hear in the industry globally today. Daniel Gratzner, founder and CEO of Carousel Group. Let's hear it for Daniel. Christine Lewis, sponsor of this event, CEO of Bombay Group. And I have to fully disclose the next guest speaker. His company has been a client of mine for 14 years, formerly GVC, now Entain. Please welcome the Director of International Regulations for Entain, Mr. David Foster. Hello, David.
Hi, Bill.
Daniel, Christine, and David, you'll permit me to stand. I can't sit. This panel, which is going to be very efficient, we have about 30 minutes, is back to a volatile future or global opportunism outlook. Has the multi-decade experience of iGaming growth, which has been extraordinary, come to an end? Or are we going to see it able to sustain not only in established, mature markets, but in emerging markets like my home country? Daniel, permit me again to say this. I spoke at a conference 14 years ago in London. I'm not allowed to say the name of the conference because I wouldn't do that to iGaming Next. And I said something that a lot of people thought was dodgy, but that's okay, because I like to be utterly transparent and give people a gut punch. The European market, which has been established for decades, is mature, sophisticated, and oftentimes innovative, but perhaps not innovative enough, is really, I believe, the sort of the mecca, the core of the industry. However, most, not all, iGaming companies, B2B, B2C, whatever, from Europe don't have a clue about the US market. Equally, the operators in the US, which have been predominantly land-based, don't have a clue about iGaming. They understand the politics, perhaps the regulatory regime, but they have a lot to learn. And I think the day is coming, and I really want to hear these three experts, because I am not an expert in investments and in the future of the market. I'm a regulatory gaming attorney based in the US, formerly only land-based, and then brought iGaming to America, thanks in great part to PokerStars and formerly GVC, now Entain. So the first question, we know that we're in the thrust of a recession. What does that mean? I'm not quite sure, because I've been hearing this word recession in America. We see what the stock markets have done and markets across the globe. But what do we believe that onset, or perhaps we're in the middle of it, impacts in terms of valuations, investments, SPACs, and the like? David, Daniel, I'll kick it to you first.
Thanks, Bill. I was going to call you Bruce Buffer there for a while, so
thank
you.
Thanks.
I think it's important to kick off this part of the conversation by separating out these two economic worlds that we're living in. One is consumer behavior and consumer economics, and one is kind of the macroeconomics, investment behavior. You refer to SPACs. I think it's a really interesting conversation path we could probably head down, and the coming and going of the rise of SPACs. It seems pretty clear that as we look around global markets, the consumer behavior seems to be pretty standard, if not growing. You know, you were looking at registration numbers and bet placement, and I mean, look how amazing this football season was, American football season was. You know, just sets records time and time again. But then you look broader and you look at the deal flow happening in the M&A space, and then you look at the SPACs and the uncertainty and the amount of redemptions that's been in that space, and you look at the kind of restriction on capital coming into the market in general, and you go, well, there's two worlds here. They're kind of, I think they're probably destined to collide somewhere in the middle as valuations come down maybe a little bit to reality, but also the growth and acceleration of some of these new and emerging markets, like the US, you know, have such a long way to go. It is still in such early stages. You look at emerging markets still in Asia, look at Brazil, look at Finland, look at Europe, it's still got a long way to go. So there's plenty more steam in this engine, but what happens over the next 6-12 months with valuations and inflation and consumer spending? Maybe we should look into a crystal ball.
Christine, what is Bombay and your organization thinking about the future? Is there opportunity? Are we hedging against what's happening globally in the markets?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I completely agree with what you're saying there, Daniel, but I also think from a Bombay perspective, it's about having that sort of localized offering, irrespective. You know, I think it's very much about catering for US and European markets, but being very localized in terms of the product. I think that's very key for Bombay.
Yeah, thank you. David, you're a phenom with regulation. I want to tee up this question. We need your insight. We've seen and heard from Christine and Daniel, and obviously all aware of inflation, the war, cost of living crisis, perhaps, with many countries. Talking about a recession, we also have regulation, which, at least in Europe, is making operations harder and harder and more costly, I know personally. With even many of the most well-equipped companies. We have Gen Zs who are smoking less, drinking less, and perhaps gambling less. What do you think can be done by the industry collaboratively? Because we know your company's a leader globally in RG, for example, which is not putting a lot of profits on the bottom line. It's costly to do. What do you think the industry needs to do to collaborate, to get regulations more aligned?
I think the word you said there, collaboration, is crucial. I think, if you go back 10, 12 years, when the growth outlook for the industry was a little bit more straightforward, then companies could afford to go their own way and try and make a fast buck. But obviously where we are now, for the macroeconomic reasons, but also the regulatory environment that you just alluded to, it's a lot tougher out there. It's definitely, I think there are still opportunities out there, but companies are going to have to work a lot harder and be a lot better at what they do. And regulation is definitely part of that as well, particularly in Europe. And I think we've seen the industry really step up in the last couple of years and really take this far more seriously. I think previously there was a bit of lip service probably paid to it, but I think there's a real genuine commitment and clear, tangible outputs now to kind of demonstrate the industry is putting its best foot forward. So I think a more mature approach will help the reputation of the industry, because policymakers, regulators, the media, the general public, they don't perceive individual companies. They think of the industry. And I think as long as we can kind of collaborate more effectively, you know, and the bigger, more advanced companies maybe dragging up standards and taking some of the, you know, tier 2, tier 3 players along with them, then I think the whole ecosystem stands to benefit. And you know, you're only as strong as your weakest member, really. So I think it's all well and good. You know, a number of initiatives that some of the, you know, the larger companies in more mature markets have kind of come out with, and the real focus on ESG and sustainability, RG, etc. But you know, if there's other companies who are simply ignoring all that, still fly by night, chancing it, then you know, they kind of jeopardize the progress that the rest of the industry is committed to. So I think definitely collaboration is an important part of being able to kind of you know, tackle those challenges head on.
And what do you think are a couple of priorities in terms of regulations that we can be pursuing collaboratively? We know we're talking particularly in the US market about self-regulation to prevent what's happened in lots of Europe on RG. But what else is going on that you think we can be ahead of the curve on, particularly in these tough, challenging times in the markets?
Yeah, well, you know, I think a discussion that's becoming more and more prevalent in Europe is around affordability. And it's still quite a broad term. There is not a kind of a very clear consensus on what affordability looks like. We obviously have, you know, certain jurisdictions that have put in place quite draconian affordability measures. You know, Germany, for example, with a €1,000 spending limit. Belgium has a €200 a week deposit limit. And obviously in the UK as well, it's a live subject at the moment for the white paper, which is obviously still pending at the moment. Slightly unclear outlook on what the direction of travel will be there. But that is a key issue which the industry is kind of grappling with. And if we can come up with a broad consensus and something that is, you know, acknowledging that this is going to have a hit on profitability, this is going to have a negative impact on bottom lines for certain operators in Europe, but at the same time acknowledging that there is a need for, you know, that safety net protecting the most vulnerable players. And if we start by focusing on the most vulnerable players, and then we can iterate going forward to come up with a model, I think we're in a better position than if we go all in at once, you know. But this is the challenge, is that because of the perception of the industry in certain markets, we've run out of you know, politicians particularly have run out of patience with the industry, and they're going, right, that's enough, here's regulation, it's going to look like this, we don't care about evidence, we don't care about the data, you know, this is public perception, we're making a political decision, this is what it looks like. If we can wrestle back some initiative and say, actually, guys, come on, let's work together on this, let's come up with something that actually genuinely supports consumer protection without, you know, creating additional incentives to go to the black market or hobbling companies, then, you know, we'll be in a far better position. So that's the core challenge we're facing at the moment, I think.
Thank you, David. Christine, you are a person in very, very high demand. I know that many clients of mine scrap to get the opportunity to have a cup of coffee with you. I know there are many in the room that are more established companies, but there are also quite a few startups. I happen to have an emotional connection to startups. I think they tend to be more innovative than the more established brands. Tend to be. It's not axiomatic. But could you please share with us what a startup needs to do to impress you enough to consider investment?
Excellent question. I think from a startup perspective, it's very much about the pace, the fast pace operationally. We're very, very driven to deliver, and it's very goal-focused in terms of, our product deliverables. So it's a fun environment. But I also think there is that opportunity to, really scope and understand what's in the market, what's in the industry today, and obviously learn from that, and then be able to feed that into our product as well. So yeah.
Does it matter from your company's culture and perspective and priorities if the company seeking your counsel and investment comes from a black or gray market? Does that matter?
Can I come back to that one?
Yeah. You want to think it?
Let me have a think about that one. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I've asked a good question.
Good question.
First time in my life, Daniel. Daniel, what are you focused on these days? And listen, I know, and you're the absolute gentleman, consummate gentleman. You never brag about yourself, which you should, but you don't. And you also don't brag about your various companies. Talk a little bit about what Carousel's going through right now, both in established markets that you've been in for a bit and in emerging markets, so that perhaps folks in the audience can learn from your experience.
Look, we made the very conscious decision as soon as PASPA was repealed that the US is the holy grail, right? And we have pivoted the entire business. Carousel was just a little startup group with some ambition to be a multi-brand, multi-jurisdictional operator. And we looked long-term and thought, we like a good fight. We think maybe we're a little bit late, but we're also still a little bit early. And we've focused our entire business just on the North American opportunity. I want to kind of tie conversation into something you said earlier now. Let's have a chat. So you said kids these days, let's talk about, of adult age, drinking less, smoking less, gambling less. I think also, I don't necessarily agree with that. Maybe I hang around with the wrong kind of kids. I think the consumer behavior is changing massively, and I think there's a huge opportunity to either get on board or get left behind. And particularly when we look at North America, it's around entertainment, and it's about spending behavior, and it's about that I see sports betting in the future in online casino or iGaming as competing with entertainment dollars, right? And to tie this into a conversation about a global economic shift, I think we'll start to see some interesting behaviors come. Let's presume interest rates keep going up, spending starts tightening, young homeowners start getting squeezed. It reminds me there's an economics paradigm or study called, I think it's called the lipstick economy or something along these lines. And I think it refers to in the 1930s, at least someone can correct me, when there was one of the, I think, 1930s recession. People had very little money, but people still want to feel good. They still want to entertain themselves. They still want to spend something. And lipstick sales went through the roof. Very cheap. You can buy it easily, and you can feel good about yourself, right? And I think about that all the time. And I think when the economy starts to look going through a phase like it's going through, how much entertainment can we offer safely and at the right price point that is enjoyable and people can do it sustainably and safely? And I think that's where sports betting and casino can come in really, really well, if done properly and if done safely and regulated and done by the right operators. And I think that's the opportunity looking forward, is getting ahead of a potential economic shift, getting ahead of potential consumer pattern changes, and nailing that entertainment piece, right? It is all about entertainment for us. We're building a lifestyle brand in the US. For us, it's all about experiences. It's all about loyalty. It's about what else can you get out of your brand? And for us, while I'd love to have, VIPs throughout the whole sports book, I believe there's a huge untapped segment out there of recreational players that will really enjoy having cheap and fun and safe entertainment, and I think that's the opportunity.
It's interesting, actually, that we package up smoking, alcohol, gambling, from vices, particularly from a regulatory perspective. But I think gambling is slightly different for the reasons you just mentioned, Daniel. If it's increasingly part of a broader entertainment package and it's been it's interlinked with all sorts of other products, and from video gaming, from different types of payments, from different digital experiences, I think there is a different stigma associated with it. I think that that alcohol and smoking probably have, particularly for the younger generation, because they've seen the health implications that can have. But I think if it's wrapped up in a broader entertainment package, which most of the younger generation are all engaged with already in to some extent, I don't think it's going to suffer in the same way. That might be wrong, but I think my kind of expectation would kind of align with yours.
Yeah, like let's take sports for an example, right? Sports, for as long as I can remember, only went away for a very short period of time. And what happened then? Well, I was watching marbles being raced on YouTube, and I was watching Eastern European table tennis. Like, we need sports. Sports isn't going anywhere, and the sports betting environment can add that extra level of engagement and entertainment to the sport. So I think no matter what the economic outlook, as long as sports is around, sports betting will be around, and as long as people can deliver an experience that's the right price point and the right levels of safety to be able to do it responsibly through those periods, I have zero negative outlook on the future. Unfortunately, it's going to be a tough time, but I think our industry is somewhat recession-proof.
That's incredible. I was very nervous at the start of the pandemic. Really didn't fully appreciate what was going to unfold. 97% of every bet placed in America on sports legally was placed online. We know that the US model is quite different from most of the rest of the world. We did it for a political expediency when I was lobbying it. Both online gaming and online sports betting are mandatorily tethered to the land-based, except for Tennessee, because they don't have any land-based. This is open to anyone, but what do you think about that model? And the reason I asked the question that I think is relevant for as many people who have come up to me last week when we were in beautiful Spain and this week in beautiful Malta that say they want to get into the US market. The first state in the nation to pass legislation and regulations for online gaming was my home state of New Jersey. And I was working with David's company and PokerStars to get that accomplished. That law sunsets in a year. It's a 10-year law. I haven't heard anybody in the industry, and I've sent that out to them, that really cares to comment on it because they think it's axiomatic, it's going to be re-upped. The bill was dropped for another 10 years. All the complaints from both GVC at the time and Isai Scheinberg from PokerStars about the tethering, now's the time to have that discussion. I guess there's too much partnership and pressures and contracts, but it'd be a good conversation to explore because you don't see that in many, many other parts of the world. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I know, David, you're predominantly focused in outside the US, but you have to have an opinion on it, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think if there is an opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue with regulators on something that's significant, then for certain operators that's going to be an interesting proposition. But I think the point you make about partnerships and already having established ways of working does make that a little bit difficult. The US model is so different from the traditional European model that there is that added level of complexity because of those requirements to have those land-based partnerships. And they took a long time to get off the ground. There's been a huge amount of investment in them, as we know. And to kind of unravel that or unpick that is potentially a bit tricky when we're already at an early stage in the kind of life cycle. So, be careful. I think if you were going to have that discussion, I think you need to think carefully about your specific business model and your operating model, because it's not, certain companies will be more suited towards going their own way potentially than others. So yeah, an interesting one, but tread carefully would be my kind of advice, I think.
Where do I start with this one, Bill? I've been in the industry for maybe almost 20 years in various countries: Australia, Spain, South America, Asia, Europe.
Since you were 15, huh?
Yes, I'm that young. I felt like I'd seen a lot of regulation around the world. I had close relationships with the Spanish regulator, with the MGA here, UKGC, etc. And I went as a real eyes wide open into the US, thinking that all of my wonderful experience and I could help impart that upon some of the regulators. And I sat down with, some of the guys you probably know very well up in New York when they were working out the bills there. And I realized very quickly that I'm going to take a backseat to lobbying in the US. I look at Florida, I look at California, look at New York. There is a giant boulder rolling down a hill that is being pushed by both the tribes and the land-based casinos and the big, well-capitalized giants, and I'll sit in the back seat, and whatever they do, I will do my very best to make sure we can build an amazing business in the wake of that lobbying action. But there's so much money in that industry right now, it is too big to fail, and I would say it's probably also too big to change.
Yeah, that's a shame, but I understand. I totally get it. Why you would perhaps focus more on things you have control over as opposed to spending time, money, human resources, and others on trying to educate, advocate, and lobby. But your voice and similar voices are needed to become a part of the conversation. It's crazy to me that there's no online gaming association in America. That's insane. That's why we have a 51% tax rate, and New York has become the socialist gaming empire of the world. At 51%, they essentially own the book. It is just extraordinary to me. You talked a little bit earlier about the convergence between hospitality and the industry, and perhaps we can talk a little bit about media. I had the privilege to be invited by the National Restaurant Association of America and the National Hoteliers of America to Sun Valley, Idaho, which I had never been to before. Beautiful place to visit. And spoke to C-suite folks like you, Christine, about the benefits of gaming to the hospitality industry. And I was amazed at how little knowledge there was from very, very smart, successful executives who haven't even given a think about how to complement their current offerings with an overlay of gaming. And perhaps that's still to come. We're getting close to wrapping, have about 4 or 5 minutes here. I want to shoot, I think, an important question. As we've talked a lot about all the current external challenges to the industry, like the war and inflation, perhaps recession, cost of living crisis, who are going to be best served? And Christine, if you don't mind, I want to go to you first because you have this. Christine is so lovely because she has all this experience, but she doesn't speak on stage a lot. So just give it a go. You can do this. I want to know whether it's beneficial for the big boys and girls or the startups and the moderates. Are they better off taking a step back like Daniel has done in lobbying, but in terms of being more aggressive in the market now? Or should they peel back? Who's going to benefit? Which approach? In this uncontrollable world of pandemics and wars and inflation that we never thought we'd see in our lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, I think, personal opinion is to be a bit more, aggressive in terms of, but I think I'll go back to what David mentioned at the start in terms of the collaboration. I think there's a lot more collaboration we should be doing, end-to-end suppliers, operators, regulators, and also, you touched a little bit on the sort of hospitality. I think, it's starting to look at where those opportunities are and thinking outside the box and exploring and collaborating a lot further.
I think from my perspective, it depends on your risk appetite. I think there is plenty of companies out there who, this current scenario with tighter regulation, difficult macro environment, is going to present them with opportunities. And if they have a 2-3 year time horizon, they just want to, cash out, get bought or something like that, then they might be in a good position to be aggressive, to kind of grow ahead of market, get themselves in the shop window and become acquired. And if that's their objective, then that's a it's a environment for them. But I think a company like mine, which has a far more sort of longer-term sustainable outlook, I think, this kind of feeds into this more mature approach. And we're already seeing this in markets like the UK, where we're building in things like affordability models into more embedded in our operations. And yes, they're having a negative impact on revenues, and they make it a bit difficult to achieve that level of growth that we had before. But we're thinking longer term here, and we see ourselves as a consolidator in the industry as well. So maybe we're not going to grow as quickly in the short term, but with a longer term horizon, with the geographic opportunities, the different product innovations, the different sectors that are kind of converging, then there's definitely opportunities for us to be successful, and other operators as well.
Daniel?
Nervous times, but full of opportunity. Cost of capital is higher than it's been for quite some time, and it'll probably continue to get more expensive. Debt is expensive, coupons are expensive. There's nervousness in the investment world. I think now is the time for businesses to prove their worth and focus on a particular strategy and just nail it. I think many companies should be more risk adverse than they've been for a while. Valuations have dropped, and I think the investment world has started to shift away, especially in North America, shift away from longer term outlooks and future multiple valuations of future multiples of revenue to what is your current EBIT? What are you doing right now? What does your cash flow look like right now? When it comes to an emerging business like ours, like MaximBet, in an emerging market, in a really huge growth market, we're trying to build value. We're trying to build a unique position. We're trying to show that we are doing things differently. We're trying to stand out from a crowd, and I think everyone needs to do that right now. They need to really understand and focus on their cash position. They need to try and be very smart in a world that with scarcer investment, but still plenty of investment out there. Yeah, and then really focus on, am I building something that's unique and different? Am I going to be around in 5 years? I think it's really exciting times. And I think with all of these challenges comes huge opportunities.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking and giving an applause for Daniel Grassner with Carousel Group, Christine Lewis with Bombay, and David Foster with Entain. Have a good afternoon. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, legends. Absolutely brilliant. Such an insightful panel, but I was expecting nothing less. Absolutely superb. And thank you so much to Bombay, who are our headline sponsors here at iGaming NEXT Valletta 2022. A little bird told me earlier that if you visit the Bombay stand this afternoon, there may be champagne, there may be blackjack, and go and say hi to them, because they're wonderful people and very much in demand, as you just heard. Okay, just a little reminder, the word alcohol was mentioned once or twice during that presentation. There is some alcohol involved in the evening in the iGaming sector. There are networking drinks on the roof. There are soft drinks as well and water, but there's wonderful cava, red wine, beer, all of the drinks. Do come and join myself and the team from iGaming Next on the roof of this beautiful, beautiful building with a gorgeous view. You get the best sunsets there, and we hope to see you there at 5:30. So to get us to 5:30 on time, we're going to move immediately on with our next rockstar presenter. Now, this is a really interesting session. It was one of the big hits of iGaming Next 2021. It was such a great session. And it's also a session that is sort of independent from anything specifically focused on iGaming. This is for you to improve your presentation skills, to absolutely smash it the next time you are presenting. You're going to pick up some skills that are yours for life. It's going to be an incredibly impactful 15 minutes. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it now. Would you believe that 15 minutes could change your life? Well, our next speaker will do this. He could change your life, change the outcome of your next presentation, and change the future for you, for your colleagues, for your company. It is that impactful. And I'm very glad you're all here to see this. A lot of people coming in as well. That's a very good sign. So you're going to learn how the presenter mastery can and will change your life. I would like you to give a huge round of applause to our next presenter. He is an international public speaker and global communication coach at Headgain. Ladies and gents, please give it up for Alex Grabner-Jarlung. Thank you. Welcome, man. Great to see you. Yes.
This is not a game. Nope. It's not a game. It's not a game, and you're probably wondering, what is it then? Well, what is not a game is what I'm doing right now. What the panel did previously me, and what they did yesterday. It's not a game what you do at your office space. It's not a game when you have a presentation. So what is it then? It's a responsibility that you and I have to take every single time we stand in front of somebody else. Transferring a message, delivering a thought and idea. It's not a game. It's not that we go into an office space, we pull the lever, 777 jackpot. Everybody understands exactly what I'm talking about. I'm conveying my message the right way, and everybody leaves the meeting understanding totally everything what you told them. It's not a game. It's a responsibility. I have a question. No, I have 3 questions for all of you in this room. And the 3 questions are as follows. How many of you, with the show of hands, have ever felt that you're not getting through? Oh, there we go. So you're not getting through. All right. How many of you have ever felt that you are not knowing how to do this, like how to get something through? You have some, oh yeah, look at good hands there. And here's the kill switch. How many of you have ever felt that you've been nervous to the extent where you drink the amount of water? What? No hands? What? Really? What? Weird. I mean, to that extent that you drink so much water that you have to run to the restroom like 5 times just prior to your meeting, to your delivery. If you have answered yes to one of these questions, I tell you that you are in for around 15 minutes of pure enjoyment that will literally change your life forever. It will change the outcome of your next meeting, your next delivery, your next presentation. Does that sound good? I'm sorry, does that sound good? Oh, finally. What I'm here to tell you, what I'm here to give you a little aspect out of, is something that has taken over 2 decades. 2 decades, 20 years of experience to boil down. And I want to give you a glimpse, an insight of something that we have created that will benefit you, called the presenter mastery. Meaning that you can become a master in something that the majority of people fear more than death itself. That's communication. So I suggest this. I suggest that you take up your phone right now because you're going to need it. All the notes you will take will make the total difference. But I feel like we don't know each other. I feel like you don't know each other in this room. So I'm going to humbly ask you to do an exercise just to get, things going. So could everybody in the room who have the availability and the possibility to stand up? So could you please stand up? Stand up. Good. Feel good? Everybody feels good? Yes, good. Yeah, that's nice. All right, so what you're going to do right now is going to be awkward. It's probably going to feel a little bit different, and you probably haven't done it today or yesterday. But what I want you to do now is that you're going to face a person that's next to you, or behind you, or in front of you. You're going to take out your little paw, and you're going to shake that person's hand and go, "Hi, my name is, and this is what I do for a living." All right, go ahead. 15 seconds each.
You can sit down again. Thank you. So how did that make you feel? Good? Was it energizing, mesmerizing? Did that person blow your mind like, oh, this super interesting individual to talk to? Here's the thing. What you just did, we do every single day. We communicate with each other. But what really strikes me is that we think that we're very logical creatures on this planet Earth, but we're driven by so much more. This is you. What happened just right now by me observing what you did was that you think you affected the entire brain of the other human you spoke to. But unfortunately, you only, in the majority of cases, affected that logical thinking of that individual. But that's not your driving factor in life. Your driving factor in life is your instincts, and it's the emotion that you get from talking to other people. So what you have done now is that you have talked to the safeguard of your brain. You have talked to the prefrontal cortex, and every time, not every time, but at least 9 out of 10 times, that prefrontal cortex is going to go, Nein, das funktioniert nicht, da geht nicht, bitte heraus, wegschmeißen, which in German means, that doesn't work for me, thank you very much, can you please leave, I'm not interested. You, as a presenter, you as a human being delivering something to someone else, we need to do one thing, and here's the first note you need to take down. We need to stop doing this, telling people what we do, how we do it, when we do it, where we do it, and to who we do it together with. I can see some people going, oh, yeah, makes sense, I understand that, totally. But what should we do instead? We should talk about, yeah, I can see you know exactly the answer. We need to talk about por qué, the why. Why we do the things we do, why we work at the place we work. But we have to, when it comes to presentations, remind ourselves, why are we doing it for ourselves? But most important, why we do things for other people. Am I making sense? Okay, 5 people out of everyone is agreeing to this. Nice. I'm going to put you on a challenge with this, or I prefer adventure. I'm going to give you a total of 15 minutes to, no, sorry, kidding, 15 seconds to reflect of why do I want to say the things I want to say to that person, and also why is it important for them to listen to what I have to say. And remember, the foundation of what you're going to do is what you do for a living. So the exercise will be 15 seconds, think, oh, why do I want to tell them what I do for a living and why should they listen to what I do? And then after 15 seconds, you're going to do exactly the same thing. You're going to stand up from your chair, you're going to shake somebody's hand, go, hola, and then you're going to say, what's your name and what do you do for a living? And let that person answer, and then you vice versa. Are you on board? Okay, we're getting there. I'm going to give you 15 seconds of all quietness, starting now. "15 seconds is pretty long when somebody's just looking at you, right? And you're supposed to reflect. All right, so now it's time for exercise. I adventure you, and I put you to the challenge, that I want you to stand up. Stand up. Face each other. Put out that paw, going, doot, 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 doot. What's your name? What do you do for a living? Go ahead. If you haven't switched, you can switch. Thank you so much. You can take a seat again. Thank you so much. See, this is the beautiful part. People don't even sit down when I ask you to. I wonder why that is. Here's the thing. You have just created the biggest reward that you can ever give someone else, because you have not spoken logic. You have not spoken instinct. You have created something that is driving us, and that is emotion. So if you have not figured out how to get to other people, you have to focus on the why, because the why creates an emotional stimulant inside of their brain that makes you want to listen. That's the first step for me, to give something that will save your life and elevate everything that you need when it comes to your business. You heard this all before. But something specifically happened in this room when you did this. Because I could hear it, I could see it, I could taste it, I could feel it. But what it was, took my good friend, my best friend, my mentor and a communication guru named David J.P. Phillips, over 7 years to find out, studying 5,000 public speakers. Because he wanted to find out, what is it that makes us good as presenters? What is it that makes us not having as a game and shooting for the best and hoping that everything will succeed? Is that you have not 1, not 5, not 10, but 110 core skills, 110 steps that you can manage and overcome and become the best version of yourself when you speak. Anybody interested in seeing how you look as a human when it comes to 110 steps? Yes, good. We have in the middle. They look like this. So how many skills do you fulfill when you stand in front of your team, in front of your coworkers, in front of your friends, family, at a wedding, at a party? How many do you think that you are fulfilling in this? On average, around 20, 25. What happens if you elevate to 50? Maybe go up to 60 different skills. I would guarantee you things would change. When I was creating this keynote, I was looking to what would you benefit from? What would make sense? So I selected the most importante, number 44. Yep. Skill number 44 is number functionality, and it comes to gestures. Did you know that a lot of people base their trust in you of how much gestures you use and if they're functional? But you're looking at me, I can see the confusion in your eyes, but Alex, what's functional gestures? Well, I'm going to show you, and then you're going to replicate what I'm showing you just to see that you understand what it is. Functional gestures is something that emphasizes with your hands, with your body, what your mouth is saying. So now we're going to try this. I'm going to give you 2 specific ones. First one is called spatial gestures. This is when you show when something grows and something becomes smaller, when something is tall and when something is short, or something is moving over time. Let's see this. So let's practice it together just for the fun of it, shall we? So put your hands in front of your chest like this. Yeah. Now make it big. Make it small, big, small, tall. Short, tall, short, tall, short, tall, moving and growing. Moving and growing. See, you're natural born talents at this. Ooh, but I still don't feel that you really got it. Let me show you this, all right? Pay close attention to what's going to happen right now. After this keynote, you will elevate to new heights in your communication. You will grow like never before, and you will see how you will reach the peak of your delivery. The next PowerPoint you will have, people will look at it intensely. They will listen carefully. They will enjoy every moment, and they feel happy after going out to your meeting. Your next delivery will enthusiastically make people happy. So thank you so much for paying the attention and being here right now. You could be like, what just happened? He said something, but he showed something else. Yeah, pay attention to this sentence. You will always first see what the person is saying before you even hear what the person said. That's how importante the functional gestures are. So, saying that, now you know how to get the message out there. Use your hands. Use your fingers. Describe things. Second thing I wanted to give you was another gesture called drawing. So can you please take out your smartphones? Just take out your smartphones. I got you there, didn't I? This is drawing. I only drew a smartphone, and majority of you went like, wait a minute, I'm just going to get my smartphone. Almost everyone. But then we come down to the key thing, the core to this. And that is what the majority of us face more than death itself, and that is publicly speaking this out. I'm going to give you 3 very quick but crucial advices that will help you tame your nervousness. And if you do this every single time, you will never be nervous to the extent where you can't control yourself. Step number 1, are you paying attention? Are you paying attention? Yes? Good. Step 1, make a 5-song playlist. 5 songs. All need to be connected to a moment in your life that gave you an emotion of euphoria, happiness, empowerment. Because if you do that, and you listen to these 5 songs, it's approximately 20 minutes. 20 minutes is the time that you need to start creating that signal substance and hormone that you want to. When I was 10, I became bullied both mentally and physically for almost 10 years. My first song on my playlist, 5-song playlist, is something that took me into a cockpit on an F-14 Tomcat. I was Goose. My driver was Maverick. Whenever I hear the theme song of Top Gun, I become so enriched and so powerful. Because my brain can't separate what's reality and what's fiction, and neither can yours. So make sure that the song that you listen to creates that emotion that you want to feel when walking out on this stage. Second thing, breathing. Because if I would walk out here with that Top Gun song in my head, I would probably walk out like, yeah, what's up, hey, and people would be like, nope. So what happened just before I entered the stage, I used a breathing pattern of 7/60. That means 7 inhales and 7 exhales within 60 seconds. You do this for 2 minutes, guys, it will lower your heart rate to the extent that you limit the possibility of cortisol, which is your stress-related hormone, to even start getting an ounce of production. And the final thing is that I want to be, and you should be, as present as you can, walking on any stage, in the office room or in a big stage like this. So that's when we have to apply the last thing. Our phones, pictures. So take out your phone the next time, becoming present. Look at your whatever picture that makes you feel love. Take a look at that for 2 minutes. You create oxytocin, which is the counterpart of cortisol. This makes you more connected with everyone. You will become present to present. That was it. 3 simple but very effective tools for your communication. But you have to remember this. It's not a game. We don't go to Lady Luck for us to succeed the next time we stand in front of somebody delivering our message. It's not a game. As a final note, it would be so irresponsible of me leaving you with this, because right now your heads are probably going, what's the next step? You scan this one, that is the next step. You scan that QR code, it will take you to a free training where you will start your journey. Because ladies and gentlemen, what I'm doing here today and what everybody's been doing for the last 2 days, what is it? It is not and has never been a game. My name is Alexander. Thank you so much. Best of wishes.
Fantastic. Alex Grabner, Jarlung, how cool was that? I was backstage with our kind of next panel who are all rock stars, and wow, they were all scanning that code. I hope you were all scanning that code. I have some information that might be very interesting to you. Alex actually has a stand here. Go to their booth and find Headgain and chat some more. So many good takeaways there. A bit of biohacking in there. It's not a game. Follow the process and you can absolutely hack your way to presentation mastery. That was so brilliant. Thank you so much, Alex, for bringing that great information. You know, this, regardless of what industry you work in 5, 10, 15 years' time, that's yours to keep. So thank you so much to iGaming Next for booking Alex again. You see why it was a big hit last year and a massive hit this year. I hope you all got the QR code. If you didn't, or even if you did, go and chat to Alex at the booth here at iGaming Next in the expo hall during one of the breaks. Okay, so we are going to move immediately on. So we're all kind of on a nice buzz from Alex's presentation, but you know, there are things on the horizon, there are scenarios we need to explore because it's very much about risk mitigation, being aware of what could possibly happen. As a friend of mine says, what could possibly go wrong? Our next session is all about Nostradamus scenarios that could crash the industry. Okay, I hope you're ready for this. This is going to be an awesome panel, all killer, no filler, as my friend Jameson said. Right. I'm going to introduce all of our speakers one by one so you can give them all the respect and applause that they deserve. We're going to start by introducing our fabulous moderator. She is the founder and CEO of Beyond Play. Please welcome to the stage, Carolina Pelk. Thank you. Awesome. Welcome, Carolina. We're going to move swiftly on with the CEO and founder of Bet It Best, Nico Janssen. Welcome, Nico. That's it, applause for everyone. And then we're going to welcome to the stage Senior Vice President of Games and Marketing at the Gameplay Network and bspot.com. A huge round of applause, please, for Jameson Selby. Thank you. You've met him before, you're going to meet him again. He's an absolute legend of the industry. He is a partner at Princeton Public Affairs Group. A big round of applause, please, for Bill Pascrell III. Awesome, thank you. Great to see you, BP3. We're next going to welcome the Director of Casino Products at Relax Gaming. Please, big round of applause for Shelley Hanna. Yes, we've got some fans in the audience. I like it. Okay, and now a very big round of applause for the Director of Sales and Business Development at GIG. Please welcome Martin Collins. Awesome. Carolina, the stage is yours.
Cool, thank you for the introductions. My own introduction of this panel is that we had a prep call a couple of weeks ago, and my objective for the prep call was to figure out some structure and draw some conclusions. I drew one conclusion. You cannot enforce any structure on these people. So, you know, we're going to go with the flow. When you have so many thought leaders and strong minds in the room, you just need to let them figure this out. So, you know, before we get to the scenarios that could crush us in the future, to put things in perspective, I wanted to talk about what happened in the last couple of years. We had a pretty eventful time, I would say 4 or 5 years in the past. And if we were sitting at this panel now, I'm pretty sure not one of us would have come up with the scenarios that actually materialize. So I'm going to start off with Shelley to talk through some of these events that impacted us as an industry. Could we have seen them on the horizon at all? And could we have prepared for them better?
Well, Carolina, 4 or 5 years ago, I think most people were sat thinking about Sweden, really panicking over getting all technical readiness for the Sweden changes. And there, 2 years later, of course, we have COVID. And I think it really couldn't have been something, well, ask the audience, is that something you were thinking of 4 years ago? No, probably not, right? So we arrived at COVID and we had that roller coaster where sports betting became really, really challenging. Some other areas may be a bit different, but nobody knew how to deal with it, and we had to just act and continue as best we can. And perhaps that was through M&As, stretching over to different verticals and other areas. And then I think even since then, we, have had the really sad news of the war. And, I think what we tend to do as human beings is out of sight, out of mind, right? So there is a war going on, the economy's changing, perhaps even the government's changing over towards, the conservative side, and our world is changing. So I think even on our doorstep, Carolina, we have many, many things that are hitting us already, and are we seeing those? Are they really right there in front of us?
I got to say, Shelley, you're a fast learner. Lots of functional gestures going on in your speech. All right, well, we don't want to talk about the things exactly on the horizon. We want to look at beyond there, now that we know that we couldn't have predicted some things. The panel was pretty, they had one view on what were the biggest things. But let's start with Martin. What is it that you'd say is the scenario that could really crush us?
Well, if we start talking about RG and the impact that the industry's approach to RG could have, and how that would impact the regulators, I think this is a very important place to start. If we're talking about Nostradamus and the ultimate decline of our industry, then if we continue the way that we're going with our outlook towards RG, and the regulators do react strongly, then we could end up in a scenario where we're strangled to the point that we can't even grow our industry, that we can't impact it, and that ultimately we'll be the little boy sat in the corner who's just had his hand slapped. So we need to be, from my perspective, this is something that we can see. Okay, we're already seeing it. I think last weekend, Tane got a £17 million fine from the UKGC. I think Betfred got another one yesterday, from what I saw. So this is in front of us. It's not. We're not talking about 5-6 years time. This is genuinely. This is happening now, and it's something that we can take steps in order to alleviate and ultimately solve in the right way. And I truly believe that if we do it properly, we actually build more sustainable business and a more sustainable industry.
Well, equally, when you mentioned the news, this week we had the news of Twitch banning certain sites on stream, but I think we are looking at bigger. Billy, in our prep call, you mentioned we are one headline away from certain events. What kind of headline did you have in mind?
Well, I particularly appreciate Martin bringing up LG. I think he's spot on. I'm going to start a little calm and get fired up along the way, because there's 3 issues facing the industry globally, not just in my homeland. It's certainly innovation and the challenge of innovation. Much like the lotteries across the globe and horse racing, their players were aging out, and they need to innovate. And they're being dragged, kicking and screaming. 2 is payments. There are some folks in the payments industry here. The industry needs to figure out better, faster, and cheaper payment processes. And we know that that's coming, whether it's through, crypto-type exchanges, we'll see. But I believe the most important issue facing the industry globally is what Martin talked about, is responsible gaming. The newspaper headline I'm talking about is we're one newspaper headline away from some politician's son or daughter mother, father, brother, sister, uncle, aunt from getting harmed the way the land-based casinos across the globe treated gambling-addicted customers as VIP customers. We can't afford to do that. It sounds like a throwaway line. It may be something I invented while I was in the bathroom or the shower, but I mean what I say. We need to stay ahead of the regulators, particularly in America, where we're very nascent in our form. Those are the three issues, and RG is a serious one. And the problem, Carolina, the problem is the RG leads across the globe are not really at the big boy girl table. They come in, they give their 2 cents, some people snicker, and they walk out of the room. Because it's all about rev cycle, the commercials. And in order to have a sustainable industry, we need to understand our consumers better. So it's personalization, it's localization, and player protection. Those are the issues that threaten this industry the most.
Jameson, what's your thoughts on that? Because it's, I think, one thing to say we need to be more sustainable, this is a big threat, but what are the actual actions we think we can take already now before we get to the point where the scenario is looming on us?
Oh, there's all kinds of actions we can take and have to take. I mean, let's be real. We're not actually, these aren't scenarios that make this industry go away. They're scenarios that make us go away. The existing incumbents go away. RG doesn't make online gambling go away. It just makes everyone who currently works in the regulated markets and is a licensed entity go away. If regulatory crushes down and stamps out existing business practices to the extent that licensed operators get strangled in the crib and can't effectively operate, well, black market operators will be more than willing to pick up the slack. And then they become much more financially competitive, and that's a death spiral. So the question is how we avoid that. Obviously with RG, I think that's by far the most really looming scary version of environmental collapse for this industry, because that's not to me Nostradamus, honestly. That's right around the corner. It's obvious. People are talking about it everywhere. We either figure that out in every market, or there will be catastrophic consequences for the incumbent players in this industry. Period. It's already in play. You can see it in markets all over the country, all over the world. Sorry. So that, I think, is one thing. I think the methods and the needs to actually address that for RG, they're there. It's not that there's not RG people at the companies. It's not that people don't have ideas about how to do this stuff. But if RG plans and ideals are not actually incorporated into real financial plans, or if they're drafted by people who have no real understanding of how the industry actually operates on a financial basis, then they don't get incorporated, they don't get a voice at the table, and it's all lip service and people kick the can until that headline runs. And I think that headline comes in many different forms, I think the more Nostradamus things, there's other headlines that can come in. I don't think it's just RG that's a massive, interesting meteor flying to us. I think we face interesting competition from players outside the people in this room. Multinational corporations are dabbling. Disney's making loose comments about ESPN and sports betting. Amazon's playing around with lottery. What happens in 2034 if Apple launches the Apple Casino in Las Vegas? Unlikely? Yeah. What if it happened? What happens if a massive group of celebrities get together in Decentraland and open a real money casino with a 100% RTP and blockchain locked RG? Doesn't make the industry go away. Just makes us go away. So those are the kind of things that I think are fun to consider and think about how we would address.
Nico, you already have your experience stems mostly from a market in which the Nostradamus scenario has actually arrived to a certain extent. And you're also quite passionate about the big tech giants going into the industry and impacting the sports in ways that, to a certain extent, we can predict now, but we can't figure out how big are their visions. Which areas of the industry you think get impacted first if, like Jameson said, the big guys would come in?
So first of all, we already see the overall impact, right? Because in the end, our overall industry is relying on IT, right? And as soon as the Apples and the Googles finally decide on getting into our industry, right? You know, they decide on which applications actually get the traffic. As of now, we're speaking about roughly 65–70% is mobile betting, right? Then you, of course, want to cater all your customers with an application. And as you have already pointed out, if Apple decides on opening up a casino, as of now we're all laughing. I don't think we will be laughing like 15 years because then we're all gone, or we're all waving the surf with Apple as well. Going back to the US and like 6 or 7 years of time in the past, who would have thought that the US would open up in 2019, right? Which they did. As of now, as of today, we're speaking about 30+ states opened up for sports betting, 6+ states opened up for states. No one would have thought about this one. So in the end, the overall revenues have always been there. Right? They have always been there. We just need to make sure that they will stay in the light and don't go into the dark. Because the dark is just waiting. They don't care about RG, they don't care about AML, they don't care about nothing at all. They just want to, in the end, make it as easy as possible for the customers to actually have fun with an entertaining product. And as soon as they will be able to outperform each and everyone in the light, then everything and anything will shift into the dark side, right? So even the regulators should take this into account, that if you regulate, because these are the requirements for each and every licensable business, people who are actually willing to step into the light, to take their stand and to make sure things are going in the right direction, right? They will be drawn out of the market. In Germany, as of now, the Gambling Commission decides on which kind of markets we will be able to cater, right? From 200+ markets per game, we are now allowed 60. No one actually thinks that a black market operator, they will still offer 200 markets. And these are the guys we're actually competing with. And this should also be taken into account from the regulator itself. Besides all the kind of political shifts which we already see in Italy, might be a strong right shift as well. All politicians usually just want to distract people from their own obligations. And blaming the gaming industry are always low-hanging fruits. And this is also something we need to take care of, especially as soon as it comes to advertisement banning of already licensed operators, because then people being interested in a product, an entertainment product, can't distinguish between, okay, this is a licensed entity and this ain't. So it will be fun being in the industry, and this just keeps us all awake, and it gets never boring, because as soon as you just realize, okay, we tackled this one, we're all on the same page, which is hard to realize, especially as it comes to RG, and we just see, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, like the initiatives the tier 1 operators are actually doing in the States, where they're like, okay, we want to keep our business out of that niche, because that niche, which we all grew up with, it just smells wrong, and you're always kind of blamed for all the worst things that can actually happen. But it's up to us to actually make sure that we cater our customers in the best way possible.
Let's take a scenario. Did you want to add something, Bill, to that?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Another scenario that we discuss is, on the opposite spectrum of the big tech giants coming in and taking over from us as an industry, we talked about what if the technology advanced, particularly blockchain, and the governments of the countries invested big time in being able to take out the operators who are not complying and decided from now on only monopoly-run gaming operations are allowed in each country, right? At the moment, it feels so unattainable because there is no technology to really blacklist those sites, and it's easy ways to go around it. But imagine advertising ban, total ban on commercial gaming operations, only monopoly government run offerings. Do you think that's ever possible? Do you think that is ever something we would have to worry about?
Anybody?
Well, there's a school of thought with the German situation at the moment that actually the entire scenario with Lugas and all the integrations that you have to do is actually working towards a duopoly. And if you look at the licenses that have been awarded, I think, Nico, 85% are to Merkur and Novomatic brands,
roughly.
Right? So, and they're obviously the duopoly. So what we're saying here is that, okay, this isn't, we don't see this in the future, but actually it's happening in front of our eyes. So I would love to understand what the German regulator response would be to an independent, i.e. non-duopoly brand, breaking one of their regulations. Will it be a 3 strikes and you're out? Will it be, like you said, as soon as you do it, you're out and it's done, no questions asked? But Germany in particular is a great example of this already being in place. And you can already see within the most mature regulators that they're starting to twist the dial already on certain things. And in some cases, rightfully so. There's no question about it. We've discussed RG. In some cases, they're absolutely right to be doing what they're doing. But we need to find that balance. We need to find that balance where we as an industry are held to account for our actions, but at the same time, the customer experience is a positive one and it doesn't push them into the black and grey scenarios. The thing to think about here as well is that think about the next generation of people who are going to be utilising our products. So I look to my kids, my oldest kid's 15, right? And then I see a product like micro betting coming out. You might have seen that in the States with SimpleBet and the Better brand. And I think 365 have done something with them as well. So when that came out, I was like, well, what is this micro betting? And if you look at it, essentially it's a totally scaled down version of a sportsbook, okay, that allows you to bet on maybe 4 or 5 different elements, and generally in play. Now, this is exactly what that generation is looking for. They don't want all the bells and whistles with it. They want something really simple, right? And going back to my point, that experience, that goes into the other regulated areas as well. So obviously that's the interaction with the product itself, but actually how they want to be treated. They're more socially conscious. The generation is entirely different from us. They're 2 generations from us here. The majority of us sat in this room. So we need to think about these things and we need to get ready for it.
I think, Carolina, it's a horrible threat for any government to monopolize or create a duopoly in this industry. It doesn't work. Governments who try to run healthcare are barely able to do it in a sub-moderately successful way. Now, just so you understand where I come from, I'm a Democrat in the United States. I'm not a Trumpian. I'm a conservative Democrat. My father's a member of the U.S. Congress. That's my platform, my basis, my foundation of my principles and my ethics. If the federal government in the U.S. starts to dabble into gaming, we're in deep doo-doo. We'll be in the shitter before we know it. It's a horrible thing. But I wouldn't blame government. I would blame us if that happens. And the reason I would blame us is we have the ability to significantly advance and control, to a degree, our pathway forward. Let me give you an example. There are very few politicians that I have met that really understand the gaming industry. It's lunacy to tax us at rates that many states like New York and Pennsylvania have, and other jurisdictions. All that does is it incentivizes the black market. Heavier, inappropriate regulation, over-taxation, advertising restrictions and burdens do nothing but help the black market. And I also believe, I love what Martin walked us through, but I believe there are emerging technologies that are not yet there, but they're starting to dabble because the regulators are suspicious, that are IT companies that can help block the black market. Government has a job to do. Enforcement. Get enforcement right before you start to get, look what they've done in the lottery industry. No innovation, barely can run it. So, you know, I don't like the cheapest entity to come in that will give the most money to the government, be the operator. It's a horrible idea.
Something that I think we also talked about in our prep call was imagine the industry finds a way to be more sustainable and have a more common focus on RG. Naturally, this will result in decrease in revenues. I mean, it's lunacy, using words, to think that it wouldn't, right? With that comes potentially job cuts, salary cuts. You know, the industry at the moment as is a very well-paid industry. We offer tremendous opportunities to people across the globe. But if you couple those things, we start to make less money. Each company starts to make less money, therefore can afford less people, therefore can afford to pay them less. And on top of that, you've got the big tech giants coming in with their technology into the industry and starting to poach at our people. The development resources are already scarce. It's virtually impossible to scale tech teams fast at the moment. What happens when we no longer can afford the best people for technology, when we no longer can find developers to build the amount of games that currently each game provider is releasing? Is that enough to stall the industry?
It's enough to, it's enough to change the industry. Right? There is no industry that's immune from that. It's not just us. Right? Technologies change. New companies come in. Web 3 is on the way. There are technologies in existence today, if the government actually used them, that could effectively block black market sites. And then they'd find some way around that, and then they'd find another way to block them, and vice versa. It's an ever-ongoing evolution. There is no stopping point. Is it going to get more competitive? Yes. Is it going to get hard on existing financial models? Yes. The way that a company today is designed, if the vast majority of your focus is driving up revenue in a very small VIP target with very high range betting, which might suddenly be impacted by RG limits, right? So then you've lost a major portion of your revenue. Well, someone's going to get creative and figure out other ways to generate revenue. And the companies that figure that out are going to be filling this audience in a decade, right? I don't think this is anything new overall. It's happened to a dozen industries. It's happened to film and television. You know, has film and television changed since the 80s? Yes, it has, drastically. The way they make money, the way they pay for content, the way they sell content. We will have to navigate those waters the same way.
Shelley, I want to direct the question at you as well when it comes to sort of casino products development and current ways of distribution. Do you think there is any scenario that could change that drastically, where, you know, the current power players would shift in the influence completely and sit in different places within the space of 2-3 years?
If I think back to when I moved into industry approximately 10 years ago, I remember one of the first big RG things that came in was UKGC, autoplay, all that good stuff. And I remember thinking, oh my goodness, how much does this industry sit and argue about solutions for these things. Nobody's working together. So I was from a tech background, and I was like, where's the ISO standards here? Yeah. And, you know, I think if we're talking about Nostradamus and you know, potential disasters like Bill touched on before, and then margin squeeze from that, well, what's the best? Maybe going towards the margin squeeze and taking these things seriously. I think RG has been a checkbox, a side discussion. But what have we and back to your question, in casino products, in technology, really, you know, do what the government is perhaps pretending to do or think they can do, and we think ahead, and we do have that balance of entertainment for players, but not abusing. I talked about war before, I talked about economy. You know, ultimately, people are going to have less money. There's more risk of people making mistakes. What can we do? And that's from aggregators all the way through to operators. Proactivity, not reactivity. And I think that was my biggest observation in this industry when I started out.
All right. Nico, I want to ask you a question as well, because in the prep call we covered another aspect outside of the tech giants was the IP owners, right? That's also a threat, potentially quite a big disruption. You know, you've got the zone coming into this space, and for the moment trying out small, but who knows where they're going to go in the next couple of years. What if the IP owners all of a sudden call complete monopoly on being able to offer bets on this content?
Yeah, so first of all, we're already seeing this, right? First of all, we're already seeing this. So if you just take a look, Amazon buying into the Thursday night game, paying $1 billion per year, and they have everything and anything exclusively. So they decide who actually is able to offer these kind of bets. As of now, they are going with DraftKings, but who gives anyone the security that by end of next year, someone at Amazon, you know, he or she just pulls out a pencil, draws some numbers, and then just realized, you know, as of now, we have an EBITDA margin of like 6 or 7%. If we just increase our kind of involvement into the betting industry, wow, our EBITDA margin goes up by 20%. That's a game I want to be part of. So what we all also see, especially with Disney, ESPN Plus, they have also exclusive rights to actually offer certain kinds of sports. There will be no sports betting without the underlying sports. It's pretty simple. So, and also we discussed this, and I'd like to quote you here, Carolina, come for the stream and stay for the betting, right? In the end, this is what it's all about. You want to be part of the excitement. This is also what Daniel Gretzer told this morning as well. So we always need to take into account who owns the rights of the underlying sports. And as soon as FIFA will realize, okay, we will exclusively offer, first of all, the data, the streams, to one and only sports betting company, guess what? I'm pretty sure this one will be the only sports betting company being able to actually, you know, offer sports bets. So this might be a threat to the industry per se, but to all the players, except for the one who will be in the lucky position to actually being able to offer these kinds of sports. During another conference, I was asking Shay Sagath as well, with the fight, potentially upcoming fight with Tyson Fury fighting AJ, Anthony Joshua. So they have exclusively Anthony Joshua as their kind of DAZN ambassador. And for sure, as of now, they are working so hard to get out the product, like the apps, because as soon as they get out the products, when they have the app-to-app calls from DAZN, the OTT streaming services over to the sports betting app, this is when the magic just unfolds for DAZN as well. He didn't answer it properly, to be honest, but I'm pretty sure with this one-of-a-kind, and everybody is watching this fight, date and sports, then you just want to be there, and they would be the only one actually being able to offer the pay-per-view, and then of course the bets as well. And so I'm pretty sure they are so smart and they know how to play their cards, but you know, especially in Germany, we can't offer that much of bonuses, like cash bonuses, but is kind of, if you place a $30 bet on the fight of Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua, and you will be able to watch the PPV fight for free, is this considered as a bonus or not? But they will be playing that kind of cards, like any other right holder will play their cards as well, and this will be interesting to see. And if you just take a look, like who actually buys the rights, ATP, ITF, golf, who actually, you know, joins the forces with them. These are 2 or 3 names as of now, right? It's Amazon, it's ESPN, and it's The Zone, which always pop up. And I'm pretty sure they will know why they specifically aim to get their rights, and they will just, you know, use this for all their verticals.
Thank you. Thank you for that input. We have 8 minutes left, so I'm going to cover one last scenario that, again, we were talking about in this conversation. We're going to go some a bit more realistic, some totally sci-fi. Imagine, you know, a situation where you have a larger group of hackers. At the moment, of course, every company faces a DDoS attack every now and then for ransom, bigger, smaller, you know, depending on their size. But imagine that headline. There's something happens to the brother, sister, aunt, uncle, not to the politician, but to someone from a, you know, Hackers Anonymous or something like that, and they decide they're going to take out gambling altogether. They're going to go one by one and shut the sites down. Do you see that as a potential threat, and do you think as an industry we've got enough technology to be prepared for something like that, to be able to recover back up? Because, you know, if they can shut down the embassies, they can shut down national health systems, they can shut down anything. Anyone?
They're already doing it with the power grid, right? So it's possible, and I believe that some of the larger companies are better suited. You know, look, I'm not here to promote any company, so I'm not going to mention names, but you all know who they are, the big server companies, the cloud companies that are massively out there. They're still existing, and Amazon's in the space now, right? So they've been nimble, and they've adjusted. You know, fortunately to date, we haven't had a big cybersecurity breach in the industry, at least that I'm aware of. And I think we're going to be okay, but the moment we think we're going to be okay is when the problem starts, right? So you have to constantly be ahead and innovating. And the problem is the margins are so thin in sports betting. And I think the best way to protect against the threats you've so eloquently outlined, and my dear fellow panel members have so articulately espoused, are all on the verge of the precipice if we can do a better job at educating politicians and regulators to understand we need them to be collaborators. We need them to be partners. There's ways to effectuate the black market better than we are. I mean, right now, it's a joke. Bodogs and the Bovatos of the world, they'd be insane. I would think they were crazy if they tried to get into the regulated market. It's never going to happen, but why would they? No tax, no worries about RG or consumer protection, making massive money that we really don't know, we can estimate. So I think that that's pivotal to our future to prevent and block the Nostradamus happening.
Anybody else wants to add? Martin? Sorry to put you on the spot.
The audience are probably sat here thinking, oh my God, what's going on here? Like, what's going to happen in our industry? I think the topics that we've covered and the conclusions we've came to have been quite negative, I think, for dramatic effect. I myself, I'm eternally an optimist, and I think that we should understand that this is still in our hands. So it's not like climate change where it's gone and there's nothing much we can do about it. These situations we can still control. All of the three elements that Bill rightly outlined can be solved with technology, with innovation, okay, with thinking about it. I mean, even the example that you gave, Carolina, with regards to obviously the margins being cut entirely. If you even look back to the early 2000s, bwin were running a recreational business model way back then. So it's just a change, it's just a shift in mentality. So we have this in our hands in order to change it, and I think we should all be aware of that.
Right, guys, we have 55 seconds left. I'm going to put you on the spot here and put you in a room with a whiteboard, and each one of you has a sticky note. On that sticky note, you're allowed to put one Nostradamus scenario that you think is the most dangerous of all the ones that we've discussed. Go.
RG.
That's pretty vague, but okay, let's take that. But you're not allowed to all say RG now.
Well.
Shelley.
I think it's back to what I said before, just not being proactive. And that could cover many things, disasters, whatever. Just don't forget to see what's right in front of you.
Bill.
Regulatory overreach.
Jameson.
Since RG and since those are taken, I will say.
You could just say ditto.
No, I'm going to go with competition from fully integrated multinationals coming in from totally outside the industry who are in search of an EBITDA gain that they can get from nowhere else in the world.
That's 3 Post-it notes.
We are vulnerable. Okay, outside competition. 2 words, 1 Post-it note, and I'm putting it on Bill's fridge.
Nico.
So, first of all, I go alongside with everything which has already been said. So
they're flashing the lights at me, so speed it up.
Yeah. It just gives me some time to think. No. So first of all, I would go for the external effects, right? As of now, we're seeing an inflation rate which is crazy. And if people actually need to decide, okay, whether I'm buying a piece of bread or I want to spend some money on, first of all, the zone and then the betting, I'm pretty sure the bread will win, right? So we should all calm down, because as of now, even with what's going on in Ukraine, you know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So luckily, we will be all laughing in 1 year, sitting here once again at iGaming Next and just saying like, okay, last year was the Nostradamus was just fun, and as of now, we're still sitting here. So fingers crossed this won't happen.
Never give Nico a sticky note is a lesson from that. Thank you very much for everyone participating in the panel. I hope we didn't freak you all out, especially those of you who are new to the industry. The industry is great, and we're going to do great things. So these are just Nostradamus predictions. Thanks very much.
Amen.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Carolina and VIP guests. That was a very kind of compelling view into some doomsday scenarios there. Everybody putting on their Nostradamus hat to examine what could go wrong, but hopefully won't. But, you know, forewarned is prepared. So there was some really, really good advice there and some great passionate opinions shared. This is what it's all about at iGaming Next. Brilliant individuals sharing incredibly exact and prescient insights for the benefit of the entire ecosystem. Now, speaking of which, a big part of our wonderful ecosystem is networking. So at 5:30, we are going to be on the roof of this gorgeous Mediterranean Conference Center, enjoying a light beverage or two and networking with friends. Please do make sure to bring lots of business cards, to connect with everyone on LinkedIn, to share photos on social media, tagging iGaming Next. Now, we're going to move on to our next session. It's a super cool session, and it's called Stepping into the Metaverse. I'm going to tell you who's going to be joining us on stage in just a moment. We're going to be joined by Taylor Freeman from Axon Park, Arnie Peters from Metaverse.me, and the great Ivan Folletti, the CEO of Gaming Malta. But before I welcome Ivan on, we're going to have a quick video. You got to imagine the music. There's really cool music. Okay, we're going to try that one more time with some cool music. Is that right? We're going to have some music? Or are we going ahead? Is there music? Hold on a second. I need to just... Okay, are we going to do the video? You can see this communication. It's like synergy. It's like Sly and Robbie. It's basically telepathy. Okay, right, folks. I wanted to also mention we are having the Hot 6. We have made the Hot 6 even hotter. Oh, my goodness. Right. Malta, the home of gaming excellence. Absolutely love that. And the first gentleman I'm going to introduce on stage right here has actually been on this stage before as an artist, a performer, a singer. He's such a talented man. He is Mr. RESPECT. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Gaming Malta. Please give a huge warm welcome to Ivan Filetti.
Hey.
Awesome.
Thank you for the introduction.
Welcome. Yes.
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll give you one prediction, and we don't need Nostradamus to do that. In 25 years from now, Malta will still be the home of gaming excellence. Definitely so. We're extremely proud to be the global flag bearer for the industry, and we see each other as a home. We're not a center. We're not a hub, we're a home. We want people to feel comfortable here. And we continuously engage with the ecosystem. The iGaming sector has radically transformed our economy on the island. We speak about numbers, we speak about GDP, number of employees, but from HR practices to office buildings, offices, work practices, the sector has radically transformed maybe not just our economy, but also our lifestyles. And in fact, we're inspired by this. Aretha Franklin, maybe? I wish I could sing that. We'll do that one more time. Excellent. That's it. We really believe the industry deserves respect. RESPECT. Why? Because the industry drives responsible gaming, the industry is entertainment, we sell entertainment, the industry works at speed, it's always up to the next big thing. We're extremely professional. If you need to launder money, don't do it through an iGaming company. It's practically impossible. Enhanced due diligence, consistent in growth, and the big thing is talent. We might be successful, but success breeds success. That is true. And maybe it sounds a bit of a cliche also. But we need to move ahead. We need to continue learning. We need to be ahead of the loop continuously. In fact, our vision is to go there and to do that. From talent pipeline to accelerating startups, accelerating business, but also to embrace the new technologies. Our small size means nothing in the metaverse. And we've been hearing on the last 2 days about the metaverse this and the metaverse that, and who knows, and multiverse too. And in fact, I want to introduce on stage probably one of the brightest guys I ever met, Harvard-trained lecturer. He moved over from the US to Malta, has a great company called Accent Park, which are developing immersive technology on the island. And he will be giving you more and more insights into all this metaverse. Please welcome Taylor Freeman. Taylor, there you go, dude.
Thank you. All right, big respect to Yvonne. Thank you for that. So today we'll be diving a bit into the metaverse, a concept that has been one of the most hyped words in the past year, and there's still a lot of confusion around. So first and foremost, we will go into the origin of the term. So despite what a lot of people think, the term actually did not come from Facebook. It came from the book Snow Crash, written by Neil Stephenson in 1992. And in terms of the overall definition for the metaverse, this is one that I've found to be the most comprehensive. So the metaverse is a massively scaled and interoperable network of real-time rendered 3D virtual worlds which can be experienced synchronously and persistently by an effectively unlimited number of users with an individual sense of presence and with continuity of data such as identity, history, entitlements, objects, communications, and payments. And so I think there's also a lot of confusion around the metaverse and Web3. I'm sure a lot of people have sort of thought, are these the same thing? Are they connected? So in an effort to create some clarity, here's a definition of Web3. So Web3 is an idea for a new iteration of the World Wide Web, which incorporates concepts such as decentralization, blockchain technologies, and token-based economics. And so this actually was coined by one of the co-founders of Ethereum, Gavin Wood, where he described it as a decentralized online ecosystem based on blockchain. So again, related concepts, but definitely not the same. So just to provide a little glimpse into the future here, these are some of the best vision videos for what the metaverse might look like in the future.
Lens built-in display will give you augmented reality wherever you look.
Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day. Let's call her.
Naomi!
Hey, should we deal you in?
Hey. Sorry, I'm running late, but you've got to see what we're checking out. There's an artist going around Soho hiding AR pieces for people to find.
3D street art? That's cool.
Send that link over so we can all look at it. This is stunning.
That is something.
That's awesome.
Good morning.
Except the oasis. People come to the oasis for all the things they can do. But they stay because of all the things they can be.
Can you feel this?
Yeah.
All right, so to put some structure around this, how should we think about the metaverse? So there's a really nice graphic created that has 7 key pillars. So you can see on the top we have hardware. So these are the devices that we use to access the metaverse. Then we have compute. So these are the tools, this is the computing power that's required to actually render these worlds. Then you have networking, so that's the internet, that's sending information back and forth. That's actually potentially one of the biggest challenges and biggest infrastructure problems that we have to realize the metaverse. Next, we have virtual platforms. So that will be things like gaming, that will be things like education. We have interchange tools and standards, so that's where blockchain could play a large role with interoperability. We have payment services, so that could be cryptocurrencies, that could be more traditional payment rails. And then we have content, services, and assets. So you could think of some of the things like NFTs as part of that. So then, next, in terms of the actual hardware, so a lot of people think of the metaverse as purely virtual reality. So that is one way to access the metaverse, but also augmented and mixed reality headsets, smartphones, tablets, computers, consoles. You can think of the metaverse as this persistent three-dimensional space that exists that we can use all of these different tools to access. And in the future, we'll be looking at things like lighter weight, mixed reality glasses, sort of like you saw in the video. We'll be looking at contact lenses. There's already early prototypes of this working. And then, of course, the next generation will be things like brain-computer interfacing. So where are we today? If we look back over time and we look at the rise of the internet era, another similar platform shift, you could argue that we're roughly around where this gray arrow is relative to the metaverse. And if we think about the value creation of the companies that started during the internet era, just the top 10 companies have a combined market cap of $4.3 trillion. So this same tidal wave of opportunity is coming with this next generation of platforms, and it's just providing tremendous, tremendous opportunity. So recently, there was a study conducted by World Economic Forum that had 21,000 respondents from 29 countries, and they asked everyone, how do you think the metaverse is going to change our daily lives in the future? And we actually saw that virtual learning was the #1, followed by entertainment in VR, virtual work settings, virtual enhanced gaming, and so forth. So this leads into just a quick overview of how we're thinking about the metaverse. We're building a virtual campus where you can learn in the metaverse, and we've had the great opportunity to work with some very pioneering brands. So here's basically our goal is to educate people and give tools to the educators as well as the students. And here's a little glimpse into how we're thinking about it. So it's quite irrefutable at this point how effective this technology is for learning. I could have an hour of just slides of all the statistics, but some that I found very interesting are the increased retention. So 400% increase in retention. We also see a major one today with the social media era, 150% less distracted. This is so, so important. So looking at some data as the general metaverse. So Oculus was the #1 most downloaded app on Christmas last year. There were 12.3 million concurrent users, so all at the same time attending a virtual concert in Fortnite, a Travis Scott concert, so bigger than any physical event could really be. About 75% of the kids in the US between 9 and 12 are playing Roblox regularly. Fortnite generated close to $6 billion in revenue last year. Decentraland, they had a market cap of close to 11 billion at its peak. And then finally, Apple is preparing to create major waves in the market with their XR headset. And so I just encourage everyone, despite the hype, despite the haters, keep in mind, this is the next platform shift. Despite what people say, it's coming and it's going to be incredible. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Arnd Peters.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Taylor, for this actually very detailed explanation of the metaverse. And it saves me a lot of time and explanation. And we are Metaverse Me. And we are based in Malta, like Yvonne already introduced. And we're a startup company, and we're taking a very practical approach into the metaverse and trying to figure out what people really want in the metaverse. And we're taking an approach that includes pretty much everything that you want to do in real life as well. So it's all about fashion, it's games, dance, music. And we do this through AR and NFTs. And actually, like Taylor explained, education may also be a part of that very soon. Now, what is the most important part in the metaverse? We believe it's me. Not me personally, but everyone. Everybody's me. Just like in real life, you are the most important part. You will be the most important part also in the metaverse. And we believe that everything is going to be centered around yourself and the different types of experiences. And in whatever part you go in the metaverse, one thing will always be there, and that's me. So we are creating avatars. They are called me's. That's the company name, Metaverse Me. And we are creating a digital identity, basically your digital identity for the metaverse. So what you can do, we are creating an app. The app is already in early access, so it's available to a limited number of testers. And what you can do is you can use the app, you can create your own personal avatar, your me, taking a selfie, and then you can edit your avatar the way you like and adjust it maybe to look like you do in real life or maybe look slightly different than your real me. You can use the app to actually project your avatar into real-life environment using AR, like you've just seen in this little video. Actually, I could use my avatar, put him on stage here, and give the whole talk to you, actually. And you would only see the avatar, obviously, on the screen because it's projected in AR. But that's not all. So the avatar is going to be your companion in the metaverse, in all types of applications and 3D worlds in the metaverse. And to show how this works and to give examples of that, we are developing our own applications, our own 3D worlds. And unlike Alexander said on this stage about an hour ago, it's a game. And so this is an example, actually, that you see here. It's footage from our upcoming multiplayer football game. And it's a 3D football game that you can play on mobile and PC, and you can play it with your me. So instead, like you know from typical video games, where you choose a player character from the given menus and the given selection, you choose your own me. And you can dress your me like you want. So in that football game, you can actually wear whatever you like for playing the football game. You could even wear high heels and kick the ball with that. It doesn't make a difference, actually, but you represent yourself. You be yourself, or the self that you actually want to be. And it's not only going to be football games. We're working also on a kart racing game, and we're working with studios, game development, and other studios to develop applications that also use our me. One of those studios also based here in Malta, actually. Now, iGaming in the metaverse is probably one of the major reasons why many of you are here. And just like games and other 3D applications, why not offer your solutions in the metaverse? And we understand there is a certain hurdle to take, and you need an entry into the metaverse. This is why we created a mock-up, actually, which we look at as a white label solution to allow your offerings, whether they are going to be 3D gaming applications, whether they're going to be 2D slots, whether they're going to be betting, but you can present them in a 3D environment. And what's most important, the people that are going to join those offerings can do this with their own digital self and represent themselves in this world. So they can go to these 3D worlds, they can socialize, they can talk to each other, they can also brag, they can show off their achievements, just like everybody likes to do in the real life as well. Show off what you've done, what you've achieved, and there's so many possibilities in the 3D environment and in the metaverse for doing so. And we believe that is going to be a super important part of becoming part of the metaverse and stepping into the metaverse. And this is one of the many ways where you can find a new home in the metaverse for your offerings and for the things that you may not know, how to describe them today, what they will look like tomorrow, basically. And this is already the end, and I ask Ivan actually to join us for the closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnie. And also, can I have Taylor on stage, please? Taylor. Look, thank you, guys. Probably one last message. The future is now. This isn't science fiction. It's happening now as we speak. Some of the R&D is actually being done on the island here, too, and these fine gentlemen here are also helping us to do it. So the future is now. Game on. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Wonderful, wonderful, fantastic. Mr. Ari, SPECT, thank you so much to Ivan, Taylor, and Arnie. Okay, ladies and gents, we have reached the grand finale of iGaming NEXT Valletta 2022. And oh my goodness, this is the finale. This was the absolute highlight of iGaming NEXT in New York this year. People went absolutely nuts. It's such an amazing format. We've brought it back here for you today, you lucky, lucky people. Now, can I just get a show of hands? Does anybody here like Dragon's Den? Do you know Dragon's Den? Excellent. Does anybody here like Shark Tank? Fabulous. Okay, very good. I'm sure we got a few hundred people joining us via the live stream who love those shows as well. So this really is the equivalent where 6 of the newest and brightest brains in the industry come together to answer direct questions, searching questions from top institutional investors. It's so much fun, and we have the most amazing host who's going to join us right now. He's going to come on stage with his panel of experts. I want you to give them all a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iGaming NEXT 2022, the managing partner at Sharp Alpha Advisors, Lloyd Danzig.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is enjoying the conference, their time in Malta as we wind down here. If anyone is not familiar with the Hot Six, the structure is we have 6 fantastic, innovative, cutting-edge companies from the sports betting and iGaming space. If you want to learn more about them or do a bit of research, check out the conference program or do a quick Google search. We will bring them up one at a time, and myself and panel of esteemed investor and industry expert guests will pepper them with challenging and hopefully insightful questions. As mentioned, I'm Lloyd Danzig, managing partner of Sharp Alpha Advisors. We are a venture capital firm that specializes in sports betting and online gaming. To my left here, first we have someone that seems to know everyone in Malta and who it is said is responsible for increasing Light & Wonder's market cap by $200 million yesterday just by mentioning the fact that Evolution might be buying them. It's the one and only Robin Reed. Next, yeah, absolutely. Next up, we have one of the top financial professionals in the industry, and a fun fact is that he previously worked at a company that specializes in installing motorized mobility solutions that help people climb steep stairs and hills and things of that nature. And after having spent a couple of days in Valletta walking around, I feel like there's an awesome business opportunity for that company here. Make sure I get a cut if they get that Maltese government license. Martin Oman is the CFO of Betson. And last but not least, my main man, my good friend, who coincidentally lives just a few doors down from me in New York City, and yet somehow we only had dinner together for the first time last night here in an alleyway in Valletta, Peter Hennigan of Better Capital. And so the first company that we will bring on is Greco. If we could get Ed Dickerson, co-founder of Greco, up here. Greco is a behavioral recognition platform that is used to identify bonus abuse in real time and also calculate player lifetime values using minimal data points. Ed. Do we have Ed? We have Ed. I will get us started here and then turn over the question asking responsibilities for the most part to my colleagues here. Ed, can you tell us a bit about what is meant by bonus abuse for anyone uninitiated, and just talk briefly about how operators are combating it today?
Sure. So thank you very much for the intro, and it's fantastic to be here in the first one. So bonus abuse is a long-standing Achilles heel of the industry, and it's something that is widely misunderstood and a very difficult challenge to take on. So to try and describe it in a nutshell, it's most of the industry offers bonusing, and much of that bonusing comes with wagering requirements and specific terms to partake in the bonus. And bonus abuse is really the strategies, if you like, that the players adopt to affect the value of that bonus. And this can be any number of strategies. I mean, if I say a really, really simple thing, which is if you play through a bonus based on 98% RTP as opposed to 96% RTP, in general, you'll make more money, right? And there are many, many different things which affect the value of the bonus, such as the volatility of the play, the stake size preferences, the game content they're using, the sequence of events they do, and various niches and tricks you can do to trick bonus engines and essentially cheat your way through. So broadly speaking, bonus abuse is a way of taking additional value from bonuses by players from operators. And in terms of what the industry is doing today, the industry has been doing many, many things. One of the most obvious things that the industry has been doing is actually reducing the size of their bonuses. They're reducing their exposure to bonus abuse, which obviously has a negative impact on their marketability, if you like, and there's various concerns around this. And they've also been making terms more and more difficult. If you go back 10 years, the wagering requirements, for example, were a fraction of what they are today. So bonuses have become tougher and tougher for consumers, and it's in terms of the solutions, there's so many different behaviors and tactics. There's no silver bullet, right? It's a case of every single behavior that affects the value of the bonus, every single cheating tactic, if you like, it is very difficult, and it always needs to be challenged on a behavior by behavior basis, and it's always something that's changing. Every time new regulation comes in, there's changes to how operators have to work, and this in turn creates new opportunities for bonus abusers. So hopefully that gives you a quick introduction as to bonus abuse.
So I guess at a high level, first question would be, what constitutes abuse versus taking advantage of offers? I know that Lloyd and I live in New York. You can go across the river to New Jersey, and you're going to immediately see a lot of ads for casino bonuses. Is taking a bonus with the intention of never playing somewhere again, but just to go through the wagering requirement, does that constitute abuse? Kind of, is there a bright line rule? Is it more of a gray area where you want to stop certain behaviors and others are okay? If you could just expand on that, because I think everyone in this room knows kind of the reason for bonuses, and they're given out to entice players to come to one operator over the other. But for a lot of people who aren't in the industry in New Jersey, they're like, oh, sounds like free money. Like, I'm going to go do it, and I'll play a slot game for the first time.
Thank you. So you're completely right. I think bonus abuse, the word abuse is not always the most applicable word, right? Bonus abuse is an umbrella term that really encapsulates a broad range of player types. So I think one of the key differentiators, if you like, is the difference between a player that is playing for recreational purposes, they're playing for fun and entertainment, and then on the other side of that, you have players that know how to make a profit. They could be professional gamblers, they could be smart gamblers, they could be people that have learned tricks and how to cheat the terms and conditions of the offer. And as a blanket, I would say, there are definitely behaviors within there which are cheating or fully intended to just take a profit. They're never looking to take any kind of fun or enjoyment and play. And so that's very clearly bonus abuse. But then you have this very large segment of the industry, which is people that play to optimize their play in some way or another. A big chunk of the consumer base are people that like to try and beat the house. And there are various ways of trying to do that. You can try and be up on your odds and know where the sharp odds. You can hunt bonuses and take them because you're getting some additional edge, and then you can really optimize the way in which you're approaching those bonuses. So if I was to be really kind of try and say what is bonus abuse, it kind of encapsulates all of that as an umbrella term. So hopefully that gives you some insight into that aspect.
You have developed your own game play risk engine tool. Can you give us some more details on how that works and how you kind of adapt that to local regulations in different markets?
Sure. So thank you very much for the opportunity. So Greco, this is where I get a little bit technical, so I apologize, and I'll try and keep it friendly enough. So Greco is essentially it's a gameplay risk engine, right? So what we're doing is we're looking at the we come from a background of understanding bonus abuse to a very, very expert level. So we understand all of the forms of bonus abuse, all of the behaviors that affect the value of a bonus. And what we've done is we've built a really granular and intrinsic risk engine that understands not just the player, not just the bonus, but also the content that they're playing to be able to say, okay, this player is playing this type of bonus in this type of content, what risks are is the operator exposed to, and what measures are needed to monitor that player and to mitigate those risks. So really, in terms of what Greco does, it looks at granular real-time gameplay data. It's looking at bet by bet on casino and sport to identify where behaviors are shown, to flag the bad behaviors that you don't want to have, and for everyone else that isn't necessarily a bad behavior, but is on that scale of risk, we're positioning them on that scale in terms of the risk they pose and also the value that equates to. So in a nutshell, that's what the gameplay risk engine is. That's what Greco is. And in terms of regulation, really, we're just analyzing behaviors, right? So in terms of regulation, that's not really what we're looking to do. We're not looking to meet regulation. We're looking to simply analyze the gameplay and decide, is this high risk, is this low risk, what's the value of this risk? So when regulation comes in, if regulation says, hey, do you know what? You have to have a max bet of £2 in the UK. That's fine. We will then understand that the behaviors in the UK are a little bit different. One of the bonus abuse preferences is to use higher stake sizes, right? So that would actually be a useful measure in reducing the value that bonus abusers can take. But it's not something that we would say, hey, you know what, the regulations come in, and so you need to do this. We're just saying, okay, we're still analyzing the gameplay. These are the behaviors which are high risk, and these are the values of those playthroughs of that game.
Peter, I think it is a really good question, because one thing we have to be careful of as an industry is to turn our customers into suspects. And however, just like in the insurance industry, obviously those who have a fraudulent intent will bring up the premium for the rest. So I think it is an important service, which is full disclosure why several of the portfolio companies of Happy Hour is a customer of your and Ostrich service. But one question I have, I always believed in internet as something good for people and for mankind. And I don't necessarily like all the surveillance and the data collection that is happening in that space. So how does your sort of service navigate those waters to make sure that you comply with GDPR and that you don't monitor and surveillance people that frankly have done nothing wrong?
Absolutely. And you know, I'm a professional, but I'm also a consumer, and I share many of the same concerns. Data privacy is a really important aspect, and so firstly, the security of the data is paramount, you know, for so many different reasons. And we're set up, we're partnered with Fast Track CRM, which many of you know. Simon is amazing, and their technical support and guidance make sure that we are have, you know, world-class software. So the data is incredibly well looked after. And in terms of the data that we're using, there's no personal information whatsoever, right? The most personal that it gets is just simply the user ID of the player. We don't need to know email addresses, phone numbers, banking information, none of that. We just want to simply know what bet have they placed, what have they what have they made the bet on, and what funds type have they used? You know, are they using cash or are they using bonus? So the data we need is really minimalistic, and the output and the power of what we can do with that data is really, really powerful.
Thank you.
I think we're wrapping up here. The last question for you will just be, Where did the name Greco come from? Is it named for the computer system in Ocean's 13, or does it come from somewhere else? I was genuinely curious to know why the name Greco.
So there's not one single answer for this, but there are many contributing factors, right? So to go back a little bit in time, hopefully you have time for this, but the joint venture, which is Greco, is between Fast Track and Lovelace Consultancy. And so this goes back to day one of Lovelace, when we came in with the pseudonym of Ada Lovelace, who built the engines, back in the first days of the computer, right? So there's that element there, right? We have the Ada Lovelace thing coming forward, and what we wanted to build was a gameplay risk engine. So we have that nice kind of transition. We're carrying a little bit of that history with us. There is also the Ocean's 13 reference as well, which just helps tie it in that a little bit nicer, which is, for those of you who haven't seen the film, it's a supercomputer in a land-based casino that can tell by reading players' reactions, their pupil dilation, their sweating, their heartbeat, that kind of thing, to know whether a win is genuine or whether it was expected and known. So really to identify the cheaters. So it's kind of the impossible to cheat casino because of this Greco machine, right? And so there is definitely a little bit of that in there. And there are definitely some comparisons, but I don't think a natural disaster will take us out.
All right, fair enough. Ed Dickerson of Greco, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Next up, we have Mitchell Feldman, the CMO of Future Anthem. Future Anthem is a B2B provider that leverages artificial intelligence to enable operators to personalize and customize player experiences. Mitch. I will just give the quick disclaimer, if you will. Mitch was a last-second substitution. There was a different Future Anthem spokesperson that was supposed to be here in his place, and he hopped on a flight this morning with no preparation whatsoever for this session. That said, we will not go easy on him. I will start things off. Mitch, personalization and customization are hot buzzwords in every industry these days. What do they actually mean in the iGaming and sports betting space? Could you maybe give us a few examples of the type of user experience features that can be customized or personalized? Are we talking color schemes? Are we talking bet recommendations? Are we talking the structure of game lobbies? Help everyone here understand what it actually means to personalize a user experience in the iGaming space.
No problem. So firstly, thank you for having me. Apologies for anyone that was expecting someone with more hair. Lee's not with us, but he definitely would want to be. I think the answer is that there is no answer, because every single person is different. And that is the key to personalization. People don't want personalization now, they demand it. It is ubiquitous in all of our lives, whether it's ordering food, whether it's ordering goods on Amazon. You expect that personalized experience. And what does that mean? For an outcome for a player, it means greater loyalty, more affinity to the brand, more likelihood to engage with features. And if you really understand them at a granular detail, at a behavioral level, you can surface them experiences that really excite them, that they've come to play for those experiences. You will find that if you're delivering something that they're not expecting, you will get that churn, and that's really, it's around delivering an experience that the users want to be delighted with, enjoy interacting with it, it's predictable, it's bespoke to them, and it's enjoyable, but most importantly, it's responsible and sustainable.
Thank you. And welcome back to Malta. We just learned backstage that last time you were here was 30 years ago, was it?
30 years ago, I was a failed DJ in Malta, yes.
I asked him if it was a good night, and he said it lasted 7 months.
It was, and it was definitely some good times.
Look, I had a look at your website. I've taken a keen interest on Future Anthem over the last few months. Great founder, Lee Nissen. Your website said that recommendations increase player activity by 425%, and content recommendations increase engagement by 25%, and lifetime sessions with 130%. So congratulations, these are fantastic stats. I'm a keen operator myself and invested into operators. I would like to achieve these results. Can you perhaps take us through these numbers a bit, and sort of how are these generated? How are you measuring these numbers, and Yeah, how are you getting there?
Well, I think it starts with the quantity of the data. So one of the unique selling points of Future Anthem, amongst other things, is the cohort of data that we mine. So currently today, we boast the world's largest independent behavioral data set for online gaming, which cascades across around 200 billion spins, 250 million player hours, and increasing daily, and collecting metadata across 20,000 games. And again, all of those stats growing vastly over the days and months ahead of us. So I think really having that granular, very deep set of empirical evidence to show how games are played, how player clusters perform with different features, different bonuses, allows us to then help operators and studios craft and design and build games and experiences that really, as I said to Lloyd before, really create those unique experiences that they haven't seen before. You know, we've seen it before. If you look at some of the stats of someone like, I don't know, Uber Eats or Bolt Eats, I think they have here, you know, they've seen the total bill value go up significantly by understanding the crowd and saying that actually you've ordered this food and you'd probably want some pastizzi or you'd want some chips with that. So actually really understanding not only just your players, but how the players play the game. That is how you can get those marginal gains. And some are significant, some are much smaller, but it allows you to really be finite and pointed with how you deliver services to those players.
Thank you.
If you want to know more, I'll bring. I've got an order book. Good, no? I've got an order book at the back, and I can sign you up.
What type of customers do you focus on right now, and what is it that makes your product kind of unique and not being able to copy by maybe the bigger operators having a lot of tech in-house?
Yeah, and you know, it's a question we hear a lot. It's a question here a lot. I guess, going back to my point before, the size of the data set, the fixation that we are absolutely focused on this one swim lane, which is understanding player behaviors. You know, we often talk within our business that what we've created is uranium and we're enriching that, and we could go off in all kinds of directions. Actually having that clear laser focus on the value that we deliver allows us to today talk to casinos, talk to lotteries, but we're moving. You've probably seen in the news, we recently completed a Series A round with some very admirable people that are probably not too far from me. And we are moving into sports. We've realized that actually, when we were talking to sports operators, and talking about personalization, whereas with casino, maybe we were knocking on the door and we had to maybe come back a couple of times before they would open it. When we're knocking on the door within sports operators, actually the door's almost open and we're almost falling in because they want to embrace that experience. And I've seen that before, right? I gamble on a website. I like sports betting. I always bet that my team, when they're 1-0 down, I bet that they're gonna win. Does the lobby that I enter in when I go onto the site know that? No. So I think by and large it's going to be casino, it's going to be operators, casino, lottery, and studios.
And I guess on the studio side, one question is, I think in other industries there's kind of been conversations around how much tech should influence art. And I know that there's some people who view designing games, slot games, as some art, some science. Kind of how do you think about what Future Anthem can provide to a studio in building, maybe optimizing a game design, and kind of what you can't do, whether that's the creative and how much kind of where you end and where the art side begins, and how do you think about that going forward as you continue to gain studio clients?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And again, there is no single answer, but there are multiple lenses to look at that data. It's not just building a great game that people are going to enjoy, because you've got different geographies, you've got different types of players, And actually, is a game that you build for a UK market going to be the same for Scandinavia? Is it going to be the same for high-value players as low-value players, as tourists? So really understanding not just how to build the game and not what features to include, but actually understanding and sewing into that, who is the audience? Are you trying to attract audience in Asia who are high value? These are the heuristics of the game that you need to build in to understand. So actually, you know, with everyone with, particularly with the macroeconomics of the industry, right? You know, you want to do more for less and better. So actually using empirical evidence, being data-driven, having data at the heart of all your decisions is the new secret weapon.
We have about 1 minute left here. Last question I'll send your way is just to ask, how do you do this responsibly? You're recommending bets to users, you're optimizing every pixel on the screen so as to extract maximum revenues on a per user basis. How do you do that with responsible gaming in mind?
I love that question, and thank you for saving it till the last. You know, responsible gambling is very much part of the DNA. It was the kernel of what started us as an organization. And for us, it's around about using sophisticated tools that allow us to quickly identify who those at-risk audiences are and create preventative measures to stop them from going any further. And then, once you've managed to carve out, let's say, that 5% of those at-risk players, is then creating experiences for the 95. So we've got some very sophisticated tools which align really beautifully, dovetail beautifully into the proposed forthcoming changes into regulation in the UK. I suspect the rest of the world will be looking at the UK as an example of how they're dealing with it. We are best suited. I think that we're probably the best in the industry suited to address those challenges and go beyond what they're proposing as mandatory.
All right, Mitchell, I think we can let you off the hot seat there.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
very
making
much.
the last
Thank
second
you.
arrangements. Mitchell Feldman, CMO of Future Anthem. Next up, we have George Porchester, the founder and CEO of Lunify. Lunify is a decentralized prediction market protocol where community-owned liquidity pools act as the house. George.
Actually, not sure if that is.
All right, your mic is on. There we go. I will kick things off again here. George, just tell us a bit about how you view decentralized betting pools and liquidity pools and protocols existing alongside some of the more traditional and regulated markets.
Yeah, so I think it's best to kind of describe why I started Lunify. And a lot of it was to do with the fact that as a user, a lot of operators were tricky about paying out. You didn't know if they had enough funds to pay you out. And when I came across a lot of the decentralized lending pools, if you are familiar with crypto, like Aave or Compound, where you can non-custodially kind of borrow USDC on Bitcoin, I thought, why not take the same idea, create liquidity pools, which guarantee a user their bets, guarantee settlement of those bets, but also allow a user to be able to invest in the house and ultimately, in the long run, give them ownership of the platform. So we have a token. The token's rewarded to people who are the users. And the reward system's very much around the fact that the profits go into purchasing the L-Fi token. And I think that's a little bit different from the likes of the bigger operators. They don't, unless you buy shares in them, don't really give back meaningful value of their company.
I can kick it off. I love the vision behind the product and the idea, and I'm a huge fan of Web3, and I think the best is yet to come in that space, so well done for approaching it in this manner. I don't know the product really well, so the question might not be as focused, but sort of in generating this liquidity pool with profits from the players around sports betting, how does skill, sharps, how does that impact the model and what they get out of it? How do you cater to that so that it's fair for all?
So you mean like professional gamblers?
Yes.
So I guess I mean, that's one of the hard things being in crypto, because you can just create an account with a MetaMask and away you go. Obviously, we make it very clear that there's a margin in the bets. So I used to be involved a lot in professional gambling, so I'm aware of it's quite difficult to prevent it, especially when a user, whenever they want, can withdraw. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, the harder part I see is how do you pay for the platform? If a user's placing a bet and the bet's going into the liquidity pool, we've got to take a certain commission to cover the revenue. We've got to take a certain commission to cover the platform fees. And potentially also, we back the pools with our own token should there be an event where the users can't be paid out by any reason. Ultimately, I mean, we are still using Sport Radar for their MTS, so kind of hoping that they'll, in the early stages, be able to manage the risk for us.
I understand that tokens are the way that investors invest if they want to be in the house. How is the price of the tokens set, and how can I, as an investor investing in the house, expect to get return out of my investment in there?
Okay, so we have a token, and you can stake that token, and ultimately profits can go into that pool. But the actual, each currency has its own liquidity pool. So if you bet in USDC, your bet will go into a USDC pool. If you bet in Bitcoin, it will be accepted by a Bitcoin pool. So when you come along, if you imagined you wanted to invest $1,000 into a USDC pool, which had $9,000, you deposit 1,000, so you have 10% of the exposure of that pool, less the commission. And your tokens you get back, you get what's called a liquidity provider token, and that reflects the ownership that you have in the pool. If the bets are winning for the pool, your return should hopefully go up. And I think in the long run, you want to be kind of targeting some sort of APY. I mean, crypto's funny because if you can get a high APY on lending your Bitcoin for dollars, it's all going to depend where you can get a yield compared to the other protocols. It might not necessarily be risk adjusted. So we don't really know what people will demand as a yield to invest in what could be seen as quite risky. So it's kind of a mixture with probably people who are in crypto, but also we will be pushing it on our sportsbook that you have 3 options. Play the casino, play the sportsbook, or invest in the house. And we're kind of hopeful that users will be both. They'll invest in the house, and then on the weekend they'll go, do you know what? I can take the house on, I'll have a bet.
So I guess as you think about the regulatory aspect of things and kind of where Lunify sits in the ecosystem now and then in the future. So right now, understand that it's likely your betting audience are probably crypto enthusiasts because they have MetaMask downloaded, they at least understand what staking is and all these things. Is the vision to become a mainstream operator who is competing against the likes of some of the people in attendance here? Or is it to be a different sort of experience where, hey, we're never going to be competing directly against a FanDuel or a DraftKings in the US. Our view is that we're going to be targeting a specific sub-vertical of people who are interested in betting this sort of way.
So I think I separated it between Lunify and Lunabets. So Lunabets is our first kind of sportsbook and casino using the protocol of Lunify. Now you can take that technology and white label it and then KYC everything. So you could, subject to regulation and crypto being allowed, you could AML KYC every investor in the house pool and then KYC everyone who's the user. And so I don't see why a regulator would find issue as long as you could sell it. But ultimately, I think that's so far away into the rabbit hole that we've gone down in DeFi that kind of looking towards how the regulation will change would be impossible to go for. We definitely want to, regardless of regulation, offer white label solutions to someone else who might just come in and go, we want a casino, and we don't really want to take risks on sports, we don't know it. So we can offer, a bit like Betfair offers skins, that kind of powered by Betfair brand. We want to be powered by Lunify. So automatically, regardless of regulation, because I do see the regulation is in the code, it's very clear, the terms and conditions of the bet is, at least for us, what customers need to see to ensure they get paid out.
Sounds like you have sounds like you have one liquidity pool per cryptocurrency, but that it is not subdivided further than that on a per sport or per market or per bet type basis. Why, in your view, is this the best way, as opposed to, for example, doing a per sport, per market, or per bet type liquidity pool construction?
So a few of the early competitors, there was one called Augur, who had that model. They kind of incentivized liquidity on each individual sport. But I guess it's just, it fractionalizes the liquidity. It's similar to some of the competitors like BetDex. They are a sports betting exchange. But then you need market makers. You need liquidity on each individual market. And I think those market makers will be looking for regulation to enter. And you might find it's just simple to centralize that liquidity. And take MTS, take Sportradar, be able to offer 10,000 markets and guarantee that no matter what bet you have, you're going to have a proper bet, rather than going on to this new novel product and actually going, I'd rather go to a traditional sportsbook casino. I don't have to worry about the fact that there's $3 to match at the wrong price. And so, I think in the last year, very much focused on what does a customer actually want. And I think what they really want is to have an experience and also know that experience gives them the same level that they would get at, say, stake.com or sportsbet.io. They like the fact it's safer, but I wouldn't necessarily want to go and bet with a true DeFi platform where liquidity is fragmented.
Got it. I think we're about to be out of time and probably don't have time for any more. So thank you very much, George Porchester of Lunify, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that puts us at about the halfway mark here. Next up, we have Tomasz Devanishek, the founder and CEO of Kiro Sports. Kiro Sports powers in-game micro-betting experiences by leveraging proprietary algorithms and intelligently curated real-time data. Tomasz. Tomasz, everyone seems to be talking about micro-betting these days. Tell us, in the context of Kiro Sports, what does micro-betting actually mean, and why is it important?
Yeah, I think many companies take their own routes and their own interpretations of what micro-betting is. For us, we think about it through the lens of just general digital consumer behavior. And if you look at apps like TikTok and Instagram, there's a certain commonality and common denominator to that experience. And basically that is people are not exercising too much of their cognitive ability to partake in those apps, and the sportsbook experience does not have that today. So how we choose to build our product and focus our energy is on a sports betting experience that's pretty much mindless. And so what we do is we ingest real-time play-by-play data. We run it through proprietary algorithms. And the thing that we extract out of that process is context. So about 15 to 30 seconds, every 15 to 30 second cycles, we figure out what is the most contextual thing that somebody could be betting on right now that would be exciting for them. So I'll give you an example. Barcelona hasn't had a corner in 28 minutes. Typically, they have one every 20. Will they have a corner in the next 2 minutes? And so every 15 to 30 seconds, we deploy these types of highly contextual markets that resolve quite quickly and allow the user to basically sit back and bet yes or no or over or under throughout the entire game. And so what that essentially creates is a casino-style experience for that audience. And then to make it sticky, we make it social, so that in between those bets, the user is not jumping out and going to their WhatsApp group or Twitter or something like that. They're staying in the environment, and they're waiting essentially in a subscribed state for that next market to come. And because those are highly contextual, usually they're top of mind for that user anyways. And so we see about 30 minutes of in-game activity per user per game, and about 24 bets or so per user per game.
I guess one question on micro markets generally, I think there's a lot of discussion around what technical infrastructure needs to exist for the latency issue and the fact that people need to be looking at their second screen experience in order to really enjoy the Kiro product. I guess technically you don't need to, but realistically, if you care about whether the corner happens, you probably want to be watching. How do you think about working around that? Because that's not something that you're focused on, and making sure that the experience is enjoyable for a user who's watching on a cable plug-in where their latency is 5 to 10 seconds, as well as for someone who's watching on a OTT streaming platform where they may be a minute behind.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that's where the distinction between us and some other companies who tend to focus on outcome of the next pitch, outcome of the next pitch, right? That's not what we do per se. What we try and figure out is context, but also we started with just the user experience, not the business needs. So one insight, for example, that I'll tell you is when you want to have different types of markets. So sometimes we'll have a market that will resolve, we know it will resolve in the next 35 or 45 seconds. But other times, you might actually need a market that's 2 or 3 or 4 minutes long, right? Because if somebody shows up in between that window, you don't want to greet them with an environment that doesn't have any markets. And so being able to think contextually through the experience actually allows us to do certain things like starting at, right? So even if you're watching on a delayed screen and we're saying LeBron is heating up, because we know he just scored his third three-pointer, will he get to 22.5 points by the end of the quarter? And we know it's 35 seconds left, but you might think that it's 45, and we'll just say starting at the 33-second mark, right? And so now it's, again, contextual, and it doesn't necessarily ruin the user experience, but ultimately, all of those technological pieces on the board, I think, should eventually catch up, right? Like low latency feeds and all of that stuff, so we're not too worried about the future of the underlying components.
Tomasz, I think you're working on something huge, potentially huge, and I think many in the audience would agree with me with that, because sort of the way sportsbooks works today is that you scroll through an index of odds and you pick the odds from sort of some ID you generated in your head on what you should bet on, probably based on what you're seeing right in front of you, right, during live sports. But the very idea of contextualizing probability and presenting it to people can be enormous and create a whole new wave of user experiences. Now, if you look at your app, you know, we had opportunity to meet in Barcelona during World Gaming Executive Summit, and I took a look at it, and I really like it. It's more like a predictor game type, social, casual. Which other use cases do you see if you expand this to the larger ecosystem in the context of gambling and betting?
Well, certainly, like we work, you know, we started working 2.5 years ago when I had the idea. I didn't have the technology. I came from the consumer tech side, and I kind of had the insights around the general trends. But the way to productize was to go to sports teams in North America and say, hey, I'm working on this technology. Could you put it in your app? And very quickly, those sports team conversations evolved into media conversations, right? And so suddenly people are talking to us about maybe doing The Bachelor, gamification experience, and all of that stuff. I think for us today, we don't spend too much energy focusing on the other stuff because we're a small team. We are post our seed raise, raising another round right now. So we want to swim in a very narrow lane and really become the best at this sort of notion of market selection, right? There's multiple things that our quant teams are focused on. Some of it is pricing, some of it is probability of outcome, time to resolve for each bet type. But this piece around market selection is huge. And somebody earlier was talking about personalization. We have over 6 million bets to date that's been made because we've been deploying our technology for the last 2 years. So getting really good at figuring out not just what kind of bet you like, but using NLP, for example, to understand that Robin really hates LeBron. So what he needs to be seeing is, will LeBron miss his next shot, not will he score his next shot. So there's a lot of other pieces that we want to do within the sports realm because we think it'll be truly transformational to create a product that appeals to that casual audience. Like I tend to talk about, if you airdrop somebody on the casino floor in Vegas for the first time, they're not playing blackjack or poker. They're going to go to the slots, right? Because that form factor is accessible to them. And there are so many people sitting on the sidelines today in sports, especially in North America, but I think a little bit in Europe as well. So we want to target that and build the best white label B2B product and work with amazing operators who are thinking ahead.
Can I ask as a follow-up quickly, do you see yourself as a sort of a B2B to C company providing white label? Because I think a lot of people out here, they would love for you to come and curate the whole contextualization of what they should push to the user rather than having the user having to pull the odds they're interested in. So do you see an opportunity for that to service the wider gambling industry with contextualization of odds that you can push to people?
I think so. Again, today, what as I said, we've been around for 2 years, spent a little bit of time working on free-to-play. Now we're launching our initial operator deals in North America and working on a couple in Europe. So the first phase is going to be helping some of these brands. And the other funny thing is it's not just operators, right? It's media companies, it's lottery operators, and these tend to be companies that have audiences that haven't really been converted into the sportsbook, right? So you have a ton of names and accounts and people partaking in some sort of an activity, but they're not necessarily betting on sports. So that'll be our focus initially. And I think with time, opportunities will probably present themselves. And so we have a great board of directors and advisors like Lloyd, who will help steer us to the right monetization channel.
And you mentioned that it's important to focus on right things. And I guess being early stage is important to choose the right sport, choose the right markets, etc. How far have you come at this stage? And is it the North American market and then the sports there that is the most important?
That's a great question. As my mic comes back online, we started automating initially North NFL, NBA, because those were the early teams that signed up for our technology, but now we can power soccer or football, as folks in the room know it, and then the 4 major American sports, which is hockey, basketball, football, American football, and baseball. Sorry, blanked.
Great. And then you will expand.
Yeah, tennis is a natural one, right? So this is part of our kind of fundraise right now, because the thing is we never stop. So when we create a sport, that's a dedicated team that works continuously on that product. It's not like we write a bunch of code and forget about it. We have to continuously iterate as the data changes. We work with great data providers because we need that real-time data. So we are constantly improving because we feel like we're still in the early innings of this type of productization. And so more sports will come. Tennis, golf, cricket, I think, is another great one. F1 is a great one. So there are some others.
All right. I think now that the dollar is stronger than the euro and soon to be the pound, it is officially soccer and no longer football. But story for another day. Tomasz from Kiro Sports. Thank you, Tomasz. Next up, we have Emma Blaylock, the CEO of Pretty Technical. Pretty Technical provides unique software solutions that enable iGaming industry clients to control their roadmaps and gain a competitive advantage over operators limited by rigid white label solutions. Emma, I checked out your materials. It seems one of your core value propositions is customizability. A lot of white label providers also say they provide customizability, although many of their clients would beg to differ. What is it about your platform that makes it customizable in ways that some of your competitors are not?
Yeah, well, thanks first of all for having me here. Really excited to be here. So we have built our player account management system in a way that puts the customer in control. They have the opportunity to take our product and build on that product. So we're still providing the support, but it becomes essentially a bespoke solution for them. And that is different in the market. So then they can use that product to differentiate with their offering in terms of features, in terms of data insight, in terms of the user experience for their players. We've also built our system on the latest technology and based on sort of microservices platforms. So what does that mean? It means it's incredibly flexible. It has a very lightweight core, deliberately built that way. And so our customers can then pick and choose their integrations, and again, it delivers a bespoke solution for them. And the third piece is around our user experience. So we've made we're called pretty technical for a reason, not just because we're technical, but we care about the design of the product as well and the user experience and making it intuitive. So very much what we've kept in mind is making sure that that data is, that the management team and executive suite can access that data, get that insight at their fingertips, and act upon that quickly.
I know a thing or two about platform development. I have battled with that. There is photographic evidence that when I started on that journey, I had way more hair than I have now. It's a tough space. It's a low-margin space. There is at least 100+ platforms out there where many are selling it B2B. Why do you think in this commercial landscape that we need pretty technical? What is differentiating you?
Yeah, so again, it's the fact that we allow the operators to own a copy of the code, and that's different. So they can take our product and basically make it their own. It becomes their bespoke solution. I mean, in this space, you have essentially a handful of levers to differentiate. You've got your marketing spend and your product, and if you've got the deep pockets, then that's how you can win there. But in terms of the features, in terms of the data insight, in terms of the user experience, that's what our product can help you with. And in a way that means that you have a player account management system that's different to everyone else in the market and tailored to support your strategic goals.
Right. So if I'm an operator, I come to you.
Yeah.
I tell you I need a player account management system. I give you a lump sum of cash, and then I own one.
Yeah, you own a copy of the code, yeah, and you can build on that code, and we can help you with that, or you can use your own teams to build on that code, yeah.
I guess many of the tier 1 operators, they have their PAMs and the tech in-house, everything from just the PAM to sportbook to everything. What is the typical customer for you looking like?
Yeah, so it's more the operators that don't necessarily have those big technical teams to build those systems. They want to work with a partner to take a product that will get them up and running, and that's where we come in. So it's operators that are new into the space and need a player account management system, or it could be an operator that's using maybe another white label provider and is getting frustrated potentially with the time it's taking for the features that they want to appear on the roadmap. By taking Mercado, our player account management system, they can build upon that, and they are in control of the product and its roadmap.
How do you think about the types of customers that you're targeting? So you mentioned kind of the mid-sized providers who maybe don't have a huge technical team to build an in-house solution, but they want something that's customizable, not just purely off the shelf. Yeah. Kind of how do you think about where you're targeting, both from geography, size, and how that changes over time? Because if maybe a small customer becomes a much larger operator using your platform over time, and kind of who do you envision as the target customer bases?
Yeah, so we right now have European customers predominantly, but we are super excited about LATAM, and that's where we are targeting the new customers that we're looking for at the moment. So we have a number of interested operators in that space, and yeah, we think it's just really exciting, lots of opportunity. We would then see that as a base further down the line to maybe come into the US, but we see that as further out.
And just one follow-up is, as you guys think about your product development, I know that we've been talking a lot here about the PAM system, but then also I know that you guys have other products. How do you think about your product roadmap? Is it driven by customers? Is it you thinking of which parts of the value chain are most interesting and most needed? How do you think about where you want to go in the future as far from a development perspective?
Yeah, so we very much come at it from a customer-first approach. We think that's really important, and what we're trying to do is not be a Me Too offering in the market. We're looking for those opportunities where we think we can add real value and innovate in the space. we're a relatively new company. We started in 2020. I personally come with a technology background. The founders of the business come from an iGaming background. But we've built everything on the latest technology, and we're looking to innovate and provide value in ways that's not being done right now.
Building on Martin's previous point, it has become increasingly popular for operators to in-house their player account management system, whether by building one organically or more recently and popularly by way of M&A and acquiring a PAM and bringing it in-house. How do you guys view the likelihood of remaining a long-term standalone entity versus potentially being acquired by an operator that says, hey, we love this, we don't want you giving other people this source code, we want all of your functionality to be integrated natively in-house and to essentially be rolled up as part of a B2C operator?
Yeah, sure. So, like I say, the approach that we've taken with the PAM is essentially, as you buy a copy of that code, it becomes your bespoke solution. So everyone's got that different player account management system. For us, all options would be on the table, obviously, and we would talk to people as they came to approach us. So.
Fair enough.
I have one more question, if we have time. You have something you call WagerPay. I guess that's the crypto payment part of the platform.
Yeah.
How is that your customer, what do you think of that? Because I think most local regulations, they don't allow crypto payments as a method. So how is that kind of perceived by the operators?
That sits outside of Pretty Technical. It's kind of a separate business that the founders have put together. So it's not kind of part of my remit within Pretty Technical, but I can definitely get you some more information on it. But it's not so much one I know about.
Yeah, last one just is, I know we talked about some of the other products. So I know the Domino product is focused on a data repository for jurisdictions that require that.
Yeah.
It's been a topic of a lot of panels this week about kind of continuing local regulation and changing regulations in Europe, how the US is going to adopt. How do you view your role in kind of being a first mover on the regulatory side? Because generally, I think we all know that there tend to be more regulations every year as opposed to fewer, and how Pretty Technical can be a partner with someone, and how you think about kind of regulation as I'd say a tailwind for the business when people need to comply with something new, and then you're able to help them.
So as you described, Domino is our data vault or safe product, and there's currently 16 markets that require that kind of product right now, and we have been live with that product for about a year. But absolutely, we see the market going that way, and working closely with the regulators, and we have had some of those conversations in markets that are considering introducing a data vault, and helping them think about how that could be used and how what kind of information that can provide, and kind of best practice around that is, we see that there's big opportunity there. I think also with Domino in particular, we feel that there's a large opportunity in markets that maybe don't have that as a regulatory requirement, but that information is really insightful, particularly, and it can remove a headache, especially when you're trying to provide that information to a number of different regulatory bodies. So, for example, in the States, where different states require their information in different formats, if you have something like a Domino data vault that you ingest your data into once, and then it spits it out in those multiple formats, can be really helpful. So, yeah, that's how we see kind of our strategy around our Domino product.
Awesome, makes sense.
All right.
Great.
That's all we have time for. Thank you so much, Emma Blaylock from Pretty Technical.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right. Never envy the person who is standing between the audience and their post-conference drinks and/or food. But with that said, last and definitely not least, we have Pallavi Deshmukh, the CEO of NetGaming. NetGaming is a studio established in 2019 that has launched over 30 games to date and currently supplies content to global operators, including Unibet, Entain, and 888. Pallavi, I'll kick things off what are some of the biggest challenges facing gaming studios today?
I think innovation. That definitely is the biggest challenge, I would say. Trying to see what works and what new can we bring to the table. That I would say is the biggest challenge. I mean, I'm not even going into the regulatory side of the business because that, of course, is always a challenge. But I think from a pure kind of, product point of view, I think that I would say is the biggest challenge.
I can kick it off. The previous Hot Six was building a platform, and there is a number of those. And I asked her sort of why we would need another platform. I think there is 170 game studios or something in the world at the moment.
Yes.
Some sites are boasting 15K plus games. You're another one.
Yes.
What sets you apart? What is unique with your games?
Yeah. So we have like 3 kind of big strategies that we are working on. The first bit when it comes to innovation is the in-game features. And we did that with our NFT slot called Aped. We have this multiplier graph that basically offers a multiplier on every single spin to the player. That's kind of the hook of the game, I would say, and that's working quite well. The very fact that Aped is one of its kind Mutant Ape Yacht Club themed slot also is quite unique in itself. So that's one kind of strategy that we have, and we'll continue working on that. The other bit is we are trying to see what we can do with the games themselves, like how we can have something different. So earlier this year we launched Dragon Fortress, which is this quite a cool mashup of arcade and slot, and it's uber feature rich. Probably the most feature rich game you would have seen this year. So that's going to be kind of the second strategy where we're trying to see keeping the core slot as the base, but trying to come up with something new. And the third thing is customization and personalization, which we've heard a lot earlier today as well. And this, basically, we're trying to target, like customization could be geared towards the operator, who is obviously our first customer, or directly towards the players. So again, earlier this year, we collaborated with one of our customers, and we launched a game called Blazing Goals, which has this really unique customization where the background, obviously because it's a football-themed game, it's a stadium, and it was actually, we actually developed the game for AFCON, for Africa, and what we did was we customized the flags that the players would see as part of the background, as part of the stadium. So depending upon which country you're from, you would see your country flag, of course, but then you would also see the other friendly nations and their flags. So these are the kind of customizations we are trying to do. Also, when it comes to branding for the operators, we are trying to see where we can add the branding, again, kind of that bespoke nature that all the operators want. So these are kind of the 3 broad things that we are looking at when it comes to innovation or kind of being unique.
Thank you.
What does your game launch plan look like, and how many games do you expect to release the coming years?
Right. So typically we would aim for 1 game per month. This year we had planned for about 10 because this year was kind of our first pivotal year. We've been live for about 1.5 years now, and so earlier this year we did sign quite a few operators. So we knew, when it comes to resources, we had to kind of split the resources between integrations as well as game development. So, this year it was less number, but again, like next year, the plan is to have 1 game per month. But to be honest, it's not something that is set in stone. Like, you know, the key that we always focus on is to make sure that we share the roadmap with the operator at least 3 months in advance, and then we stick to that date. So if we feel that, you know, because of resource constraints, we are not able to deliver the game, then we will definitely not go ahead and commit to it. So it's definitely, for us, it's not about, you know, going with 1 game per month, because we're not looking to just reskin games. We're not looking to just, you know, create something with, like, you know, 1 base game feature and free spins and that's it, and, you know, let's just get it out. That's not the idea. That's definitely not something we want to do. So it does take time.
And a follow-up on that, what is the lifetime, the normal lifetime of the games that you're
of the games? Whoa! I mean, I wish it was longer, but yeah, the lifetime keeps going down, especially in the recent years. But typically, I would say it is about 2.5 to 3 weeks for us at the moment.
So, as you talk about creating kind of high-quality games, focusing on quality, how do you think about your go-to-market strategy? Is it trying to go directly to operators? So if you're working with someone and they say, we want the ape slot all to ourselves, so it's a unique selling point for them, that kind of doubles as marketing, versus going to an aggregator so that immediately you have distribution across jurisdictions, across all these operators. How do you think about where you want to sit in the ecosystem, where you want the relationships to lie, whether it's directly with the operator, via aggregators, if it's dependent on country, geography, et cetera?
Yeah, exactly. So it is definitely a combination. We work with aggregators as well as operators directly. And when it comes to relationships, we do have direct relationships with the customers. And that will always remain. In terms of markets, yes, we are looking to grow in several markets. We started with MGA in UK. We've applied for our US licenses, so we are looking. I'm really hopeful that we get at least 1 license by the end of this year. It's been a long, long process. So. But yeah, next year, hopefully, you know, we'll be live in the US as well. So when it comes to customers, yeah, it's definitely a combination. Platform providers, aggregators, and direct deals, direct operators.
And just to follow up on the geography question, how do you think how does your content need to change going from a Malta licensee to a UK licensee to a New Jersey licensee, say?
Right. Yeah, so definitely, I mean, you know, the games are very different. Like, you know, what works in Sweden wouldn't work in the UK and so on. So again, every time we start the game development process, we start with, okay, where are we targeting this game for? Like, you know, which country is it, or, you know, which jurisdiction it is. We start with that for sure. So if it is a UK focused game, then yeah, we need to make sure that, you know, it is feature rich enough, and, you know, it's not like a very simple game. Versus if we are looking at either CIS regions or, for that matter, the US, because we've already started working with our partner in the US in terms of, you know, what works in the US and how we can change, kind of, you know, work on our roadmap to accommodate the requirements of the US market. So with US market as well, I believe, you know, simpler games work better. So we have introduced on our roadmap a few simpler games, like, you know, less number of features. In fact, we are also working on, like, you know, 1-line slots, like, you know, like just adding the variety. But yeah, that's how we are looking at it. It is definitely based on the country that we are looking at. So, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, we obviously can't accommodate all countries at the same time. But yeah, if a slot works in certain market, and if it doesn't in the, you know, some other markets, then that's just something that we have to live with. But yeah, next time it would be the other country that we would be targeting.
Awesome.
Well, do we have time for another question? Are we out?
You, I think we
okay, thank you.
For the one and only Robin.
Look, flexible RTP has been discussed amongst operators and game providers and so forth over the last few years. Yeah. And on the one end, you have the theory where sort of evolution live games, which are the most popular in the world, arguably, has an average game round of like 54 seconds and an RTP of 98. So that's been highly successful. But on the other hand, you have sort of in the streamer space, more volatile slots with a flexible RTP, with a more edgy expression. So when I meet a game studio to try to understand the business, I always ask, where do you sit in that array, in that spectrum, and why have you chosen to position yourself there?
So RTP-wise, we are in the 94 to 95% section. And that's also because of the customer feedback. Because that's another thing we always do. Like, you know, every time there is a game release, even before the game is released, like, you know, when we start presenting the game to the operators, we kind of, you know, start asking for feedback. Of course, in regulated markets, you know, with all the taxes, countries like Germany, you know, we had to reduce our RTP quite drastically. But yeah, typically we are between 94 and 95% in terms of RTP. And then volatility-wise, I would say it depends on the type of game. I know the trend is super high volatile games nowadays, but we do have a mix in our portfolio. We're not just looking for uber high volatile games and you know, you basically like you win or lose all that type of an experience. We're not trying to do that. But I would say the volatility level would be between medium to high. It won't be very low unless it is a game which has that theme. Like, you know, if let's say we decide like a very classic slot that we want to deliver, then yeah, maybe we can think of something where it is kind of, you know, low to medium volatility. But otherwise, it would be medium to high.
All right, Pallavi, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's it for the Hot 6 Valletta edition. One more round of applause for all the contestants, Peter, Martin, and Robin, please. Hope to see all you guys at the bar later. Thank you for your time.
Hello, hello. Hey, fantastic. Great to see you all here. My goodness, that's a wrap. We are now at the end of day 2. Ladies and gents, could you please show your appreciation for Pierre Lind, the Managing Director of iGaming Next. Great to have you here, Pierre. What an event.
It's been fantastic.
It has been.
Great.
Were there any highlights for you, Pierre?
Yes, I mean, for me, there was definitely 2 highlights. One of them, Tim Heat.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Heat saying that the blockchain is not a transaction method, it's a state of mind. And the more you think about it, the funnier it gets, I think. And the first day, yesterday, Robin Reed speculated that Light & Wonder might buy Evolution as his prediction.
Yeah.
And the result of this yesterday on the stock market was a 5% increase on the stock market for Light & Wonder, $200 million movement on the stock market. So you could call Robin Reed the Elon Musk of iGaming, if you will. Yes, those are
Definitely.
my. What about you?
Oh, man. Do you know, I absolutely loved the chat between Jesper Scharbink and Pontus this morning. That was so cool. I mean, I could watch the pair of those guys speak for hours. So many stories, you know, that kind of, that line about, you know, have you checked it with the shareholders? And the guy said, no, I haven't. And it turns out that his mother was one of the shareholders. It was absolutely brilliant. It was kind of like, you know, comedy gold. It was so cool.
I love it.
I loved the iGaming Idol a couple of nights ago. That was so cool. Michael Caselli and Rebecca Ligero, if you're here, you two are legends. You bring the rock and roll glamour to the iGaming sector. Absolutely amazing. And just every panel, every session, every speaker has been awesome. But you know what really makes the industry, of course, it's everybody involved. It's everybody here, everyone joining us on the live stream. And I really can't wait to see what everyone does next with all this fantastic power-up knowledge they've been getting here at iGaming NEXT Valletta.
And you, Ocean, thanks for keeping the energy up the whole 2 days as well. So it's a small applause for Ocean as well, I think. Yes.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great work.
Thank you.
Yes.
Varsågod. Tack så mycket. Well, I'm in my happy place. You know, there's no better job than speaking to awesome people, helping them tell their story, and just, you know, keeping things flowing. Speaking of which, I just want to make a few thanks. I'd like to thank very much the AV team, who are here at the front and behind the stage, keeping everything running to perfection. Absolutely to perfection. It's been amazing. I would like to thank our headline sponsors, Bombay, for absolutely bringing some magic here to Malta. And also, yes, let's hear it for Bombay. Wonderful. Yes. And their wonderful CEO who joined us as well earlier today. I'd like to thank our keynote partners who are here on these banners. Please do support them. You know, sponsorships are the lifeblood of events like this, and their support is so much appreciated. But let's keep it going. Have those conversations, reach out on LinkedIn, and let's make some cool stuff happen. Now, speaking of what you're going to do next, there are, there's obviously drinks on the roof, and we want to thank our drink sponsors, Evolution Fujitsu and Sporting Tech. The bar is now open. After we're finished speaking, we're going to make our way up there, and we hope to see all of you on the roof with a glass of something in your hands. Now, it's probably worth, we have one more, thanks, which is a very special team who've put this entire event together. I'm going to hand over to you to make that thanks to the iGaming Next team.
No, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if the guys are in the room at the moment, but to the iGaming Next team.
Yes.
There we go.
Hey,
yes.
there
Amazing.
You go. Rock stars.
26 people who is doing the work for about 150 people. We have people
Yes.
in the office who's been staying until 1 a.m., 2 a.m., taking selfies on the moon in the background as they're working, just to make this event happen today. So just a very special thank you to everyone in iGaming Next. It's amazing to work with you guys.
iGaming Next, dream team.
Yes.
You guys absolutely crush it every time, every time. Now, speaking of which, there are a couple of events that we would like people to mark in their diaries right now. There is the incredible iGaming Next New York. Now, this is happening next March from the 7th to the 9th. Mark your diaries, but do not hang around if you want to be a part of this. Last year, there was a waiting list of over 200 people who wanted to get in because it is a very much a select VIP boutique event. It's not as big a venue as this, and because of that, if you want to be part of it, move quick, move now, get your tickets, get your sponsorships in, and pack your bags for New York. 6 months is not a long time at an event that everybody wants to be part of. Also, please mark your diaries for iGaming Next Valletta. It's going to be happening next June on the 21st and 22nd. It's going to be even more awesome than iGaming Next 2022, if you can believe such a thing. And now, I think that's kind of it, but we do have a very special video we want to share with everyone right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to play the video, and then we're going to go upstairs and see you for a drink. Thank you all so much. Make some magic. See you next time. Brilliant.
Thank you, Roshan.
It's really exciting. It's an awesome video. Thanks to everyone who joined on the live stream as well. Okay, let's do it. We got the volume? Exciting music. New York music. Yes. You're all gonna, I'm gonna just mime some music. Okay, mark your diaries, get your tickets. Time is gonna move quickly, particularly if you wanna be one of the sponsors or partners. And there you have your QR codes. Should we leave those up on the screen? If you haven't got them in a diary, mark them now, and we will see you there. Have a great evening. See you on the roof. Thank you. Awesome, thanks, dude. Yay.